wiggling me. Humans are raging all around my door. I think to myself I might not sing for them anymore. They cannot run like your kind to find the wiggling me. Let the wonderful feeling just to know that you are near. It's this Vocaloid a reeling from our doors up to her ears. The wiggling me will hide sometimes to keep the pain within. But that's just because she doesn't wanna become a dirty human. They cannot run like it to get through to the wiggling me. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Hello and welcome to the 500th episode of the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack.
And Sean Chapman.
We are here to talk about stuff for the 500th time, and we have a very big show to celebrate the occasion. For our main topic today, we are following up on last week's episode where we counted down our top 10 favorite anime openings by discussing our top 10 favorite anime endings, a topic that, I don't know about you, Sean, I think is even more exciting. I think this is going to be really fun.
Yes, because endings are where usually it's not where the most focus goes, but that means that the ones that are really good, they really shine. There's some very special anime endings out there.
A good ending definitely makes the whole experience worth it, I think. So, we are also going to be reviewing, speaking of endings, the final two episodes of the new season of Doctor Who, The Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death, so we'll be reacting to those later in the show. And in between those two major topics, we are also going to have a very big announcement about the podcast that you will not want to miss. So this is going to be a big episode, this is going to be a long episode, this is going to be a very exciting milestone episode of the Weekly Stuff Podcast. You also heard at the beginning of this episode a spectacularly silly cover of Bob Dylan's The Man in Me by the one, the only, you know her, you love her, Hatsune Miku. The original Bob Dylan version was our first theme song ever on this podcast, way back in episode 1 in 2012, the before times, the first year of Obama's second term. It's a long time ago. And we have to thank our in-house composer, Thomas Lack, my brother, for that cover. I asked him, would this be possible? At first he said, that's funny. And I said, what do you mean? He said, that's a good joke. And I said, no, could you actually do it? And he's like, let me think about it. And then he found a way to do it. And while he was working on it, he sent me a rough draft of it, and then I said, this would be funnier with different lyrics. So I was writing up alternate lyrics, and I kept sending to him in batches, like verse by verse, and he kept getting more annoyed. But I think it made for a good project in the end. What did you think of that, Sean?
It is a gloriously silly opening. I had not remembered that this was what we did for I don't remember anything from 2012.
Okay.
It's just like a blank in my life now. It's 12 years ago. I jettisoned all that memory, so... but
we were freshmen in college.
Yes, that's a very different time. But yes, this is fantastic. I love the occasional Thomas's, occasional Hatsune Miku songs. They're always very delightful. And this one is perhaps the most delightful of them all.
It's especially as covers go. It doesn't get much sillier than this. I don't think anyone else has done Miku covering Bob Dylan yet, but I think we need Thomas to do a whole album.
Or at least not this song. Like, maybe, maybe, like, there's got to be a Hatsune Miku, The Times They Are Changing. That's got to exist. If it doesn't, get Thomas on that, because someone has to do it. But
has anyone done Hatsune Miku Desolation Row? I want that.
I want, actually, I was about to say this as a joke, and I was like, someone should do Hatsune Miku, Mr. Tambourine Man. That would actually be, but not just a straight cover, like EDM it up, like make it into like a Hatsune Miku song, and then put that in the games. That's what I want.
Well, these might exist soon, Sean, because on the last episode, we had the Hatsune Miku Reading Rainbow cover, which I didn't ask Thomas for. We just joked about it on the podcast, and then he sent it to me, because he listens to the podcast. So, who knows? Maybe we will have Highway 61 Revisited, the album by Hatsune Miku, this time next week.
Just to give Thomas something to do, we should just randomly, every once in a while, just list off just a series of songs that he can do in Hatsune Miku versions to give him, something to spend his time on.
Well, speaking of occasional Thomas, he did write in with a little bit of listener mail about last week's episode where, for those who didn't listen or don't remember, my number one theme song that I chose very last minute but I enjoyed choosing was What Up People by Maximum the Hormone from Death Note, the second opening to Death Note, and Sean made fun of me for it. And so you might have, if you listen to Japanimation Station, last night's episode of Japanimation Station, which was the Sound Euphonium 2 review, the review of the second season of Sound Euphonium, had Thomas write in with a letter brutally taking me to task for liking Sound Euphonium 2 very slightly less than Sound Euphonium 1. And he has done the same for you, Sean, because he believes in equality of opportunity.
Okay, fair enough.
Do you want to go ahead and read Thomas's letter, this time aimed at you?
Yes, I'm very excited for this. So I've not seen this letter ahead of time, and so I'm going to just read what he has provided me. So I have a document here called What's Up People. On the first page it says, My Statement. For your convenience, I've
inserted... That sounds like the beginning of a serial killer's manifesto.
Yes.
Just my statement.
For your convenience, I have inserted 12 page breaks to ensure this is read live and not early by mistake or on purpose. Note, I'm reusing this template. For the people who haven't listened to Japanimation Station, this is what he did. He made a PDF document that was a stupid number of pages in order to cushion the blow, I suppose, and hide his sins. It took more than no time. Therefore, by recycling it, I am doubling the value of the time I put into it. Thank you. I appreciate the efficiency there. Let me scroll down and continue to scroll. He
still has the trick about skipping 12 pages.
Yes. At this point, I will again insert 12 page breaks. Alternately, you can click here to skip 12 pages. I'm going to just continue to scroll and not click the link, just like I did last time. I'm still scrolling. All right, here we go. What's up, people? Question mark, exclamation point. So, this opening is metal as fuck and deserves more credit than a certain someone has given it. I mean, look at this. And then he has included a picture from the opening with light, and he's laughing, and there's a bunch of images of light. They're all kind of overlaid over each other. It's fucking great. How can someone not recognize how great it is? You'd have to be some kind of crazed human fucker. I am a human fucker, thank you very much, as opposed to other fuckers, to not recognize it. And I don't mean a being that fucks humans. Oh, I got out of this joke. But a fucker who is a human. To not recognize its greatness is akin to not experiencing joy, remorse, or empathy. You know that big scream at the beginning? I knew a guy who could do that in Japan. It was always a big hit at karaoke. It was fucking awesome. Everyone loved doing this one because it was so ridiculous, and Masaru got to pull out his screamo voice. Misunderstanding the brilliance and bliss of ridiculousness such as this is, dare I say, even worse than eating human flesh. It's bold and colorful. Everyone likes color. To not like color is to not know love. Putting this above tank is not only justifiable, but he has crossed out a thing that says a testament to how much jazz sucks, and replace that with a testament to the kinds of results you can get when you push everything past their limits and explore uncharted territory. Tank gets you excited for another episode of Cowboy Bebop, but doesn't explode the fucking title at you while screaming violently. And it doesn't just scream fuck really loud toward the end. Does What's Up People? I'm not sure, but one could definitely make the argument. There are these fucking badass awesome shots of Tokyo from an elevated eye level with L dancing or doing karate, as well as from a low angle, distorting the buildings and making them feel impossibly tall, and adding bridges, which turns them from awesome skyscrapers into fucking badass futuristic skyscrapers. There's also some train infrastructure way up there, and who wouldn't want to take Light's future utopian death train into the sky? That's right, crazy people. It has everything. Colors, 1,000 lights, faces laughing maniacally, a hot goth model girl who actually kills people laying on a bed of roses that actually moves when she moves, so it's actually a bedsheet. A guy spinning with a fisheye lens kind of effect. People pointing a variety of guns. Fan service. A Shinigami dancing with an apple on a background of flickering studio lights. A man walking slowly, who is clearly light when he's in the foreground, but rather off-model when he is in the background. Pinups of Misa in a black dress and a red dress. Double fan service. A chant which everyone can agree is awesome, everyone except the clinically insane, of course, but on which nobody can agree the content of. To not recognize this greatness is truly to be a human sucker. A human fucker.
I have to say, Thomas is a good writer. This is funny stuff.
He's a good writer, although by the end I wasn't sure if this was ironic or not. Does he actually like it or not? 'Cause some of the comments do not convince me that it's actually like the greatest opening ever.
So, okay. Cards on the table. He did, after hearing the episode, text me to say, hey, you shouldn't feel bad about that ending. That was really cool. I actually really liked it. That was metal as fuck. That's awesome. I said, oh, thanks, Thomas. And he said, yeah, Sean shouldn't have been so mean to you. And I responded, would you like to write a letter attesting to that? And he said, really? And I said, yes. And he said, I'll do it as long as you admit to me this is because you want an ego boost. And I said, Thomas, this is because I want an ego boost. And he agreed to do it. So this was not as spontaneous as the other letter, but I needed it.
I mean, just to be clear, like, I don't think this is like an awful opening. I just don't think it's the best anime opening ever, which is the thing that you have asserted, Jonathan, just to be clear.
I mean, the title of the episode was our favorites, not the objective best ever, but that's okay. That's okay. We got a lot of other stuff to get to today, Sean, so why don't we get started? Sean, what have you been up to?
I've got a couple things. First thing is I have finished Persona 3 Reload.
Congratulations.
Remake. Yes, of Persona 3, which we have talked about. You already finished it a while ago. I talked about it on the last podcast as well when I was like maybe about 2/3 of the way through. That game's fucking great. I mean, Obviously it's great. It's Persona 3. I don't think it doesn't make any sort of huge changes to the game. So I felt like fulfilled by that ending in a similar way as I did the first time I played through the game a very, very long time, like 12 years ago or something. At this point, it has been quite a while since I originally played through Persona 3 FES. I don't know if I have like a huge amount to add on to that other than just, Persona 3, it's still one of the best games ever. I particularly enjoyed playing through with the Japanese voices and getting to hear Sakamoto Maya's performances, I guess, in the game. Obviously, we got all of that when we watched the movies, but seeing the turn in that character from her starting out very robotic to then being like more human than anybody else, she does such a good job. Particularly, I think the thing she's really, really good at is the robotic part early on in that character's arc, where she's very good at speaking in a way that makes it legitimately feel like the character is pulling responses from like a vocab bank or something in her head. Like there's this very like every single phrase feels so contained and defined, and then she ends her sentences with de arimasu, which is very formal and robotic and kind of strange and makes it feel like the sentences are strung together. And then once you get your kind of big turn near the end of the game with that character, she's so innocent and has such a sort of like wide-eyed quality to her and so very human. And that turn with that character and everything is so great, and particularly how that character factors into the very, very ending of the game. It's a phenomenal performance. Just Persona 3, it's such an interesting game because I do think if I'm looking at just the story, I think this is still my favorite story for any of the Persona games. I think it's my favorite cast, is my favorite approach to the overall narrative, because I think the like overall kind of philosophical perspective of the game on just looking at this philosophical idea of mortality and making a whole story about that. I think this team is stronger at that than sometimes there are some stumbling blocks in Persona 4 and 5 with the more kind of socio-political stuff, but obviously there's like a homophobic and transphobic quality to some of the like ancillary stuff in 5. It's a little bit more of a bigger problem for me in 4 with Yosuke as a character that like kind of is more grating. I think every time I go back to that character, there's a little bit of like the homophobia of some of his reactions becomes a little bit harder to deal with. Whereas 3, because it's not trying to address that and it's just focusing on this more purely philosophical story, it gets to not kind of step on its own toes in the way that some of the other Persona games occasionally could. But Persona 5 as a game system and the way it's designed both in terms of like in the small ways, but also in the kind of big ways. Persona 5 and Persona 5 The Royal are easily, as a game, the best of any of these. And that's something that I felt more potently getting into the home stretch of Persona 3 Reload, where it becomes clearer how, like, unbalanced the social links are and how they're designed. How, like, 80% of all the social links in the game are just take place only after school. And so anytime there's a section of the game that you do not have after school time, most of the social links you can't progress. And so you're just like, they have these like couple of little social links like the moon one or the star one or Hierophant with the old couple that are ones that you can do when you don't have school going on. But it just feels so kind of unwieldy. And I ended up not getting all of the social links. I was like 2 days off, almost entirely just because I think the only thing I messed up was I ended up spending a couple of school days on the Hierophant social link early on when I didn't need to. And really, if you want to max out the social links, the thing you have to do is, if you have an after-school day, you have to spend it on a school-related social link.
Yes.
Because if you do not, you end up with huge amounts of extra time free at the end of the game. And I was like very shocked when I ended up not finishing. It was just Bebe's, the foreign student. I don't really care that much for that character, so I didn't.
I like Bebe. Do not badmouth Bebe.
Yeah, you know,
I'll be back.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's that bit has been done better by other characters. Like there's only so much of it I could take. It's the other thing with Persona 3 is there is such a huge gulf in quality between so many of the social links, where some of them are really great. I mean, some of them are some of the best. Like the Dying Young Man social link is still one of the best social links. Some of them are just terrible, though. Like Kenji, the magician one, like, God, that dude sucks ass. He's just this horny kid that's horny for his teacher, and he's a complete idiot. And in order to progress his social link in an efficient way, you just have to prod him deeper and deeper into his own fucking idiocy.
That's why it's funny. I don't mind Kenji. The one that I think is truly, the worst thing in any Persona game is the Moon one, the fat kid. Yeah. And the whole joke is, he's fat, ha 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 ha. And it is like, if you did that for any other social group, it would be considered like unbelievable bigotry. Like, I don't want to like play favorites here or anything with like levels of bigotry, but like the transphobia and homophobia in 4 and 5 is not as extreme as the fat phobia in 3. Like, it is so glaringly out there. And because it's fat phobia and that's the one that's okay, no one ever talks about it, but it is one of the most hateful things I've ever seen in a video game at all. And it is, I will admit, part of what when I said Persona 3 is not my favorite game anymore, I can't, as much as I love everything around it, that is a big, like, black hole that I am shocked they didn't fix in the remake. Like, because there are other nips and tucks they made. They changed the big transphobic scene in this game to something much funnier and better. They didn't, I'm shocked they didn't fix that.
I mean, you'd have to rewrite the whole social link. Not saying that you shouldn't have. Yes, but that would have been substantially more work. Yeah, and that's the only one where it being fully voiced makes it way worse.
Yep.
Because you get the way that character's written in Japanese is so grating. In a way that I also kind of find baby grating, but it's racist in a Japanese way, but it's not as grating as the fat phobia stuff. But yeah, it's just funny because the Persona 4 and then especially Persona 5 is the thing that I think it's harder to kind of hit your head around those improvements because they're a little more kind of ephemeral feeling than the just like, oh, now you can pick which skills when you fuse personas, and like the very like gamic, systemized, clear ways in which the game's improved. Those are very easy to see. It's like that bigger picture of like, oh, the way the calendar is designed got so much better. The way the pacing of those things got a lot better in the later games, and then also just the quality of the individual social links not only did they get better, but they became more consistent. And I think that's the thing that's weird about Persona 3 is you've got some like incredible ones, and you have some that just feel so thrown together or ridiculous, and with characters that are just the biggest dipshits you've ever met, which is like Kenji, Suemitsu, the moon one. I mean, the dipshit doesn't even really describe that character. That character's just insane. You also have the guy, the track team dude, who's just a complete moron, and he's just destroying his leg in his whole life, and that's another one where you're just prodding him to make terrible choices to get your social link points. And then he learns his lesson totally on his own, and then he thanks you for it. I'm like, dude, I almost caused you to fucking lose your ability to walk. You should not be thanking me. I'm a terrible friend. And there's something very amusing about how kind of all over the place the social links can be in a way that I find charming. Obviously, it's partially that way because it's the first game that ever was designed that way. Like, the previous Persona games did not have social links in any way, shape, or form. So there's an energy to Persona 3 of where they're really figuring shit out, and that's, I think, partially why the calendar is so weird if you're used to Persona 4 and especially 5 and 5 Royal, where it feels like the way to design the calendar is so kind of calculated. Here it feels very slapdash, where it's so easy to end up with weird extra gaps of time where you're not able to do anything in the day that's meaningful because of, oh, well, now you've got the fucking exams going on, and so that locks off 80% of the social links in the game and stuff like that. That feels very bizarre when you haven't played the game in a while.
I did finish the social links, but I will say I probably wouldn't have if it weren't for the fact that while I was playing it, my brother Thomas was playing it. He was ahead of me. He's more meticulous about this stuff with his, he makes spreadsheets for all of this. And he warned me ahead of time. He said, because we both assumed, because in 4 and 5, the Golden and Royal, they make it easier to get the social links. They really don't in this one.
They make it harder because because it made me kind of despise Iori in some ways because if that fucker didn't take up after school times for his little scenes, I would have gotten all of them if it was not for that. And then when I saw they had another one, I'm like, you fucker, like, why do this at night, asshole? And also it's a pretty good way because his are the only extra scenes that don't feel particularly meaningful because that character is fully explored in the main game.
Yes.
So it's like his little extra scenes don't do much compared to Ken and Shinji and Akihiko. Their extra scenes are really important. Their extra scenes also mostly happen at night except for Shinji's.
Yeah. But like in the original Persona 3 and FES, there is technically less wiggle room. You have to be really precise to get all the social links there. There is technically more. I finished with about 3 or 4 days left, but my brother had to warn me, like, going into the last couple months, like, you need to do this, 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 and this, and, like, it was very precise. If I had messed up once or twice, I would have been done. So that is why. But, I don't know why they didn't massage that more. That feels like something that a remake should have addressed more.
Yeah, I think just like little things of making some of those social links accessible during summer break, which is like a weird section of the game where, I mean, it's not like there's a huge amount of wasted time there necessarily because you do have enough social links to spend time on at that point, but you end up with like Sundays are just this huge dead spot for like the last 3 months of the game if you're using your Sundays to go do social link stuff. Like that was like a revelation for me at some point, was realizing, like a more efficient thing earlier in the game would have actually been doing the little go hang out with your buddies on Sunday for the romantic interest ones, which are the only ones that have gaps in the social links that you can't progress just by getting all the answers right, which like any other Persona game, when characters invite you to hang out on Sundays, it's absolutely wasted time. It doesn't really do anything for you. For Persona 3 Reload, that almost certainly must be like the most efficient way to do this, is to line up those so that the Sunday hangout events or Walking Kodamaru gets you some of those points. And that's a level of foresight you just can't have playing the game fresh. Right. Like it's the way that stuff. There are like a couple of choices you can make super early on that cascade into you not having the opportunities to hang out with people way, way later in the game in a way that feels very strange when you're coming to it from Persona 4 or 5.
Yeah, I agree. But overall, still a fun time.
Oh, overall, yeah, fantastic game. The story is incredible. The ending is amazing. The music is amazing. The combat is notably... like it might be my favorite version of the combat. There's something about like some of just like little things they've done that's very fun. I like the Theurgy special moves and things like that. I also just enjoy being wildly overpowered at the end of a game like this when you're maximizing your personas and getting like all the crazy moves on them. And I had a fucking Lucifer at the end that just did thousands of damage with his attacks and stuff like that, and that like all that stuff is incredibly fun.
Yeah. Well, so you just talked about a game that I played months ago. Can I talk about some games you played months ago?
Yes, go ahead, Jonathan.
And just do the reverse of this podcast back in like April.
Yeah, we should just cut together a Persona 3 Reload podcast and for the game you're about to talk about podcast, not by doing a new one, just by editing together in weird gaps the different segments we've talked about out of order with these two games.
Yes, so I actually have two here. I played, I think I had started this last time we recorded, but I have now finished Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, which is the in-between game from Yakuza 7 and 8 that is about Kiryu, and then I have started playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. They're both phenomenal. I was kind of shocked at just how much I liked Like a Dragon Gaiden, like it being my first Kiryu game, even though it's his, is his eighth Kiryu game? Yeah. Because he has...
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But you also have all the spin-offs. So if you want to count Kinzan and Ishin... Yeah. So
but those aren't part of his, main story, right? Because they're altered...
Well, yeah, but it is effectively him as the main character. It's just, it's his ancient ancestor who happened to be Sakamoto Ryoma, the famous person from the Meiji period. Just don't think that's too hard.
Anyway, no, but, that game worked on me in so many ways. It is so fun. It is definitely in that lineup with stuff like Uncharted: The Lost Legacy or Spider-Man Miles Morales, where it is a small kind of half-sized game that reuses a lot of assets and whatnot, but it being concentrated and it took me about 40 hours to beat, and I did everything. I platinum trophied the game. So I did everything you could do in the game. And it took me about 40 hours, which sounds like a really long game, and that is a long game. It's worth its, money. I think it's a $50 game. I got my $50 worth out of it, but that is about a third the length of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, so it is a smaller-sized game. But I think that sense of focus is really great. It feels like you really can kind of master the game and see everything there is to do. The combat is so ludicrously good. I spent so much time in the Coliseum, Sean. I was having so much fun whipping people around with my weird Daidoji grapple beam thing that they never really explain what it is or how is it coming out of his watch? I have no idea.
I think it's supposed to be coming out of his watch because it's called the spider wire. So,
yes. Yeah, but it is great. I love when you get the one power-up I hadn't gotten yet last time we recorded was the, rocket boots.
Uh-huh.
We need to get RGG Studio to make a fucking Ultraman game where you just take these powers, but you're a real proper Tokusentai hero or something. That'd be great.
Yes, yeah, because I mentioned on the last time we talked about the game that there was one power you hadn't gotten yet, and it was a lot of fun. And I was talking about the rocket boots. It's the most ridiculous because the wire grappling shit is pretty crazy, but also it's just, in reality, it's mostly you can just grab people from a distance. It's leveraging an existing mechanic in a cool, fun way. The fucking rocket boots are just insane, though, because you're just, zooming around the stage. They're designed so well where the feel of it, where you're just slipping and sliding just enough for it to feel slightly out of control in a way that's fun, and just, tackling through dudes with your rocket boots. It's so silly, but it's phenomenal.
Yeah, so I just enjoyed walking around Sotenbori and just finding a group of enemies, and by the end, when I was fully maxed out on all my power, I could just rocket boot into them and kill everyone in one, move with that. And it is insanely fun. Did all the stuff in the Coliseum, got all my, boys leveled up for the different, hell team fights. There's the whole, fight, series at the end with the robots that come in out of nowhere, and you're fighting robots. That's all great. Everything with, Akane out in Sotenbori is so good. So it's a blast of a game to play. I spent so much time with it. But then the story is also just incredible and really affecting, even if, like me, this is your first full Kiryu game. The experience I had with Kiryu was mainly from things you've told me, and Like a Dragon, Yakuza 7, Yakuza Like a Dragon was the right title for that game at the time, but it makes that game impossible to talk about now because it's just the two titles of the franchise smushed together.
Yes.
So you've kind of just got to call it Yakuza 7. But anyway, that one. But I loved it. Kiryu is, as I said last time, such a powerful archetypal character that you just get him on a visceral level, no matter your level of experience. But then, this is something you had said, Sean, when you reviewed the game, because I did go back and listen to what you said about it, that, the final hours pack a punch in a lot of different ways, because it really takes that idea that is in the title, The Man Who Erased His Name, seriously. And this is something that really impressed me about the game, is that, the trope of the hero who seems like, he's always on the verge of death, finally dying, but he actually faked his death and now goes off into the sunset. That's a very overused trope, especially in the 2000s, with shit like The Dark Knight Rises, or, Jason Bourne does it better, but, like, they then did a resurrection version of that movie with the fourth one that's terrible. So, like, there's a lot of movies that have done this. This is the first time I've ever seen that done, where they did that as Kiryu's quote-unquote ending in Yakuza 6. And then I feel like this game is a really impressive game of yes and. Like, okay, but he's not dead. He's alive. His story does genuinely continue. What does that mean? What would it mean to actually be Kazuma Kiryu, erase your name, and live under the thumb of this shitty government faction and not be able to see all the people you are sacrificing your life because you love back at the orphanage? And it takes that idea, I think, through the whole game really seriously in really interesting ways, because you can tell Kiryu throughout the game is bottled up, probably, I'm imagining, above and beyond the way he even is in his other mainline entries. Like, he's keeping some shit close to the vest, and he's not letting it out. And I don't want to spoil the end of the game, but it gets let out. And it is one of the most powerful scenes I've ever seen in a video game, and I don't even know the characters he's reacting over. That's the magic of it.
Yeah, because it's all revolving around, obviously, the kids from the orphanage, which that's all in, like, Yakuza 3, and then 4, 5, 6 expand on it. But yeah, it's cool that, because I was curious how that scene, because if you've played the game, you know it is that scene. I was curious how it would play, and if it would have the kind of cathartic impact for someone who doesn't know who any of these kids are and hasn't had that experience with it. Because, yeah, I found that scene just incredible and so kind of emotionally devastating, because, as you're saying, yeah, he is more bottled up. He is playing things closer to the chest because everybody is gone. He doesn't have Date-san to go hang out with. He doesn't have, like, Majima no Nissan isn't there to go on crazy antics. Like, there's a cast of supporting characters around the edge of Kiryu's life that, even though he doesn't have a big party the way that Kasuga does, he's got friends, he's got people he cares about and relies upon, and this is the most isolated he's ever been, other than maybe the early hours of Yakuza 1 when he comes out of jail and everything has changed. Like, that's the other point in his life that feels like, shit, like, everything seems lost. His best friend is, like, seemingly changed for the worst. The woman that he loved is just kind of gone. He doesn't know what he's doing. That's the other time where it feels like he's just totally lost as a person. And that's very much the sense you get in The Man Who Erased His Name, is he's kind of in that place again.
Yeah, so it's really powerful. It's a great exploration of a story that, again, is kind of a trope. And I'm curious how much the people at Ryuga Gotoku Studios thought they were really done with him at the end of Yakuza 6, and how much it was just that, like, but boy, they're good storytellers, and they realize there's a story to fucking tell here, and it's like, it's compelling. And I think now that I'm into Infinite Wealth, you can also, because presumably they started all the scripting on Infinite Wealth before they started it on Gaiden. Yes. And so you can tell how I think Infinite Wealth is like that this game exists in part to backfill, like, man, this guy's story is too interesting to let lay. Like, we should tell more of it. And I like that. And it does feel like I'm really glad I played them next to each other, in part because part of the, like, pleasure of Infinite Wealth is going into that from Gaiden and getting to see just what a contrast Kasuga Ichiban is as a character. That he is not just a super, super different character in terms of his affect and his history and everything, but the scenarios they put Kasuga in are scenarios they would never put Kiryu in, right? Like, he gets into shit that Kiryu would not for a million different reasons, and then once they team up together, it's super charming and interesting. And I feel like I get the proper, like, character dynamic from them, which I was thinking about this, like, what is it that makes them so fun together in Infinite Wealth? And I realized last night, I'm about 15 hours into Infinite Wealth. I have gotten to the same point you were at the first time you talked about it, which is Kiryu has told everyone he has cancer. And so I'm in chapter 4, and we're kind of dealing with that. But anyway, the thing I was thinking about last night as I was going through, because there's a great scene where you're trying to get into this place called District 5, and you're talking to this shitty cop, and the cop is being shitty to Kasuga, and Kiryu finally steps forward and takes control of the situation and solves it with a couple of punches. And I realized, okay, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is like if someone made a Superman game, but you played as Jimmy Olsen. and Superman was in your party. He's following you along. He's doing what you tell him to do, but you're Jimmy Olsen. And it's the greatest idea for a fucking video game ever. Someone make that Superman game, because Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, I love it. I love the idea that you are Ichiban Kasuga, and you are walking around and you're just a dude. You've got muscles, you got a big bat, but you're a dude. But here in your party, your support member is Kazuma Kiryu, who is effectively this world's Superman. What a great idea for a video game, Sean.
Yeah, it's incredible. And the choices they make with, like, Kiryu is just a wildly overpowered character in that game, like with his default job. Like you eventually you get to like put other jobs and stuff on him, and that's fun. But it always, whenever I was like, okay, now I need to continue the main story, let me put back his Dragon to Dojima moveset back on, because it's the most powerful thing in the game. Like, his regular moves are as powerful as other people's big special moves they have to use, like, magic points on. He's got 3 different styles, his Rush style, Brawler style, and B style, and all of them are crazy. His Rush style allows him to do 2 fucking attacks in 1 turn. It's just like, they just make him so wildly overpowered in the gameplay as well, that like it's there, the whole game feels like it's in on that dynamic. It's not just a narrative thing of, oh my god, I've got the Dragon of Dojima and he's just sort of like chilling out in the back, kind of letting me take the reins on this. But it's also in the gameplay sense you feel it. And yeah, that scene you're talking about with the cop is one of my favorite scenes of the game, because that's where it's the first time in a while that you get that sense of the worst experience any person can have in the world of Yakuza / Like a Dragon is being punched by Kiryu in a cutscene. You don't want to get punched him in the gameplay. Getting punched him in the cutscene is a life-altering event that, like, whenever it happens to a motherfucker in a cutscene, it's like their whole outlook on life changes. It's so funny, because he just uppercuts that cop like 8 feet into the fucking air. He like somersaults over, and then his attitude is wildly different past that point, and I just love that shit. It's like, it's
so good.
Yeah, that's, the Superman comparison, we're not the first to make it, but it's
they make it in the game. Your other party member, Tomizawa, starts making that comparison. When he confesses he has cancer, Tomizawa is like, this is like, what do you do when it's Superman who has cancer, basically is what he says. And it's
Because that's what it is. Like, he's just this, like, impossible man who is just, he can solve any problem as long as you get him in a room and he can punch it. Like, that's one of the things that's different with how Kasuga's plot lines are written, is that Kasuga can't just punch the problems in the face and fix them. Kiryu absolutely can. You got to get him in a room, or on top of a roof or whatever, and as long as he can get there and punch the problem will be fixed. The problem is how do we get to the scenario where that can actually happen?
Indeed. And, like, the other thing about playing Infinite Wealth now, I really like kind of my personal experience with the game so far, because I think it lines up. My Jonathan Lack perspective on Kazuma Kiryu, having played 7 and Gaiden, is roughly analogous to Ichiban's perspective on Kiryu, which is that I know this guy a little bit. I've hung out with him. I've seen, like, his current circumstances. I know his personality and I know his abilities. I don't know all his history. Kasuga doesn't know everything about the orphanages. He doesn't know I know some things from you telling me. I don't know about the time he spent being a taxi driver and, all that stuff. I don't know all of Kiryu's history. But here's what I know about Kazuma Kiryu. I know he is the coolest dude in the world. I want him to be my dad. I want him to be my friend. I want to hang out with him. And there's that early part in Infinite Wealth where you're going around Hawaii with Kiryu, and he's your only party member. And so everything you do is with him, and I would be going to shops, and I would just constantly be buying him gifts and, like, buying him drinks and stuff, because I think in the real world, that's what I would do. I would be, like, desperately trying to get Kiryu to be my buddy, and I feel like that's Kasuga's exact mindset, is like, this dude is my fucking hero. I don't know him that well, but I know I worship the ground he walks on, and I want to give him stuffed animals from different Hawaiian shops, just in case that's the thing that gets him to open up to me, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm very happy that Yakuza 8 or Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is having the appropriate effect on you, because that is what it's supposed to feel like. Because it is someone who obviously comes from having played all of the Kiryu games up to that point. Part of the fun for me was just getting to see this character I know in and out through such a different lens, because it is like seeing Kiryu through Kasuga's eyes, which you got some of in 7 as well. You just get a lot more of it here. is so cool, and it just gives you a very different lens on who he is as a person, and that becomes a big thing through the game, especially in the second half when you'll get the party split, and Kiryu will take like kind of one half of the story, Kasuga takes the other half of the story, and just getting to see the contrasts and how you get to learn so much about these two people by juxtaposing them together. It's a really cool effect.
It's awesome, and it's just, it feels like, I don't know if this was ever in their plan when they made 7 to eventually bring Kiryu back as a playable character, but like it feels like the absolute right move of having established Kasuga. If you've got Cosmic Kiryu waiting over here in the corner, like, do it. Do the peanut butter and chocolate together and, like, make a game about these two very different protagonists you've written together, because it makes Kasuga, I feel like, stronger as a character to bounce off him in all these ways, because they've written, and I think it's to their credit that they wrote a new protagonist good enough to stand alongside Kiryu. That cannot be an easy thing, especially having the number of Kiryu games they had made before they got to 7. It's no small feat. But yeah, a couple other things to say here with Gaiden specifically. That one also, the plot, particularly in the last half, revolves around the dissolution of the different Yakuza clans from 7. And I liked revisiting that, in part because I didn't remember all the details from back when I played 7, so it was a nice reminder of all that. It also felt like it was important to see Kiryu's perspective on all of this, given this is the dissolution of these, like, groups that he had, one of which he was the chairman of briefly, but he has, like, been around for so long. It probably, especially like for you, Sean, it's like, okay, it's good to get Kiryu's perspective on all of this because he's so crucial to it.
Absolutely, yeah. I felt like it was a needed thing to have Kiryu's take on all that, for sure.
And then also, you get to see way more detail of it, because in 7, Kasuga kind of comes into that at the tail end of it and helps out a little bit at the end. I like how they've rewritten it in Gaiden. This is all retroactive, obviously. It wasn't planned, but like, Kiryu was way more involved in that than you imagined, and he had to punch a lot of people out before anybody got to that meeting room to do the actual dissolution announcement, and he had to punch a lot of people out afterwards that Kasuga didn't even see, and it's very, very good stuff. And of course, you get more moments with all of the other characters who, again, I don't really know that well, but I enjoy seeing. That moment, it's in 7, it's replayed in Gaiden, when Kiryu comes into the room, and he's introduced through his fist punching someone in a cutscene, someone having a bad day. And then it cuts over to Majima going, ha ha, I knew you weren't dead. I love that. I just love that little reaction from Majima being like, of course he's here. That guy's never gonna fucking die. He's gonna outlive us all. It's great.
Yeah, I do love one thing that this feels so appropriate for that game, because it felt weird to me in 7, like how kind of easy it is for them to dissolve the Omi alliance and the Tojokai and then just like walk away from it. And I love that they totally like retcon that shit as like, no, like Kasuga was only involved in like 10% of that fight, because the real fight kind of happened after all of that, and that's where Kiryu got like serious, because it is like, when you're coming from the Kiryu games, the notion of like, oh, we are dissolving the fucking Omi alliance, the absolute shitstorm that would cause when you're used to like, Kiryu on the regular deals shit with like, here's 100 dudes in fucking black suits running out into the street with fucking like katanas and shit in the storming the streets of Kamurocho, and Kiryu has to go punch them all in the face. Like, that's such a level of like epic confrontation that like 30 dudes in a room just doesn't really kind of get across. And then the huge just like struggle and push to finally just like put this down, both with like the number of people, and then there's the one character who's sort of like the antagonist of the game, who, is sort of like stands in for so much of like what the Yakuza is. It is the thing that Kiryu has to sort of like crush in order to get this thing to go all the way through. Like, that just feels like such a more full way of expressing that plot point in a way that's not really an issue with 7, because 7's not really about that stuff. That's just one piece of...
And Kasuga doesn't have the same level of attachment to it, so...
Yeah, but it feels really fantastic to be able to get like the full version of that story through Kiryu's perspective, because Kiryu's entire life has been involved around this shit, even if he only has technically been a member of the Yakuza for like basically most-ish of 0 in like the first like 10 minutes of 1. In the very end of 1, and then he's like, no, and now I'm not going to be Yakuza dude again. But his whole life, even when he's not a technical member of Yakuza, has just been entirely revolved around how do we get this Tojo clan shit sorted out.
Indeed. My favorite retcon they do is the fight before they get to the location.
Yes.
Is they have Watase, the captain,
Yes.
The leader of that group, get stabbed in the gut. And then there's this great scene where Akane comes in with all her like makeup and like gets him ready to look right because he's not stabbed at 7. This is a total retcon, but they do it pretty cleanly where it's just that they've got him looking good enough that he can plausibly act like he wasn't stabbed. And then as soon as like Kasuga's part of that cutscene ends where 7 like dipped out, he's like, oh god, it's bleeding again. And then we have to deal with that again. It's fucking brilliant. And of course we get a everybody has their shirts off ending. And that final fight between Kiryu and Shishido, the music, it's 2 big pieces back to back that are fucking incredible. I keep listening to them on the soundtrack, and they are such good hype music. That's great. The ending song is nice. And then my favorite thing is, and I don't know if this comes from somewhere else in the world of Like a Dragon, but the final song in the credits is a piano cover of Amazing Grace. It was very surprising, and I also found it like very moving, given what the end of that game is about and what it is about for Kiryu and like his whole like journey of moving forward.
Yeah, I can't remember if Amazing Grace ever came up in any of the earlier games. I think that's just a like we're gonna do something cool. It's like a very like stylish kind of choice. I had forgotten that they had done that, but it is very cool.
Yeah, but anyway, Gaiden is great, and then Infinite Wealth. I love it so much. It's a really, you said this at the time, it's a weirdly structured opening for the game. Because it took, I think it was about 6.5 hours in before I finally got to a point where they essentially set me free. There's some gameplay early on. There's that little mini dungeon you have with your buddies in Yokohama. And you have a couple of moments where like it sets you in the city, but it's like to go on rails to go do the next thing. You're not free to go do sub-stories and mini-games and stuff. But I got to the point where you're with Kiryu in Hawaii and you're able to go do some sub-stories and mini-games, and that took like 6.5 hours. And most of that 6.5 hours is cutscenes and scripted events. And that sounds like it should be a disaster. I loved every second of it because it's all very good story stuff, but it is weirdly structured. Like the first chapter is almost like the Gaiden version of 7, but for Kasuga. It's like a follow-up epilogue to 7 about his life afterwards. And you kind of get the band back together. You get his 3 main party members, Nanba, Saiko, and is it Adachi is the Akio Otsuka character? Yeah. You have all of those characters. There's a long event where Kasuga is trying to get Saiko to date him, and he says, let's just say he says the wrong thing on a date, which is an amazing
He says
scene.
like 100 of the wrong things.
Yes.
Like it's just like I've never seen a better written version of like this dude just can't stop himself from stepping on his own foot, and he just does it. And every single fucking phrase is worse than the one that preceded
Yes.
it. It's not surprising that Psycho then is like, doesn't really know what to do about this like weird sort of relationship with Kasuga after that.
And it's a really weird thing to do in the opening hours of your game, but I like how much it like gets you back into the rhythm of who this character is, because it's been a couple of years. There's been a lot of games in the interim. I think that opening does a really good job reminding you of why you loved Kasuga, that this is the kindest fucking person in the history of video games. Like, he is so deeply good, but he's also a little bit of a Job character. The world is always shitting on him. He's always down and out. And, seeing all of that, it's really great. I love his party. They're so charming. I like seeing all of that. And there's a lot of shoe leather to get you out to Hawaii, although I very much get the sense that these are all pieces of story that will come back in one form or another. Like, none of it feels random. So I'm excited to see how all the things connect. The inciting incident of the game being Kasuga being called out by a VTuber is not something I expected to see, but it is delightful. So there's all of that. But I love it. I love the storytelling. And on that Psycho thing, there's also an interesting thread in this game so far that I'm curious to see where it goes, of taking pretty frankly that Kasuga is in his 40s, but hasn't really lived an adult life.
Yeah.
And they're really serious about it, because that's in the first game as well. But the first game, he's in the shit from the moment he gets out of prison. So he doesn't really have time to reflect on that. But in this one, it's reflecting on the fact that he went into prison as a kid. He's never dated anyone. So his whole thing with Psycho, he's an idiot about it, but also, right, he was, in a homosocial environment in prison for 18 years of his development. He doesn't know what any of this is. And he is rehabilitated in some ways, and in some ways he's very much a little kid in a grown man's body. And I think all of that like exploration they're doing with him is really touching and interesting, and I didn't quite expect, but I love it.
Yeah, because the I think from a like big scale plotting perspective, the opening of the game can feel a little clunky because it has like so much stuff it needs to work through. But it is setting up so many powerful themes and ideas, and this is all the stuff that the game is about. Like, this game is so much about like what it is to rehabilitate people, like what it is to forgive somebody. And you know, those are all relevant themes in 7 as well, but I think 8 just like really doubles down and goes really deep with it. And yeah, it's got the game has such a big heart in thinking about the experiences of these people who have been in prison for most of their life, or who can't, you know, be able to find a job, can't support themselves, are not given an opportunity to be able to sort of reintegrate into society and just sort of cast aside. And all of that obviously is set up from the very beginning, but it is like the game follows through on all of that. It is what the game is about on both sides of it. And it's why you need to have the two protagonists, both of whom are people who have had that experience, right? Because one of the reasons why they do that plot point with Kasuga in 7 is that it reflects what happens to Kiryu in Yakuza 1. So both of them are people who have had huge chunks of their adult lives taken away from them. They're also two people who cannot or struggle so deeply to reintegrate into society. That's like Kiryu's whole thing, is he just can't really manage to do it. And he never really does. You know, like he's now a grandpa basically, and he's never really properly integrated into society. The closest he got was when he was a taxi driver in Fukuoka, and that didn't really work out very well for him for very long. And so, yeah, like getting to see these two different characters who are two different ages, kind of two different generations, both struggling with these kind of issues, and Kasuga trying to like kind of push forward into the future, and Kiryu reflecting back on the past that he has had that has led to this point. Like, all of those things are, the game has so much follow through on those ideas, but it all is set up in a very long but very thoughtful intro.
Yeah, I'm loving it. And then once you do get the game opening up in Hawaii, this game was programmed by lunatics, and I love it to death. I love that running around Hawaii, and here is where they understand the difference between Kasuga and Kiryu, is Kasuga just has a dedicated button on the controller for waving at people and saying aloha and doing his hand moves. Yep, yeah. Doing that. And there's a whole friend app that comes from that, and you get to do that. You get a fucking, like, Segway that you ride around the island on, and it is so smooth and fun and awesome. There is a crazy taxi minigame, but it is for delivering food, and that is very addictive and fun. I just got this morning, Sean, the Sujimon tournament. And... Yep. Oh my god, I'm glad I watched a little bit of Pokemon in Japanese last year, because there are so many puns in the Japanese dialogue based on basically the theme song to the original Pokemon.
Yes.
It's so good. And like, I did the Sujimon gotcha machine. I have no idea how that works within the fiction of the game, but it's amazing. There's like so much stuff in this game. And then of course there is the main combat system. And I was kind of curious. I had fallen so in love with the Gaiden, you know, brawler fighting system, that I was curious how I would feel going back to the JRPG stuff in Infinite Wealth. And one thing that is amazing is how seamless it is. Like, it is a JRPG thing, but it feels like Yakuza through and through and through. Mm-hmm. Like, and I think they've added a bunch of stuff in Infinite Wealth that makes that feel even, like all the stuff that is like about kind of placement within the world that makes it feel even more like Yakuza and makes it feel more seamless. And like all the JRPG mechanics, this is stuff I loved so much in Yakuza 7, and having it here of all the ways they make the world come alive through Kasuga's weird imagined way of seeing the world as a JRPG. It's just amazing. It's so silly. It's so glorious. You know, I had a moment where I was out on the beach and I'm getting coconuts from trees, and then I shake a coconut tree, and a dude falls out dressed as a coconut. The screen blares into the battle screen and just says asshole across the screen, because that's who this guy is. He's an asshole. And then I have, you know, my friend Tomikawa come down on the ground and use a fucking car battery to electrocute the dude and all of that shit. And I'm like, this is so silly, but it's so good. And I haven't even gotten to like unlocking the job system yet. I just unlocked weapon crafting. So there's a lot like still to get into, but it is so fun. I think it's also interesting for me now to see the differences between the two systems, because I remember you saying this when we reviewed Yakuza 7, that you loved the JRPG stuff, and I asked you how it compared to the Brawler stuff, and you said you thought like the one thing holding the JRPG side back was just the like running around the town and getting into random fights is more fun with the Brawler stuff because it's just a little quicker and more expressive, but that like the bigger boss fights and stuff are more strategic and interesting in the JRPG combat format. And I think that's true. Like, I think Infinite Wealth already is a harder game than Gaiden is because like it punishes you more. You know, Kasuga is a weaker character. It has to account for having leveling and all this stuff. And I probably do just like if you're running around town, it is probably more fun to just be Kiryu and wail on people. But I think they've done some important things to speed up the combat and make it even more fun in Infinite Wealth. And overall, I just love that both of these styles of combat exist side by side in the same series, because no other series on Earth would think to do this, and it's so cool.
Yeah, and I think that they just made, you know, like the Infinite Wealth version of the combat is not, you know, totally redone or anything from 7, but you could tell with 7 that it was their first attempt at that kind of thing, and there were just like a couple of rough edges. I think Infinite Wealth just made a lot of very smart choices. Little things like the physical placement in the world and being able to move around, and the like, you know, area of effect of different attacks and stuff like that. There's just a better sense of it being fully integrated into the very like present physical reality of the world, which is one of the things that's cool about this system, because it's born out of an entire framework made for real-time brawler action combat. All the turn-based stuff takes place in a framework that is built for that. So it's just, you know, there's no extra little menu screen you go to. It's just, you know, you're walking around, and then now we're just fighting in the streets, and all that stuff is so smooth. Yeah, all that's phenomenal. One other thing that I love about it's both 8 and it's Gaiden. It's really all of these games, but it feels particularly with these ones because, you know, they're so new, is that they're able to put so much stuff that feels very like topical and actually relevant in these games, which is a thing that video games have lost the ability to do for the most part, because games take 5 to 8 years to make. You know, it's the thing I'm super curious in GTA 6, because GTA has always been attempted to be a topical series, and it's one of the things that 5 failed at, was 5 felt like 5 years out of date by the time that video game fucking released.
My God, can you imagine how much like dumb like 2016 early Trump years parody shit we're going to get in GTA 6? How many times are people going to say the word woke in GTA 6, do you think?
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that they're going to stylistically move away from that stuff. That's my hope too, because Red Dead Redemption 2 was such a different tonal game than even Red Dead 1, that I'm hoping that will reflect in 6. We will see. But for Yakuza, like, these games, both Gaiden and 8/Infinite Wealth, are so fun, partially because they feel so current. So you've got, I know you tweeted about this in Gaiden, but I just want to shout it out. Gaiden has one of the greatest side quests in the history of video games, which is the fucking one with the two young people who want to date, and they're just sending messages through fucking Chat GPT, basically. And it just keeps on giving them awful, terrible answers. And all the jokes...
It's more than that, Sean. It's called Shoot DDT, and the first half of the side quest is the dude is trying to figure out how he can like show off for his girlfriend, and it says, go jump off the bridge, and so you have to stop him from jumping off a bridge. And then there's one where he's like, pick a fight in the street with the biggest guy you can find, and you have to stop him from getting beaten to death by this Yakuza dude. Oh my God, Sean, I was describing this quest to my brother on the phone the other night, and I was dying laughing. It's so good.
Yeah, the fucking shit where it's like it literally tells him to go jump off a bridge. And the way they, you know, this obviously partially is like also the localization team knowing how to like word that stuff that it feels like bad AI responses in English. You know, and I'm assuming that the Japanese writing did it for how that stuff reads in Japanese, but it does a good job of feeling like actual AI like slop that feels like you can see where it's like, whoa, women like tough guys. That it's just pulling like random blurbs from different things and creating this awful shit. There's that great joke, I think, at the beginning of that where Kiryu the guy's like, well, yeah, just try it out here. And Kiryu's like, oh, hey, like, what's something good for me to eat around here? And it starts reading like all these random factoids about restaurants, but is not actually answering the question about like, where should I go eat? It's just telling him, oh, well, takoyaki was invented in 1850. So it's like, no, okay, like, where's the actual... It is just the way it sort of points out how useless and pointless this technology is hilarious. And then you get to 8, and 8 has all the stuff with the Tatara channel, with the VTuber, which that shit's fucking amazing. It's so good and on point, and that shit's like very central to the plot as well, and it comes back and it's a big thing. But just the idea of the VTuber stuff being in a game already, when that's, you know, like a long-lived VTuber is like a 5 or 6 year old VTuber who's still streaming. You know, like it's still a very kind of new phenomena, especially in the current form it's in, which is the streaming focused form, because VTubing started as pre-edited videos. So it's like, this is so on point with what VTubers are like now. And it makes sense because Sega has partnered with so many different VTubers. Korone is like the Sonic ambassador and all that kind of stuff. So they're like involved in that world. But it's so cool to see it actually in a video game while that is still relevant and it's not just like a fad or something. You have the Crazy Taxi thing, which is a big Uber Eats parody. There's just so much stuff like that throughout the whole game, where it feels so on point, relevant to what's actually happening, and it doesn't feel wildly out of date. And it's just so nice to have that in a video game, because video games used to be like that. I mean, you know, it was dumb because it was the early 2000s, but it was still relevant to what was happening when those video games released, even if it was dumb early 2000s humor. But back in like the PS2 days, that was like a regular thing you expected a video game to feel like, was that it was part of the current culture. And now so many video games, I think, is almost one of the reasons why they are, you know, we don't get a lot of video games set in contemporary time these days, is because what is the contemporary year in which this game is going to come out is a mystery. So it has to be a fantasy thing, or it has to be historical, or it has to be something like that. Because, I mean, when was the last time you played a game where you just was GTA style, it was set in the current day and in modern city, where you're driving around in a car and doing all that kind of GTA shit? Like, Yakuza is one of the only games still doing that shit right now, certainly on this budget level.
Well, and speaking of the budget level and everything, another thing I wanted to say about this game is that it's gorgeous. It looks so nice. And I'm playing the PS5 version. It's obviously still playable on PS4 and basically everything. But, you know, it's got HDR. It's running in 4K, 60 FPS, all of that stuff. And, like, you know, I feel like I'm getting radicalized against modern Western AAA games because, or even some Japanese ones like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because that's my most recent point of comparison. And, like, is Yakuza Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth as graphically advanced as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? God, no. I think it looks better. I just flat out think it looks better. I think, like, it's all, like, you know, simpler graphics, but it gets to be a nice high resolution and a high frame rate and have really nice colors. The art direction is amazing. Hawaii is such a detailed environment that they've built, going into any of the shops, where I just got to the mall for the first time, and it's just a full-ass shopping mall. Like, there's so much cool stuff. It looks great. And I wish a lot of developers who are spending 8 years making a game would look at stuff like this and be like, you can just not. You could just make something that looks nice. Like, because that's the thing is, when you have something like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it's pushing the envelope in some ways. I think it's kind of an ugly game in a lot of the actual gameplay.
Yes.
The cutscenes look nice. I think a lot of, like, because there is no mode that properly balances frame rate and resolution, and because, like, the textures are all over the place and all this stuff, it's just kind of ugly. And obviously there are some games that take a long time to make that do look gorgeous. You know, your God of War Ragnarok or something like that. But, you know, I think the most impressive games of this generation have so far been take a step back from what is the most technologically cutting edge and make something really good within the actual power profile of the thing you're programming for, like all of Insomniac's games for the PS5. And I love that stuff.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I want a PS5 Pro, is just because the image quality for so many of those games have been sacrificed so hard. The resolution is, like, really low, and then it's being upscaled using your whatever FSR2 or something like that, and you've got just this very ugly, mushy look to so many games just on the raw image quality level. Something like Yakuza 8, it's, you know, using fundamentally kind of like old technology. It's not going to have fucking ray tracing and all the fancy bits and bobs in there, but it looks fucking clean, man. Like, it looks like a proper image. And I'm not sort of looking at it in kind of, wincing at all the weird ghosting and shit like that. Like, God, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has such a terrible ghosting problem on so many different places and graphically. And yeah, there's something definitely to be said about the much more kind of conservative but well-worn approach that the Yakuza studio has always taken. And it means that their resources are used where it's most important, which is making really fucking great-looking character models. They have, like, the best-looking character models, anything that's not, like, a Naughty Dog game or something like that. That animates so well, particularly in the cutscenes. And then having, not super gigantic, though Hawaii is very big, like, by the scale of their maps. It's easily the biggest map they've done. But still, it's compared to the map size of fucking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I mean, if you tied all of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, looked at the total square mileage of that game, it's gigantic. By that comparison, 8 is incredibly modest with just Hawaii, and then you get Yokohama, but that's a reused location that's been, sort of like sprinkled up a little bit with some nice fancy new bits and bobs. I will take Yakuza 8 any day of the week. Like, it feels like the art design is able to be at its best because they're able to take a chunk out of what the studio can actually manage rather than trying to go beyond the scope of what they can realistically do and end up with this thing that you're just looking at saying, well, man, it will be really nice when this game is, gets a remaster on the PS6 and all of these like bad graphical edges are kind of like worn off and it's a nice full presentation. Like, that's how so many games look like these days, and it just gets very frustrating.
And, like, I get the PS5 Pro point, but this isn't a problem hardware's going to fix long term. That'll, like, paper over it for a couple of years.
Yes.
And then it'll just start again. Like, the bigger issue is I think developers need to scope their games differently. Because I am becoming pretty convinced that this model that we're coming into where, like, a developer might get one AAA game out on a console generation, and that's it, is just not tenable. It's just not tenable for the future of gaming. It's not like jobs are not going to survive that. Players are not going to stick around. The idea of console generations is not going to survive that. There's a level of frustration with the PS5 and Xbox Series X out there that I don't think you and I have, but I think a lot of more casual fans think this thing is a fucking ripoff because there's so little that is not playable on your PS4 or something like that. And, I think, like, when I play something like Yakuza, I'm reminded, like, it doesn't have to be that way. And obviously Japan has a different valence on this in general. We're going to talk about the Nintendo Direct in a little bit. Why has Nintendo stomped this generation? In part because they don't have that philosophy, and they have a mix of smaller games that don't take 8 years to make, and some big ones that do. And it's something that I think Western game development is gonna have to figure its shit out on sooner than later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Like a Dragon, I love it. I love all of it. It's so good. I'm having the time of my life, and I'm loving Infinite Wealth. Did you have any other stuff to get into, Sean?
I do want to talk about one other piece of stuff, because this is something I watched shortly after we did the last podcast, and I literally wrote it down for myself to be like, I want to talk about this on the podcast because it's just worth discussing. So I've continued to enjoy my watch through of the Sailor Moon series. I'm almost done with Sailor Moon R, which is the second one. I just got the Sailor Moon R movie and Sailor Moon S, the complete third season, which is a confusing thing because it's not the third season of Sailor Moon S, it's just the third season of Sailor Moon, called Sailor Moon S, but the box tells you it's the complete third season, so you have to kind of wrap your head around that. I just got those, so I'm continuing to very much enjoy Sailor Moon. But I'm not here to talk about Sailor Moon in general. I'm here to talk about one episode of Sailor Moon, which really stood out to me because it's a kind of anime episode you just do not see these days when you do not have here's an episode, or here's a show that's going to have 52 episodes in a year, and then it's going to have 52 episodes in the next year too, because we're just rolling on with this thing, baby. And that is the episode of anime that feels like they found an old script like underneath someone's drawers, and they're like, well, this show never got off the ground, but we can sure use half of this script and just write Sailor Moon characters in it. And this is episode 67 of Sailor Moon, or episode 21 of Sailor Moon R specifically, is the episode titled The Beach, the Island, and a Vacation, The Guardian's Break. And this episode is just one of the most fucking bonkers episodes of Sailor Moon, or of really any anime, and my mind was blown. To give you the context for this episode, I'm just going to outline what like 95% of episodes of Sailor Moon are like for people who haven't seen the show. Sailor Moon is a very episodic show. Almost every single episode of Sailor Moon starts with whoever your current bad guy is creates a new monster of the week that is going to be themed around some location or maybe a profession, depending on what phase of the show you're in. There'll be something like, oh, we need to corrupt all these different points around the city. So this week it's going to be a bakery-themed monster called Marzipan. They're going to take over bakery and make evil pies or whatever and turn people evil because you need to collect evil energy. And then so you have that, Marzipan gets created or whoever. Then you have the sailors, and something is going on with their lives. That means they're going to intersect with the evil bakery. They realize the bakery is evil. They go, Sailor Crystal Power, make up, and turn into Sailor Moon, do your whole transformation sequence. They get in a little fight. They're seemingly going to lose halfway through the fight. That's when Tuxedo Mask shows up. He throws a rose, gives a little speech, and goes, farewell, Sailor Moon. And then Sailor Moon goes, yes, and I'll defeat the baddies. They fight the baddie a little bit more, and then she takes out her moon rod, goes, Moon, Princess Halation, and swings the moon rod around and cleanses the monster. And depending on which part of the show you're in, it either turns the monster back into a regular person or kills the monster if it was not a transformed human. That's almost every single episode of Sailor Moon. It's an extremely formulaic show. I love the formula. It's a great show. This episode, though, immediately starts off on a slightly different foot, where at the very beginning of the episode, all the Sailor Senshi are together, and they're like, hey, where's Sailor Mars at? And one of them goes, oh, she's on a vacation. It's like, oh, well, we can't have her just be on a vacation. Let's go crash her vacation. And what they mean by Sailor Mars being on a vacation is that Sailor Mars is by herself on, like, a private uninhabited island in the middle of, like, the fucking tropics, which, just to be clear, Sailor Mars is, like, the local shrine maiden. She's not some rich girl. So how the fuck she ended up having a private retreat on an uninhabited tropical fucking island is an absolute mystery. But she's just there, and they're like, well, let's go to the island. And they all go to the island, and they bring Chibi Usa, who's this little kid who is basically the Sailor Moon version of Trunks. She's like from the future who's come back to the past, and that's like what's going on. The main plot is all about this kid from the future, Chibi Usa. They bring her along with them to go crash Sailor Mars's vacation on her random private tropical island apparently she knows about and can just go to in some way, shape, or form. And so they're there. While they're there, they're all playing on the beach, and Chibiusa gets washed away into the ocean when they're not looking, and she gets saved by a baby dinosaur, because there's just a baby dinosaur hanging out here. And to be clear, this is something that I kept on thinking, well, eventually they're going to show that this dinosaur was made by the bad guys and is like an evil dinosaur or a trap or something. This is just a baby dinosaur. It is a pure coincidence. It has nothing to do with the sailors, their powers, the moon shit, the bad guys. None of the fantasy stuff in Sailor Moon has anything to do with this, because the antagonists do not appear in this episode of Sailor Moon at all. It is just a fucking dinosaur, a little baby dinosaur that's like a little Loch Ness Monster dinosaur hanging out by this random uninhabited island in the middle of nowhere that Sailor Mars happens to know about. All the sailors realize that Chibiusa has gone missing, and this is when you learn how Sailor Mars got to this private island, is she fucking took a yacht by herself. It's just her. She somehow has a yacht, and somehow she, I guess, piloted the yacht to this island that nobody else is on, and you have one of my favorite sequences of Sailor Moon, where there's a scene that I swear it sounds like the voice actors ad-libbed these lines, where you have this big shot from like a distance of the yacht just sailing past, and you can see that it's Sailor Jupiter who is piloting the yacht. And I know I keep on calling them sailors. You have to understand, though, they're not called sailors because they sail things. They're called sailors because that's the style of high school Japanese girl uniform that was popular in the 80s and early 90s. So they're wearing sailor uniforms, but they don't actually sail. So you see Sailor Jupiter sailing this yacht. Sailor Moon goes, wow, Sailor Jupiter, I had no idea that you knew how to pilot a yacht. And she says, well, Sailor Moon, I can do just about anything, I guess, when I put my mind to it. And it's the most, like, don't think about it too hard line of dialogue ever. And it so sounds like the voice actors just ad-libbed it of like, I could do anything when I put my mind to it. Just don't think too hard about why a 14-year-old Japanese girl can just fucking pilot a yacht all on her own with no training whatsoever. So they're piloting their yacht. They run into the mama dinosaur that is like a giant fully sized Loch Ness Monster dinosaur. Again, that's just a dinosaur hanging out. It has nothing to do with any of the fantasy stuff. It's just a dinosaur. You find out that the baby dinosaur saved Chibiusa and then brought her back to its like little cave where it was born. And it thinks that Chibiusa is its mom because it's just a freshly born little baby dinosaur out of the egg. And so she's playing with the little baby dinosaur, and that's when you realize, they're not on just any island, they're on a volcanic island, and there's a giant volcano. And so the volcano starts erupting. And Sailor Mars gets a sort of like vision of, Chibiusa's on the island and is by the fucking volcano. We gotta go save her. And so the Sailor Senshi go, and they're fighting the volcano, basically. So they're, like, using their powers to, like, divert the lava to get it to go into the ocean instead of into this cave. The baby dinosaur and its mom get trapped in the cave, and Chibiusa is, like, really upset by this, and there's a giant boulder blocking the cave. And that's when Sailor Moon shows up, and Sailor Moon takes out her moon rod, and she goes, "Moon Princess Halation!" And she blows the boulder up, which is not a thing that Sailor Moon can do. Her special move doesn't, like, kill things, or it doesn't hit them. It cleanses evil energy. She's like a priestess kind of thing. You know, it's like a cleric casting healing on a boulder, and the boulder just fucking exploding. So this boulder just explodes. If Sailor Moon can blow up fucking boulders with her powers, I feel like these monsters should not be a big deal to her, because this is a giant fucking boulder she just basically disintegrates, and it's crazy. And then they save the dinosaur. And then they have to go back home, and so they sail back home on their private yacht that Sailor Jupiter can sail. Again, don't ask me how fucking Mars got to this place, as she can't fucking sail the yacht. I'm not entirely sure. And they say goodbye to the baby dinosaur and the mommy dinosaur, and it's never mentioned ever again. The end.
I was looking up this episode, and apparently it is not included on certain releases of the series.
Yes, this is a rare episode that was never dubbed by Dick in the original English dub of Sailor Moon, for understandable reasons, because it is fucking so weird. The slow creeping realization of, like, wait, are the bad guys just not going to show up this episode? Is Tuxedo Mask, I guess, he's just not in this episode? And the slow gradual realization of, like, this isn't an episode of Sailor Moon, is it? Because it doesn't have anything of Sailor Moon's formula or anything in it at all. In fact, all the Sailor Moon stuff just makes the episode so much more confusing, because you can't figure out how they got here. You can't figure out how they know how to pilot this yacht. You can't figure out how their powers are able to blow up this boulder, which they've never done before. You don't understand why there's a dinosaur here. You don't understand anything about it. And yet it is a profoundly entertaining episode of TV, because the whole time you're just actively trying to deconstruct and figure out, how did this happen? Where did this come from? I mean, there's one episode of the original Sailor Moon that has a similar quality to it. It's not as insane, but it's like a Haunted Mansion episode with a bunch of, like, Universal Monster horror parody things. And that one's a little bit more grounded. This one, though, it's fucking nuts. And it makes me, nostalgic for this era, where you would just watch a show, and then every once in a while you just get a random episode that is absolutely insane, feels like it does not belong in this show. You realize afterwards it's just, like, not sold on the fucking DVDs because everyone's embarrassed that it was even made. It's like the Kruger's Island of Sailor Moon.
I was about to make that comparison. Do you think someone who worked on Sailor Moon is going to make the elaborate 100-minute feature film version of this episode?
Oh my god. I'd love it. Please do. I would love just this very soulful, super introspective movie. Like, a whole hour of the movie is just Chibiusa with the dinosaur, and it's all just, it's so subjective from her POV, and she's this lonely kid from the future who wants to go back and save her future timeline of Neo Crystal Tokyo. And she doesn't have anyone else with her other than her magic transforming cat robot and Pooh, which is the time wizard, basically. It's just a sad kid who meets a baby dinosaur and has a good time. And dinosaurs just exist. They're just out there. We just haven't found them yet.
That's wonderful. That's awesome. All right. Sean, do you want to talk about the news a little bit?
What's going on in the news, Jonathan?
Well, we had a surprise Nintendo Direct this week. So this was Wednesday morning. I watched this. I took some notes. We're not going to go through beat by beat, but I want to talk about the announcements that interested me. And there were a lot. This was another year where the not E3 was really boring, and then Nintendo came in and kicked everyone's asses, and that's what they do. So you want to go through some of these announcements, Sean?
Sure. I mean, there's only one announcement that matters, but you can do some of the other ones also.
Okay, I'm curious which one, Sean. Okay, I think I know what it is, but we'll see.
They talked about one game that is one of the greatest games ever made, and then there's some Mario bullshit. There's a Zelda, fucking whatever. But there's one announcement that's important.
Okay, they announced a new Mario & Luigi game. This is the first Mario & Luigi in 9 years. That is not a remake or something. It is called Mario & Luigi Brothership. Brothership is not a word, but I do think it involves Mario & Luigi having a ship and sailing around the world. So I believe that's why it's called Brothership. That is coming out November 7th. The original developer of the Mario & Luigi games, something, Mercury Dreams, something like that. I forget what their name was. They shut down a couple of years ago. We don't know who is developing this. There was a report, someone asked Nintendo about this, and they said some of the original devs are involved. So we don't know the exact scenario. It looks nice. It's got a nice new art style. It is the first Mario & Luigi game for a home console, if you consider the Switch a home console. So that is interesting. Here's a big announcement that is cool. Hironobu Sakaguchi was there to announce Fantasian Neo Dimension. This is a new version of the RPG he made with Nobuo Uematsu, the composer, and a bunch of other people, obviously, for Apple Arcade. So it was exclusive to iOS devices, but it has been rebuilt for consoles. I did play a little bit of Fantasian on my iPhone when it came out, and I don't really like playing games that way, so I didn't stick with it, but it is really cool. The whole game is built out of like dioramas, basically. They built dioramas in the real world for every environment and then based the graphics on that. And then also it has a Nobuo Uematsu score. It has some cool ideas with the gameplay, but it is now coming to Switch and PS5 and Xbox and PC, so it's coming everywhere. And Square Enix worked with them on this, so this is the first time Sakaguchi has worked with Square in 20 years, and they're saying holiday 2024 for that, and I am definitely excited to check that out.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. There was an announcement of an indie game from a French indie dev that's only ever made one other game called Mio, Memories in Orbit. This gorgeous looking, like hand-painted Metroidvania-style game. We don't know much about it yet, but it was a really cool reveal. It will be for all platforms in 2025, but I wanted to shout that out because it looked awesome. Here's one that I'm really excited for. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. It is coming to Switch. This is the one that was made for the Wii. It was the first new Donkey Kong Country made by Retro, the developers behind Metroid Prime. And it's been in a weird state for a long time because the original Wii version is a great game, but it's got two problems. It's stuck on the Wii, so it's not in HD or anything. It does run at 60 FPS, so it looks nice, but also there were motion controls mandatory in that version of the game. So it's a little annoying. They did re-release that for the 3DS, and the 3DS version is great. It had a bunch of exclusive levels that are really good. The extra 3DS world is really hard and really cool. And it added control options so you don't have to do anything with motion controls. So a lot of people consider that, including me, basically the definitive version. But it has the limitation of being on the 3DS and being at 30 FPS and some of those issues. But now we are getting this version. It will be on Switch. It'll be the original graphics now in HD, but it will have all the 3DS exclusive content and presumably those control options. The Switch often has optional motion controls, but there are very few that make it mandatory, so I presume that will be that way. And that is coming January 16th, which means you'll have both that and Tropical Freeze on Switch, which is great because these are two fucking masterpieces, and I'm glad they will both be there side by side.
Yeah, it's good to have that kind of stuff be readily accessible because, yeah, like the Wii is just one of those consoles that, especially if it's, as with most Wii games, where the motion control is a very ancillary thing, that it's like a waggle input for what is effectively a button.
Yes.
It's good to get that shit off of that and available on modern consoles because, the Wii is just kind of a frustrating console to deal with in some ways with all that stuff. And the sensor bar and getting all that to work, it can be a hassle.
Even for emulation, obviously, because you'd have to anyway. Then we got something I've been excited for a while. The Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake was re-unveiled. This was announced years ago by Square. Mm-hmm. We hadn't heard anything about it for a while. They re-unveiled it here. It's coming November 14th. It looks fucking gorgeous. It is, for those who don't know, the same style of graphics as Triangle Strategy, Octopath Traveler, the Live Alive remake, but in the world of Dragon Quest, which means it's quite a bit more colorful, but you've got all that art in this, what they call HD 2D, which is this 3D pixel art style. Looks great. And then the surprise announcement is that probably why this took longer is they've done this for all three of the original Dragon Quests. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 will also be coming next year to complete the Erdrick trilogy, which is the original three Dragon Quest games. And Dragon Quest 3 is a prequel, so it actually makes sense why you'd put that one out first. and they will be coming to all platforms. This is not just Switch. It will be everywhere, and I am very excited. This looks awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited. It felt like this thing where you all kind of wondered, did this secretly get canceled at some point or something? Because it took so long to get more confirmation around Dragon Quest III remake. And I'm very curious what they're going to do with Dragon Quest II, because I think that's the only one of those games that would not play super well for a modern audience. Just it's like the navigation around the world and the hints they give you, figure out where to go next. Like that game is very rough around the edges in that way. It's kind of a game that when I played it, and I played like the Super Famicom remake, I think was what I played in Japanese. Like I needed a guide occasionally just to figure out what the fuck do I do? Not because of Japanese, because the Japanese stuff is super simple in those games. So I don't have a problem understanding that. It's just that kind of, slightly not as extreme of this, but sort of Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, sort of, okay, I guess I needed to sort of, really read between the lines and do a lot of like Columbo investigation work to sort of figure out that this thing meant I was supposed to go over here into this part of the map. I'm very curious if they do anything to smooth out some of that game.
I am guessing they will be sold together in the same way they always used to sell Final Fantasy 1 and 2 together.
Yes.
Because they knew no one's buying Final Fantasy 2 on its own. But if you buy 1, you might as well play 2 while you have it. And that's how we all played Final Fantasy 2. Or what we've played of Final Fantasy 2. But Dragon Quest 2 is not as bad as Final Fantasy 2. It's fine. But it's I think there are things they could do to fix it up, and we'll see what they do. But I'm happy they're doing this. This looks gorgeous. They announced some new stuff for the GBA and N64 apps, and I just want to shout this out because one of the games was Metroid Zero Mission. I think that's the best GBA game. I recently replayed that on my nice Analog Pocket. I don't really need the GBA app anymore because I have my Analog Pocket now, but it is there if that is your way you have to play GBA games on the Switch, and I'm glad it's there. They also added Zelda Link to the Past, the GBA version, which is already on the Super NES app, so you don't really need it for that. But that's the one that came with 4 swords, which if you remember, playing 4 swords multiplayer on your GBA meant having 4 GBAs and 4 copies of the game.
Yeah.
Now you can do it online with your Switch. That makes 4 swords, because 4 swords has always been a challenge to emulate and to get, and I am glad they have put it out for the world to finally play with.
Yeah, I remember because I played a lot of the GBA version of Link to the Past, and I constantly looked at 4 swords and being like, well, there's no way I'm ever going to be able to play you. Like, even as a kid, because this is when I was like 10 years old or something. But even then, the notion of like, we're all going to have our Game Boy Advances and we're going to have fucking link cables and all that shit. It's like, no way. Like, that's impossible. It's like it's the little kid version of trying to play Dungeons and Dragons as an adult. It's just not happening. I'm sorry. It's just too much of a hassle. And so it just felt like a video game that nobody could actually play is my memory of Legend of Zelda 4 Swords. Yep. So it's nice to have some kind of online access for that to make it somewhat feasible.
Absolutely. They also added Turok and Perfect Dark to the N64 app, so that's cool. And then, I'm assuming this is the one you were talking about, Sean, the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection announced?
Yes, this is the only announcement that matters. Fucking whatever. There's a Mario and Luigi, great. Have fun with that. This is Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics, coming 2024 to Nintendo Switch, PS4, and Steam. This was incredible. If you're someone who's like kind of not in the know on this, you might not realize how kind of like insane this announcement felt, but this just felt like it came out of nowhere because everyone assumed that these games would never be able to come out again because of the licensing nightmare around getting all the characters and all that stuff. Because this, just a summary of the collection. So this is the 6 Capcom fighting game crossovers with Marvel characters, which is X-Men Children of the Atom, which was all the X-Men characters, well, all the ones from basically like the 90s cartoon. It's actually very nice that it's coming out now with the new 90s X-Men cartoon thing because it's that era of X-Men. Then you had Marvel Superheroes, which was just general Marvel characters in that one. Then had X-Men versus Street Fighter, which is the first crossover one with X-Men characters fighting Street Fighter characters. You had Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter, which was many of the characters from the Marvel Superheroes game with Street Fighter character crossovers. And then you had Marvel vs. Capcom 1, which crossover any Marvel character and any Capcom character, even not Street Fighter. And then, of course, the one that is like one of the greatest fighting games ever made, and by extension, one of the greatest games ever made, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which was like the pinnacle of that era of team-up fighting games. So it's all of those, and they included a game that I didn't even know existed, but I assumed this was just a, hey, if we're doing the licensing deals, we might as well put this in here too. A game called The Punisher, which was a side-scrolling beat-em-up arcade game featuring, obviously, the Punisher. So it's a Marvel character, but developed by Capcom. So that is in there as well, along with online co-op for that. So this is your kind of... Capcom has done a couple of these collections. They did the Street Fighter 30th anniversary one. They did the fighting collection that had like some of the Darkstalkers games and Pocket Fighter and some of that stuff in there. And so this is kind of the same style where all the games have online multiplayer. There's a training modes, which obviously was not the original thing for these games because these are all the arcade versions of these games. They have multiple different selectable ROMs. So you can play like the Japanese ROM or the English ROM for some of the games, and there are differences for some of the games, depending on which version you're playing. They have done some work to make secret characters available or boss characters available to play, which some of these games, that has been something that was not possible unless you used ROM hacks. So they've like done some of that work as well. So it's a very like full, complete release of these games with additional material. It looks like super well emulated based on the trailers. They showed a bunch of trailers for each individual game. If you go to the Capcom channel, there's like little fun museum style extras in there as well, and some nice accessibility features. So it's just a really kind of premium style retro package here that Capcom has just gotten very good at. And that's all awesome. But the other thing is just, these games have not been accessible for a very, very long time. The last time Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was made available to people was the Xbox Live Arcade and PSN version in the 360 PS3 era, and that game has not been available for purchase for a long time because the licensing deal expired. So, like, there has been no good, like, sort of legal way to get almost any of these games in a long, long time, unless you want to go get like the Dreamcast version, or I own the original Xbox version of Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which is not a great version of that game, but it's something you can play. So unless you wanted to emulate this stuff, it was just not easy to do. And so there were a lot of big fan movements several years ago in the fighting game community to try to bring attention to, like, hey, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is one of the most important fighting games ever. It's an incredible game. It's so hard for people to get access to it nowadays, especially if you don't want to do emulation, which most people don't want to do. It's a pain in the ass. And even if you want to do that, you can't, there's no easy or good or particularly functional way to get that to really work that well online. It's just, that's not a great way to sort of try to get access to these games anymore. And it was just dead silence on Capcom. And there was like a huge campaign like 4 years ago, I think was when the free MVC2 campaign happened. It just felt like, reading between the lines, that it would just never happen. The licensing was too complicated. There are a lot of like old licensed games and Marvel games that you just can't get anymore. And so when this announcement came out, and it was not just Marvel vs. Capcom 2, it's all of those crossover games, and it's in the super high quality re-release with online multiplayer that has fucking rollback netcode, and it's on the Switch, the PS4, and it's on PC. Like, it's like these games were saved. They were pulled up out of the wreckage of something that they just could not really be played in a meaningful way, particularly in multiplayer, which is what these games are for. And you just get this amazing package of it. That is awesome. So yes. People should check these out. If you have not played, obviously MVC2, but any of these games, they're all so cool. This is like the specific kind of fighting game that I have a huge amount of nostalgia for, because it's the only kind of fighting game I played because I like Marvel characters. These games are rad as shit. They look awesome. The pixel art is incredible. The music is fucking amazing. And I'm very excited to be able to play all of these. And I really want to check out this Punisher game because that looked cool too.
Absolutely. I'm super psyched for this. You were able to explain it more fully than I could because I don't have as much of a history with these, but I definitely thought it was amazing. They started with the, gonna take you for a ride song at the beginning of the trailer, and I was like, holy shit, are they doing it? Because I had the same thought. Like, I think I had the Xbox Live version of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I just looked it up. That came out in 2009. It's been 15 years since these were made available, and some of these never made available on consoles. So this is awesome. I'm glad Capcom was listening. It looks like they've put all the work you would expect from them into this. So that's awesome. This will be a day one buy, I think, for a lot of us. That's awesome.
Yeah, and if you look at the sick new box art, they did continue the meme of Spider-Man and Morgan making sexy eyes at each other. Morgan from Darkstalkers, which is like a whole thing. There's like in the single player, I think it's MVC2. It might be Marvel MVC1. I don't remember which one it is. There's one of like the windscreen lines is Spider-Man fighting Morgan saying like, I'm going to have to tell MJ I'm going to be late tonight. And they very like, are you going to have sex with, because people don't know Morgan is a succubus. Like this whole thing with Darkstalkers are all monster characters. It was, and so there's a lot of fan art of Spider-Man and Morgan making sexy eyes. They were like in one of the box arts in the original game, they were kind of paired together. And if you look at their new box art, they've got a good version of Ryu and Cyclops doing the fucking Predator handshake at the front, which is awesome. If you look at the back, it's Morgan and Spidey making sexy eyes, and that's fucking amazing.
Well, now we know what they need to do for the next Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. I mean, they're doing all their crossover shit in those movies. I think that's what we need to do.
Look, it's a comics accurate version of Peter Parker, because comic Peter Parker is an absolute horn dog. Like he's like that dude is, he's got an issue, and it's like you don't see that in most of the adaptations. Insomniac Peter is not quite like that, but original Peter Parker, oh yeah, he'll go for it.
All right. Next on the Nintendo Direct was Super Mario Party Jamboree. I had to go back and remind myself what the Mario Party situation has been lately. We had Super Mario Party at the beginning of Switch. That's one of the top-selling Switch games. It was a really good Mario Party that just didn't get enough support post-launch. Like, it launched with not enough boards, but I think we all assumed they'll add boards. They never added... I think that game never got a single update. I think you can put in the cartridge, and it is like a 1.0... That's all that it ever got, but that game sold like 30 million copies because it's a Switch game, so, it was huge. Then there was Mario Party Superstars, which brought back boards and minigames from the other Mario Parties, which was really cool. That's the best one on Switch because it's just a lot of content. This is Super Mario Party Jamboree, so it's a sequel to Super Mario Party. It has a lot of new stuff. It does bring back some returning maps from the N64 games alongside new ones. It promises over 100 minigames. Sounds like it'll probably be a good Mario Party. Probably not as exciting as Marvel vs. Capcom. But that is October 17th. And then the big one no one was expecting, new Zelda game, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, out September 26th. It is a new 2D Zelda in the art style of the Link's Awakening remake, which is the one that looked like toys in diorama settings, but it is a fully original game where for the first time ever in a mainline Nintendo Zelda game, you play as Zelda herself. Link has been kidnapped, you're playing as Zelda, and she has a different playstyle with her wand, and it's a lot of mechanics that feel inspired by stuff from Tears of the Kingdom, where you can like summon items and move items and find, sort of dynamic user-generated ways around puzzles and rooms. It looks wonderful. I'm very glad to see the Link's Awakening remake art style used for something else because it was really gorgeous. But the Link's Awakening remake, I like it a lot. It's a good remake, but it doesn't really supplant the original Link's Awakening, which is kind of perfect to me. Seeing it with an all-new game and having Zelda finally be playable, this looks awesome.
It looks very cool. I can't help but wish they would call it The Legend of Zelda Wand of Gamelon 2. Because there is another Legend of Zelda game where you play as Zelda and she has a wand that's a man and her powers are magic, and it's The Legend of Zelda the Wand of Gamelon, or the Wand of Gamelon. And it's a proper mainline Legend of Zelda game, as is Faces of Evil, the Philips CDI games. They've got the fucking characters in there, and I just feel like those games have never gotten the respect from Nintendo that they deserve. And when you make a new Zelda game where you star as Zelda and you're playing as Zelda and she has magic powers with the wand and you don't call it Wand of Gamelon 2, I don't know. It just feels like you're spitting in the face of all the people who love the Wand of Gamelon, which is me.
Counterpoint, I think those games have gotten exactly the respect they deserve, which is none. Anyway, that would be funny. There was also Zelda's Adventure on the CDI that you played as Zelda. They could have called this Zelda's Adventure too.
Yeah, that's like a weird spin-off. That's not a mainline game, so it doesn't.
That's not okay.
Gamelon is mainline Zelda.
I gotcha. All right. They showed off, I think this was announced at the PlayStation event, but I want to talk about it again because we didn't get to talk about it, and it's the weirdest fucking game that's been announced this year. Lego Horizon Adventure, which is going to be on Switch, at least, and PlayStation. Is that coming to Xbox, or are they cutting out Xbox?
No, it is Switch, it's PlayStation, and it's PC.
Yeah. So it is a Lego game based on Horizon Zero Dawn. I have not played any of the Horizon games to completion. I think I should buy this and play it to completion just for the laughs of it being my only Horizon game.
Yes. This was a thing that it had been sort of leaked, but the thing, like a little bit before the announcement, but the thing that nobody knew was that it was also going to be a Switch game, because that's pretty wild. Outside of MLB The Show, the baseball game that Sony makes, which because that's a license through MLB for a while, that has been full multi-platform on Switch and Xbox. They have not done a game released on the Switch. And Xbox has had a couple, going back a while with like the Ori games ended up on Switch and stuff like that. So this is feels like a big line to cross. It does not surprise me that it's not on Xbox, because I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know why you would bother to, even if it wasn't the Sony thing. I don't even know why you'd bother to. Xbox is not going to buy this game.
This is a Lego game.
Yeah.
If you made a Lego game and you didn't put it on Switch, you should be fired. That's just a fiduciary obligation. It will probably sell best on Switch, even though it's a PlayStation exclusive, because it's a Lego game. That's where you want it.
Yeah, and if there was a just regular Lego game that ended up not getting an Xbox version, the Xbox people would maybe be upset, but I wouldn't look at that and be confused about why it wasn't on Xbox. I would just be like, well, I mean, yeah, of course it's not on Xbox. If it would be, they probably just did the financial calculation, decided that it wouldn't be worth it to spend the money on a port. But yeah, so it is Lego Horizon Adventures. I was impressed with how good the Switch version looks, because the PS5 trailer looked really good. Is because it's a UE5 game, so it's using a bunch of it's got ray tracing reflections and shit like that. And it just, obviously that stuff is not in the Switch version. It's still a UE5 game, but they're not using all those features. But it just looks like they've done a good job of making the game look really good, even with fallback solutions with more traditional rendering methodology. But the PS5 version looks like the Lego movie. It's got in fact, I'm probably not going to play this game, but I do like the way it looks compared to some of the other Lego games, where it doesn't have the thing that some of the Lego games do, where they're the Lego characters are a little bit too bendy and flexible in order to animate, and that kind of look that some of the Traveler's Tales games have. This has much more of a, it looks like it's animated almost stop motion Legos, kind of like the Lego movie was animated to look. And that's how I want one of these games to look. The whole world is made out of Legos, so you don't have weird Lego people running across video game levels, which some of the other Lego games used to kind of have that look. So I love the aesthetic of it. It's absolutely bonkers it's being made. I didn't pay too much attention to the Switch trailer, but the PlayStation 5 trailer I found very hilarious, because there's a whole narration on it that it took me a while to realize who the voice was. And then once I realized it's fucking Roth, Aloy's adoptive father, who gets killed the first 3 or 5 hours of Horizon Zero Dawn. That's the inciting incident of the main plot of that game, is her adoptive father gets killed and she goes on a quest across the landscape to track down the killers and stuff, is kind of how that game starts out. And so it's very funny to have Roth, Aloy's murdered father, be given this and Aloy, the legendary hunter, going off on her adventures. It's got that goofy Lego tone. And it's just very funny, because the Horizon games aren't some sort of super hard R mature kind of thing, but it's a fairly dark story, and Aloy is a very kind of stoic, very internalized character who goes through a lot of serious shit of the world being on her shoulders and her being raised as an exile, and she has serious trust issues with people, which is what the stories of both those games are about. And so it's very funny to hear, it's me and my buddies going off on a Lego adventure. And I love it. I love that that's the tone, because of course it is for Lego, and it's very funny to see the Horizon stuff. And it seems sort of silly and weird. The thing that makes it make sense to me from a, why would you do Lego and Horizon, is I think when you see the dinosaurs, the Lego
Yes, I wanted to say
sense.
this.
The dinosaurs look fucking awesome in Lego, and that's the thing that feels okay, from a narrative perspective, it seems very strange that you would do Lego Horizon. From a design perspective, though, Lego Horizon dinosaurs, robot dinosaur things, look so good and natural in Lego that they almost look like it's a Lego original thing. I can absolutely imagine a kid who's very young playing this game and just assuming this is a Lego original game with Lego dinosaurs, because it's just got that kind of Lego look when you see the way the robot dinosaurs look.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I thought this looked cool, and I have no affection for those games at all. I've never been able to get into them, and I'm sure they're fine. I just have never been able to get into them. But you show me Lego dinosaurs, and I'm like, ooh, that looks cool. So
yeah, it looks cool. And I think it's cool that Sony is trying out some different stuff between this and Astrobot. It feels like they're...
Yes.
I think, the industry, the video game industry is a big ship that takes a long time to turn, but it feels like you see them saying, okay, we're trying to turn a little bit more in that direction, have more projects like this, hitting a different demographic at a different budget level. It's like, good, because you need to be doing that. So it's nice to see these projects.
Absolutely. And final thing from the show I wanted to talk about is the final thing from the show, which was the re-unveiling of Metroid Prime 4, first announced at E3 2017, the first E3 after the release of the Switch. And of course, it went on a whole saga. This was originally being developed by Namco Bandai. Nintendo was not happy with their work, so they shut it down and gave it over to Retro Studio, who have been doing something in the last 15 years, but we don't really know what. They put out Tropical Freeze, and then they were doing something else that was rumored to be that Star Fox racing game that never came to fruition. And then they were handed Metroid Prime 4, and they are, of course, the original developers of Metroid Prime 1 to 3. And now we have it. It is Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. They showed off a brief trailer that showed us inside Samus's visor, showed us a little bit of the environment, used some music very reminiscent of the original Metroid Prime games, and showed Samus stepping out onto an alien world, and showed our villain, Sylux, one of the hunters from Metroid Prime Hunters, who is in a post-credit scene of Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, a game that will be 18 years old when this game comes out. So, yeah, it is coming 2025. They didn't give a firm date. I think we are all assuming this is a Switch 2/Switch 1 cross-gen game, given that it's 2025, but we shall see.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, the trailer doesn't have that effect of feeling like you're looking at, like, that does not look like a trailer for a Switch 2 game in the sense of, like, it looks like a Switch game. I mean, it looks nice. But yeah, I have to imagine it'll be a day and date thing with Switch 2, or who knows, who knows when the Switch 2, at what point in 2025 it will actually come out. But yeah, it looks good. Like, it looks like Metroid Prime, which is what obviously people want. Like, it looks like they're not doing something crazy. They're not saying, let's do Metroid Prime, but now it's like a third-person stealth action game or something. It looks like
they showed off
sticking to
scanning. They showed off scanning right away. So if you go up to an alien and you scan it, and that is the key thing. Like, the thing that separates Metroid Prime from the ones that don't get it is that it is you shoot in a first person, but it's not a first person shooter. It is a exploration adventure researching game. And so I knew they know what they're doing over at Retro. I know it's mostly different people now at Retro, but obviously that institutional legacy of these games survives within that studio.
Yeah, and you see, like, it's clearly they're locking on and doing all that stuff. That's like they're not turning it into like a Twitch action shooter or something, which is good. Like, it's there aren't a lot of other games like Metroid Prime, so it's nice that they're kind of sticking to kind of bringing back that classic style.
Yeah. I do hope they get Metroid Prime 2 and 3 out on Switch sometime before 4. It's been rumored for years that they have those lying around. We got Metroid Prime 1 remastered, and it's the most gorgeous thing on Switch. I think the rumor was 2 and 3 might be just graphical upgrades, not full graphical remakes, but that would be fine. I wouldn't complain about that. I just want them on Switch because they're masterpieces and they should be out there. But anyway, this will be a big game next year. I'm very excited for it. And overall, Switch doing pretty well for itself in its last year of life. A really good mix of, I think, the kinds of stuff you would expect to see at the end of a life cycle, like, your Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, but stuff that is very appreciated. And then some, like, genuine new stuff that is smaller, like Zelda Echoes of Wisdom or Mario and Luigi or whatever, but again, very appreciated. And then some big announcements that just whatever console you own, other sometimes than Xbox, you're going to benefit from, like Marvel v. Capcom, Fantasian, all of these sorts of things. The Dragon Quest III remake, all of that stuff.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. And then there's Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics coming 2024 to the Nintendo Switch, PS4, and Steam, which is amazing.
All right, Sean, you want to talk about some endings, anime or otherwise?
Let's talk about how things end, Jonathan. Let's talk about the end of things, death, the cessation of all things. All things are terminable. Everything has a limit. Nothing is forever. Let's celebrate that.
This does remind me that on episode 100 of this podcast, we did our top 100 stuff, and you are the lunatic who listed death as the number one thing in the world.
Yes.
Which definitely fit you in that phase. That's when you were wearing all the dark t-shirts, you had the black eyeliner, you were very goth, you kind of painted your face white, you looked like a Tim Burton character back then. Basically a male Jenna Ortega from Wednesday.
Well, no, I mean, that's also when I was born with the congenital condition of I had scissors on my hands, which I have eventually got surgically removed. But at that time, I still had them attached. It was a hard time in my life.
You had a hard time typing. That's true. All right. This is a really stupid tangent we're on. Sean, do you want to talk about our favorite anime endings?
I do want to talk about our favorite anime endings because this was a weird and very fun process making this list. Because anime endings are more complicated, I think, than anime openings because they can go to some strange places because that's not always the place where the anime has to do the big deal with your biggest J-pop star in the market and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes people don't pay attention to the endings as much, so you get to get a little wild.
Indeed. I have to say, I feel way more passionate about this list than I did the openings one. And it's hard for me to pinpoint exactly why. I think it is more common for an anime to have a good opening than a good ending, especially these days. But I think in the sweep of anime history, I think there are more like special good endings. I think a good ending can be even more special because, as you were saying, Sean, it's where you can be more playful or more emotive. And I think, most importantly, it's the note you send the viewer out on. It's the thing you leave them off with at the end of the week. And I think that sticks with you more than the note you start on. And so I find that, obviously I loved the 10 openings I had on my top 10 openings list, but there are some of those that I could exchange with other ones. And, as you maybe saw by me putting What Up People at number 1, I didn't feel super strongly about the ranking either. With endings, I have an emotional connection to this set of 10 that I don't think I quite had with openings. And I feel really passionate. The ranking came much more obviously to me for this one. I feel much more emphatic about it. These are just really special and personal to me, and I'm so excited to talk about them.
Yeah, and one thing that was fun so we did this a similar way we did the openings, where we you first created your list of 10 non-ordered and shared them with me so I could see what what you were sort of going to put on your list, ultimately not knowing what they were going to be ordered in, so we could still have fun and kind of surprises on the podcast. But there was so much overlap with what was my kind of tentative list at the time that I was like, you know what, because I had so many endings in consideration, and it was very hard for me to pare down 10, that I was like, well, I'm just going to take out all the ones that were going to be on my list, except for one. We had a little bit of a back and forth on kind of where this one was going to end up on which list, because there's one that I feel incredibly passionate about that's on mine, that was also on yours originally. But that meant that I went to the kind of my list and I was like, well, let's be a little more outside the box. Let's pick some other things. I definitely went a little bit similar with my openings of I was looking for that spice. It's not just what's a good ending. What's an ending that does some wild shit? And there's just endings that do some fucking wild shit that are very complicated. And it's hard to even sort of wrap your head around okay, how many different versions of this ending exist and how are they all used and all that. It was a very fun process kind of going back and looking at mine and kind of taking out some of the ones that were a little bit more obvious choices for me that you kind of took up, and it was okay, what's a slightly stranger choice? But I ended up with a list that I really love that is just, I think, as representative of my favorite endings as what would have been my list originally, that come at it from a slightly different angle.
Yeah, so we consciously chose, once we saw each other's, to not have any overlap. So I did take off one from mine that would have been very high, but it would have been slightly even higher for Sean. So I'm like, Sean can take that one. I replaced one, and then you replaced some, and I think we wound up with two very personal lists. Your list also, and I say this as 100% praise, is fucking weird, and I like that about it. It is fucking weird, and that is good, because sometimes endings are fucking weird, and it's great, and so I just think this is going to be a really unique one to go back and forth through, and man, we've got a lot of fun stuff to talk about here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I had to find lots of links, so many links that I forgot to include one originally on our shared list. I was like, oh shit, I have to put this on here because I already had 3 or 4 links there, but I forgot 2 of them. I'm like, oh, there's more versions of this ending that's a different ending, but it's the same ending. Yeah, it's complicated.
Indeed. But we've got a lot of good stuff to get into. So, Sean, why don't you kicked it off last time. I'll kick it off this time. We'll go in the reverse order.
Before we do that, I do want to just shout out a couple of honorable mentions because there was so much I wanted to put on here. And there were two ones really actually that I wanted to mention. One that I was just sad that didn't quite make it, but it just kind of got cut and I don't know. I just didn't have space for it, but I do love this ending conceptually so much, which is the first ending for Fate Zero, Memoria, which is a really good song. But it's the other side of it is I love them doing in the animation the different like paintings of the historical like hero figures from the show, just like done in the anime style with their versions of the hero characters. It's a great ending. It didn't quite make my list, but that's one I want to shout out. Another one I want to shout out as an honorable mention that really would be on my list, but I realized I just couldn't talk about this ending without spoiling a thing we're going to watch in like a month from Japanimation Station. And it allowed me to fit a very oddball choice onto my list. So I was like, let me just take this off, and we will talk about this ending a lot in like a month on Japanimation Station. But Michi Shirube, the ending for Violet Evergarden, is fucking amazing. It is an all-time great ending. It deserves to be on a top 10 list. But also, if I were to talk in detail about why that ending is so kind of emotionally resonant and where it's used, especially like where it's used in the movie, which is part of the reason why the ending's so good, it just gets into too much me trying to explain what I love about Violet Evergarden. We're going to have multiple podcasts about me explaining why I love Violet Evergarden, so I figured let me like save that spot for those podcasts, take Michi Shirube off the list, and that frees up my number 10 to be from a thing that nobody will fucking have watched that I'm very excited to talk about.
This is going to be great, yeah. A couple of honorable mentions for me. You're already going to see there's several Gundams on mine, but a couple Gundams didn't make it, including Forever Amuro, which is a perfect 70s anime ending. 10 years after from Gundam the 08MS team, which I love, and we used in our 10th anniversary podcast, so that one's very special to me. The ending for Cowboy Bebop, the real folk blues, not on mine, also great. It's not like I think, legendary the way Tank is, but it's a really good song. Love that one. And the most recent song I considered didn't quite make it. I think the most recent on my list is 2019. But one from just last year is the ending to Spy Family Season 2, Totome no Ichigeki by Vondi featuring Cory Wong. I love the song, but then the animation, which is all the like paper craft of the family dancing and playing instruments, that one is killer. Ending 2 to Hyoka, which is the one where they are all playing detective, came very close, but I had some other KyoAni ones on here that just kind of edged it off. And then here's one I only discovered like last month, but I just have to give it a shout out because it's so fucking good. I watched the first couple episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX in Japanese one afternoon when I was bored on Crunchyroll, and I had never seen them, so I'd never seen the Japanese themes for that show. The ending is a song called Genkai Battle by the band Jam Project, which is Hironobu Kageyama, the Dragon Ball singer, is the lead vocalist for. That song is amazing. The animation is like all these cards flipping over, but it's like, how were there not more Yu-Gi-Oh! Openings by the Dragon Ball guy? Because he's so perfect for it. If you think about how extra Yu-Gi-Oh! Is as a concept, especially Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, where they're at a fucking school for it, and then you think of how extra Hironobu Kageyama's songs are, that's a match made in heaven. That is the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Opening or ending I've ever seen. Better than any of the ones from the original series. So I have to give that one a shout out.
Wow, that's one I now have to go check that out. I've never seen
like
any Japanese Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. I have seen English Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, but I saw that when I was like 12. So
yeah, that one has an interesting opening.
I'll have
in
to
English.
Check it out.
Yes. All right, but the ending is great. All right, now should we kick into our top 10?
Yes, now we can kick into our top 10.
All right, my number 10. This is an ending that was only used once, one episode in its given show, but it is wonderful. And this is episode 3 from season 1 of Kaguya-sama Love is War from 2019. This is what we colloquially know as the Chica dance, or the song Chica to Chica Chica, which means super bright shining girl Chica, and is an amazing pun because it's 3 uses of the word Chica but meaning different things. And it is sung by Chika Fujiwara herself, the actress Konami Kohara, music by Setsu Fukushima, and lyrics by Maki Fukushima. And the ending, which is super famous because it is an amazing little dance, was storyboarded and directed by Naoyo Nakayama. And I feel like this ending is one of the core moments in forging the identity of this show, even though, but also maybe because of, it only appearing once. Like, Kaguya-sama, I think it's easy to take for granted once you get to, like, season 3 or something, how fucking weird that show is, especially in the beginning. Like, that show is aggressively weird in its early going. It's got this fast-paced, sketch-style structure, the comedic narration, huge number of cutaways. It's fitting in, like, 80 pages of manga in some episodes because it is going so fast, and it's kind of hard to get a handle on what is normality for this show early on. And then at the end of the 3rd episode, which the first episode doesn't have the ending theme, because it just has the theme song at the end of the first episode. The 2nd episode has what will be the normal ending theme. And then the 3rd episode, this is our 3rd ending in 3 episodes, is the Chica dance. And it's so crazy, because you get to the end of this 3rd episode wondering, what will the ending be this time? And Chika Fujiwara comes out and does this amazingly animated dance to this incredibly catchy song. It's all animated in one fluid shot with no cuts. It's done in 239:1 widescreen, and it is just the camera panning back and forth with her as she moves. It is so perfectly matched to her personality, even though we kind of barely know her yet. It's only episode 3. And the whole thing creates or furthers this expectation that I think is really crucial to Kaguya-sama as a show of anything can happen. We are going to bend a bunch of anime, tropes. We're going to bend filmmaking tropes. We're going to do all these crazy things, including Chika's just going to come out and do a fun dance. And there are plenty of fun dances in anime endings. We're going to talk about more of them on today's episode. But I love the kind of surprise of this one. Again, the song is catchy as hell. It is very fun to watch people recreate on YouTube, because while it's a very well choreographed dance, I think, to express Chika's personality, it's done in such a way that it feels like something a weird teenager like Chika Fujiwara would do, so it doesn't take any real dance expertise to execute, so it's very fun to take part in and see people recreate online. And it's wonderful. And it's this is the one that was off my list as an honorable mention before we made some changes. And I'm very glad I could include it as number 10 because it's a really special ending to me. I think about it a lot. It's bizarre as shit. I love it.
Yeah, it's a great ending. I mean, it's obviously it is in the tradition of another ending that will perhaps be on our list of the dancing ending that then also is well suited to the 21st century of being able to generate fan participation online and people doing their Odotte Mita or I Tried to Dance It videos, or dance covers in English, obviously, as well on just regular English language YouTube. And yeah, it is probably like, of that style of ending, it's probably like the technological peak of it so far. I mean, it is such a gorgeous dance. They clearly spent a lot of time choreographing it to be something that looks really good, but is also replicable by someone who is an amateur dancer, right? You do not have to be a professional dancer. You don't have to be it's not a fucking ballet performance or something. So it's something that really anybody could learn how to do, but it is a full dance. It's fully elaborate. It's a single take, so you just get to watch the whole thing. So it's easy to replicate in that sense. You don't have to try to fill in the blanks. It is definitely, there are other endings that do this, but nothing to that level of sophistication, which, it kind of makes sense that it is a very kind of special thing that Kaguya-sama did, and then they just sort of put it out there once, which almost makes it more special, that it's not the full ending that they use every single time. The fact that it was just at the end of one episode, I think, was a really canny thing to do, and it's just one of many things that Kaguya-sama does as a show that's very special. So I'm glad you have that ending on your list, because it was on my list of considerations, because it is absolutely fantastic.
Chika Fujiwara is our Lord and Savior. She's wonderful.
Yes.
All
absolutely
right.
Wonderful.
That's my number 10. Sean, what is yours?
All right. My number 10, if there is anybody listening to this podcast that can send me proof that you have watched this entire show before this podcast came out, I will Venmo you $100 because this has got to be the most obscure thing I have ever put on any list we have ever done on these fucking podcasts. My number 10 is the ending theme from a show called Watashi no Oshi wa Akiyaku Dejo, or I'm in Love with the Villainess, is an ending theme called OC Optimum Combination. This is a show that is so new. It finished airing near the beginning of this calendar year, so it finished airing in 2024. Man, how do you explain this? So just explain the show, because again, nobody listening to this will have watched this fucking show. This show is not that good. It's not like an amazing show, but it is a very fun watch if you like Yuri shows or girls love shows, if you want to think of it that way. Whereas about it is in this very particular subgenre of isekai style shows that are all about a woman reincarnating in the world of an otome game. That always is focused around the villainous archetype of those games, which is basically the Ojo-sama character, the girl with the like blonde hair that's like into curls, and they go oh ho 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 when they laugh. That character archetype. I love that character archetype. Everybody loves that character archetype. Japan loves that character archetype, and you can tell because there is an entire subgenre in the isekai subgenre in itself dedicated to either you become that character or you isekai into that world and then you get into a relationship with that character. And this is a lesbian relationship. So you have this woman who dies or whatever. You know, they never focus on that part, but she dies. Then she reincarnates into this world of her otome game. And then you have this character Claire there who is the quote unquote the villainess, but she's the rich girl or whatever. But Rei, the woman who reincarnated, the thing she liked about playing this otome game was not dating all the boys. She liked this character, even though you can't date the character in the game. And so she lives out her fantasy of wanting to date this girl Claire in this sort of reincarnated life. And it's a very pleasant show. Like it actually deals with like sort of like sexual dynamics and relationship style dynamics between women. And it's very upfront about Rei being a lesbian. Like they put it in those terms. They discuss it in those terms. They talk about things like discrimination against women who love other women. So it is a nice show that's upfront about all those kinds of things. So if people are interested, it's worth checking out. It's not going to blow your mind, but it is a fun watch. But the thing about this show that is fucking amazing is the ending is just an all-time banger. It is such a fucking great song. And they did at least 5 different versions of it. I could only find links for 4 of the versions to include on YouTube in terms of the ones that had the animation to share with you, Jonathan. But there is another version of the ending. So it's OC Optimum Combination by a band called Techno Boys Polecraft Green Fund, which is the best fucking most confusing name for a band of all time, but I love it. The Techno Boys Polecraft Green Fund. And the ending, so other than it just being this all-time great fucking EDM style banger that just, if you listen to it once, it will be stuck in your head for the rest of your life, and you will listen to it a lot because there are so many different versions of it. The way they do it and the way they create the different versions is what really stands out. So the first episode ends with a version of the ending that is entirely sung by Rei, the main character, the woman who reincarnated in this world. And it's her singing about her love for Claire. And I love all the lyrics. So there's all these lines about, like the song starts with this line, Oshi ga tsuyoito. Oshi is a word that means like you're the person you're a fan of, right? So like, my Oshi in the voice acting world is Miyuki Swashira, right? Like it's the one you're like the number one fan of within whatever it is. And so she's like saying when your Oshi is really strong, doesn't that make you want to pull for them? And all this stuff. And it's all about her like wanting to pull for Claire and wanting to sort of poke her and prod her and tease her a little bit because of her love for her. And it's the song kind of totally written from her perspective. Then you get the next version of the ending is one that is Claire singing. And so it's the song entirely from her perspective, and her talking about her feelings for Rei, her feelings of like being pursued by this woman, her confusion over what these emotions are to her, because she's, you know, never really kind of thought about a relationship with another woman before. There it has a great pun, or like a reverse of the pun on the Oshi ga tsuyoito line, where Oshi can mean the person you're a fan of, but it comes from the word to push in Japanese, because it's like the character or the idol or whatever that you are pushing that you think is like the best and you're kind of pushing up. And so she says, when your pushing is strong, it makes me want to pull back, rather than when the person I am pushing is strong, it makes me want to pull for them in like a gotcha sense. There's a lot of really great punning on the word Oshi in these kinds of modern terms that Rei uses, and then Claire kind of takes them in this more kind of traditional direction. So you have the entire song from her perspective, her singing about her like relationship with Ray. Then you've got a duet version that is Ray singing the A part and then Claire singing the B part, but the lyrics are the same from their individual versions. And that's where you realize the way that the lyrics have been written is that they are meant to be slotted in different configurations, and when they have done that, they have a slightly different meaning. So in this version, you have a direct juxtaposition of the two Oshigatsuyoito lines, because it's the first sort of part of the verse for Ray, it's the second part of the verse for Claire. So the lyrics then you see are sort of modular and they fit together in different ways. Then there is a fourth version that there are then two different modulations of, there's a fourth version, which is the Claire singing the A part, Ray singing the B part. So it's, again, you're having now a reverse of the way that the lyrics fit together, and that gives it yet a different meaning about the conversation between the two characters. And then there's the fifth version, which is the ending 11 version, which is a totally unique one with totally original lyrics. That's another duet, Claire singing the A part, Ray singing the B part. But this one has original lyrics that are about this sort of down point, because it's the penultimate episode, seeing their relationship is going to fall apart. Of course, it does not in the last episode. It all comes together again, and it's beautiful and happy. But this is the kind of dark moment for the show where you think it's all going to go asunder. So you have this kind of lower beat, kind of sadder, darker version of the song with these more introspective versions of the lyrics. And it is just it's so much effort, like so much energy was put into creating this song, creating all the different modulated versions of this song. I mean, you get like basically a different version of the ending every other episode. And every time you hear it, you get like different insights into the characters and how they see their relationships, because how the duets are written together. And then also, again, it is just an absolute fucking banger. Like, it is so good. It is such a danceable beat. It's so much fun to listen to. I've listened to this song so much when doing like grading homework and stuff like that, because it just gets your energy up, listening to it in the background. Then also makes you think about the beautiful love between these two young women. And I have to say, one of the things that really made me feel like I gotta fit this on the list was when I was looking for the different links, and I found a YouTube account called Yuri Reader 420, which is maybe the greatest name for a YouTube account of all time, Yuri Reader 420. And it is a fan account dedicated entirely to this series, that they have gone and they have done all the different versions of the endings, the full versions and the in-episode versions with English subtitles. They've gone and they've subtitled all the supplemental material in English. And I was like, this is so much fucking dedication for this weird, very specific show. But it is such a kind of fun little show that that punches so far above its weight. It is not an expensive production. You look at it and you see it's a pretty cheap thing that's adapting, a light novel that is not selling millions of copies. But it really feels like they're kind of like brought their A game and really trying to get as much as you can out of the show. And you really feel that in the ending, and how much care and thought was put into writing the song, making it this great song, thinking about the relationship between the two characters and how you can express it in this very unique way. And I have never seen an ending go so far with so many different versions, thinking about the different perspectives of the characters and fitting the lyrics together in all these different ways, and having this kind of duet structure that you build up to over the course of multiple episodes. It's fucking awesome. So even if you don't watch the show, which you should, it's fun. You got to at least listen to all these versions of the different endings and kind of read the lyrics. If you go to Yuri Reader 420's YouTube account, you can find all of them and read all the lyrics in English, because they're very fun. But man, OC Optimum Combination, talk about an ending that like goes so far above and beyond the Call of Duty for the show that it's a part of.
I love it. I think it's great. This is the one, Sean, that was funny because I had heard of and actually seen most of the other shows that are on your list coming up. This one I had obviously never heard of because, as you said, you are willing to pay people if they can prove they've seen it. I'm curious if that will happen. But anyway, I hadn't heard of this one, and I had to find it because for all of these, I had to get video links that I could use in the editing of the episode, which you sent me YouTube links, which are nice to watch, but I have to go get like the nicer stuff from a torrent or something. And this was by far the hardest one to find. I had to eventually just start searching in Japanese and find a Japanese torrent. And the Japanese torrent of it, I did look at it because you were wondering how many versions. And from the Blu-rays or whatever, it just has 12 separate no credit endings. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's completely different all 12 times, but that's what I have on my computer right now from this show.
Because I think there are slight changes in the lyrics or sometimes the visuals. Like there are like 5 major different versions. If you just go to like the soundtracks, there are 5
Right.
different major versions there.
Yeah, but that's funny. I just have this. It was so funny because, Sean, you have like I said, you have a couple of weird ones on your list. And so there were a couple on your list that finding the videos for to use in editing was an absolute nightmare. This was the one where I just have a whole folder with 12 extra videos that I have to figure out what to do with.
Yes. Oh, I also have to shout out, as we're moving on from this show, it does have one of my favorite, like, this is kind of slightly fucked up English, but it almost is, like, even better than regular English line. At the very end, as you're coming into the last chorus, you have this line that is the same in in every single version of the song has this line. It is, "Oh, she is my wonder girl of world." And that's not quite correct English, but it's better than if it was correct English.
She is my wonder girl of world. If I ever get married, we're putting that on the wedding ring. I think that would be a great inscription on the inside. That's great. All right.
Yeah.
That's your number 10. My number 9. We're going from 2 very recent openings, Sean, with your and my number 10, to I think the oldest one on either of our lists. This is the ending from Lupin the Third Part 1 from 1971. Almost as old as you can get with anime, because that's less than a decade from the birth of anime. And this is called Lupin the Third Theme Song 2. They were not creative with the names on this show, but it is by the great Charlie Kosei, music by the show's composer Takeo Yamashita, with lyrics by Yuko Yoshimi, and arranged by Koji Makaino. No information on who storyboarded this one.
足元に絡みつく赤い波を経てマシン
This is definitely the simplest entry on my list, certainly visually, but it's also one of the simpler musically. And it is, of course, the oldest. But as you will see, I have a lot of fondness for these older endings that are really intent on being mood and tone pieces more than anything. And this is one of the best from that category. This song, with all of its like really long notes and the wonderful warblings of Charlie Kosei, it's absolutely beautiful. It's really fun to sing along with. And even the way they do the lyrics at the bottom, they literally like ride in over the screen like you're doing karaoke, and it's wonderful. It's so fun to sing along with. And the instrumentation is great. It's basically an acoustic guitar. You've got like a whistle, and by whistle I mean somebody is whistling over the top of it in the background in a very sort of spaghetti western sense. I love the way Kosei sings it, particularly the choice for the final line of the song where he goes, Lupin Sansei, like really out of his range, is one of the craziest choices anyone has ever made doing an anison. And they just left it in there for the whole fucking song every time for 23 episodes. And it's fantastic. And I love it. The imagery that goes along with it is very simple. It is one shot of Fujiko on her bike riding over the landscape, which takes up most of the screen. She's just sort of up there at the top over the horizon. But I actually think this is a deceptively well-composed one shot for an ending song. First up, it's got that John Ford rule that was memorably immortalized by David Lynch in Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, that if the horizon is in the middle, it's shit. It needs to be up or it needs to be down. So on this opening, the horizon is up in the upper third, and everything below the horizon is where the credits go, while everything above the horizon is what is animated and changing. And as Fujiko rides her bike, the color changes from this sort of pre-dusk vibrant yellow gradually to a sunset orange, then this reddish pink, then a pink sky, and it's really lovely, even though it's very simple. And as I was going through my notes, I just realized, like, the more I write about this, the more convinced I am of this, the greatness of this. Like, simplicity should not be mistaken for anything lesser. If anything, I could argue for this being even higher on my list, because it is one of the best of this type of ending, which is a type of ending I really love, and it is from one of my favorite anime ever, which is Lupin the Third Part 1, which is a weird-ass show that I adore.
Yes, this is one that was on my list of things I would likely have included.
Okay.
That then was on yours, and I got to need to include it. Yeah, because it is like, you'll see with like my list that partially because some of like the older things that would have been on my list I let you have. But my list is very weighted more towards more recent stuff. But I think that is because more recent shows have gone a little bit crazier, as you will see with some of the stuff on my list, with what you can do with endings. And that's cool, and that's like very much worth celebrating. And I think in many ways, we're kind of last episode I talked about how it felt like the 80s and early 90s was like the golden age for anime opening themes, with how like elaborate and well animated they were. I feel like we're kind of in the midst of a golden age of ending themes for anime where they're going really in interesting directions with how you can use them. And old anime ending themes typically are very slideshow-esque in terms of what they do in terms of the visual component. Not always, but it's like kind of the standard style for a very long time. And this is a good example of something that is more or less in that realm. It's not a slideshow, but it's a looped animation. But it is so stylistic. It's that looped animation is executed at such an incredibly high level. The use of like the color palette to go along with the mood of this very incredible song and such an amazing vocal performance. Every time he says Walter P. Sanjuhachi, I love that he says it in Japanese.
Walter P. Sanjuhachi. Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's so good. Another ending in this style that I kind of thought about, but the song maybe was not quite good enough, is there's the second ending theme to Sailor Moon has a similar kind of like, we're just going to get a really nice piece of looped animation and just do a good song over it. And that one has this gorgeous looped animation of Sailor Moon / Princess Serenity. That's a whole complicated story. But her doing this little dance in this flowing dress, and it's maybe like a 5-second animation loop, but it's because it's a 5-second animation loop, they made it look very pretty, and they do a lot of really great color work, and the colors change when the chorus comes in, and it's like, is it as elaborate as doing 5 different versions of the song or some of the other crazy shit some of the things on my list do? No. But as you say, simplicity doesn't automatically mean it's worse. So I'm glad that you included this on yours because it is such a good ending.
I love it to death, and there are a bunch of good other versions of it. I've sung the praises of this album before, but y'all need to find and listen to Guy's Heart, Charlie's Lupin Songs, which is an album Charlie Kosei did in the 2000s. It's got, I think, 2 separate versions of this one of which is just him on acoustic guitar singing it. It rocks. Charlie Kosei is a great singer, and this song is amazing.
Yes.
All right. Your number 9.
All right, my number 9... from a little show people might have heard of, in a little ending that I can guarantee everybody has at least seen this ending get parodied. This is the ending for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the original ending, which is to the song Roundabout by a little band called Yes. This is a kind of a complicated one to include because this is the only one that this song has absolutely nothing to do with this show. The song existed for like 20 years plus before the show. Obviously, Yes is a great English prog rock band. This is the ending that if you aren't super familiar with it, I mean, you have to be. Everyone has at least seen a parody where you have the guitar and bass line, the doom ding, dun 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 dun, and all that coming in, da 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 dun 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 dun. Right, that comes in, and the freeze frame, it freezes the frame. You get the to be continued arrow coming on. This is that ending, right? Memed to absolute death when the show was still new. And I think it getting memed so hard means that people almost underestimate how good it actually is, because there is only one other anime ending, and it's higher up on my list, I think has done a better version of the we are starting the theme before the episode plays. And there's one other one that when I saw it, I was like, I cannot believe that this happened so early. We'll get to that ending. But this one also, I mean, just the choice of Roundabout, fucking genius. So Roundabout, it's just such a good song. It's like an 8-minute plus long song. It's a prog rock song. It's got a huge, like maybe 3+ minute long instrumental section at the beginning that gives them this huge window of material to pull from for the show of how much song do you want before we go into the ending? Because it could be like half the fucking episode basically, and then we go into the actual ending theme. And so some of the lead ups for some of the episodes are like over a minute long of you having that sort of minimalistic bass and guitar coming in, until you get to where like the beat really drops, and then you have the lyrics come in, which is when the actual ending animation begins. But because of that, there's so many great ones. Like one of my favorite ones I couldn't find a good clip of on YouTube, but there's one that's the episode where Dio's dad dies. That one has this great lead into Dio coming back into the Joestar Manor and encountering Jonathan Joestar when he is like figured out, okay, Dio, who's the bad guy. Jonathan Joestar realizes, okay, you're the bad guy, and he confronts him directly, and that's when the lyrics kick in. But you have this huge, long, very solemn feeling build up to that with all the stuff of Dio wandering the city and all this shit, and it's just the versatility of Roundabout as a song and how much material they have really frees them up to do a lot with how you build into that whole ending beat and that hit with that incredibly iconic moment of the freeze frame and the arrow with "To Be Continued" coming on, which again, it's been memed so much that it's easy to sort of like dismiss it almost. But when you see it in context and really watch the show, the power of that, like people latched onto it for a reason because it's so good. But then on top of that, the actual ending is really cool also, where it has this whole sort of like pseudo-Aztec-ish looking stone kind of sculpture of a human sacrifice, and then the blood spilling out from that, and the ending just kind of tracks this trail of blood as it moves through this sculpture, and the lyrics are going, and then you get overlays of the different characters on top of that. Then it's all leading to the stone mask at the end, where the blood hits the stone mask and it comes alive, which if people haven't seen JoJo's, the stone mask is this ancient artifact that you later learn was brought to Earth by these like crazy aliens called the Pillar Men. But the stone mask can turn someone into a vampire. It's the thing that the villain Dio grabs and uses, and human blood activates it, and then it latches onto your face and turns you into a crazy vampire monster. And it's a big focus of the first kind of season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, is all about this stone mask and the consequences of someone being infected by it. And so this really great, incredible, amazing prog rock song playing as you're watching this trail of blood slowly make its way over to this sort of like symbol of all evil in the world, the stone mask, as it comes alive and kind of shoots out of the camera. It's so good. It's just... It's sort of a weird ending to rank because, again, it is not a J-pop song. It is not a song made for the show. It is not a song that's connected to the show in any way, shape, or form. But I fucking love that. I love that they just pulled this classic rock song because classic rock is a huge inspiration, or classic rock is the wrong way to say it. 70s and 60s and 80s rock, like that whole era, those kind of 3 decades, is a huge influence on the author of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is why it's full of different references to that era of music, including the villain's name Dio is because of Ronnie James Dio, the legendary metal musician. And there's thousands of examples, literally thousands of examples of rock musician puns and album puns and song puns. So that is the reason why all of the JoJo's endings go for songs from the actual period that influenced the author. And so that's why Roundabout is an appropriate choice for the show, even if it is very oddball to have this list with all these like J-pop or J-rock style songs from the era when the show came out, and then here is this one British prog rock song from like 40 years earlier.
Yeah, I have 2 reactions. One, more British prog rock in your fucking anime endings. That's awesome. It's such a weird... I didn't even know this show did that. I think it's awesome. 2, I should probably watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we need to do a Japanimation Station season. It would have a very obvious name, Japanimation Station's Bizarre Adventure. That's what we would call it. It would be good. Let us know if you want that. Maybe in the future. But I need to watch this show. It looks so good.
It's an absolutely incredible show. And it's a great song. If you haven't listened to Yes, which was a band that like I listened to a little bit, but when the show came out and I heard listener, I'm like, man, yeah, no, this is a great band. So if you haven't listened to Yes, listen to some Yes.
All right. Well, that was the year number 9. My number 8 is the ending to The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, the first ending from 2006. It is Hare Hare Yukai.
「時間の果て
sung by Haruhi Suzumiya, aka Aya Hirano, Yuki Nagato, aka Minori Chihara, and Mikuru Asahina, aka Yuko Goto, written by Akihata and Tomokazu Tashiro, and storyboarded and directed by the asshole Yutaka Yamamoto, who, while being an asshole, we have to admit, is one of the, 5 greatest geniuses at anime endings in the history of the medium. I'm sorry, he was a jerk, but he was fucking brilliant at anime endings. I wish he would have just, kind of bottled up the ego and just stuck to this, because, man, he was good at it. Obviously, Harihara Yukai is one of the single most influential pieces of anime anything of the 2000s. We talked about that a lot on the Japanimation Station episode about Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, so go listen to that if you want to hear more. Harihara Yukai is an amazing, ludicrously catchy song with an even more amazing, even more ludicrously catchy dance associated with it. And honestly, the only thing keeping this from being even higher on the list is that the version that is used in the actual episodes, which is what we are evaluating here, doesn't actually show the full dance. It shows the best moments of the dance, definitely, and those parts are incredibly animated, particularly, obviously, at the end when everyone is in the classroom and they all get down on their knees to worship Haruhi, who, puts her arms up high, which is such a perfect representation of what this show is about, its attitude, the nature of its characters and their relationships. But then there are other parts that go for more of the slideshow kind of thing you were talking about, Sean, where it's just sort of still images of the school. Those parts are fine, but there is a full animation on the Blu-ray of the dance as the ending, and it is obviously better to see the full dance. I do like the little cutaways to the other characters at the school in their own little boxes, unenthusiastically moving their arms back and forth to the song. Those are funny, but there's no denying that I think having the full dance is even more fun. That said, even just the version that is in the show, the parts of the dance we do get, combined with that song, combined with, again, that final sequence and all of the stuff with, Haruhi's personality as it shines through in the animation of the dance is just so undeniable. Obviously, also the way it helped solidify the whole idea of the characters being the ones singing, with Hirono, Chihara, and Goto all singing in character. And this, of course, is something that continues to today in anime. This is one of the most influential moments in anime history. It is still one of the best. It's incredible. It belongs on any list like this. How could you not have it?
Yes, I mean, this was one that was locked in stone for me, and then I saw Jonathan had it, I'm like, oh, shit. And I was like, I'll give Jonathan this one, just because, yes, this is a very, canonical choice. It's yes. Like Tank for anime opening themes. It kind of has to be there, but not because of, out of obligation, because it just has earned its spot as one of the best anime endings of all time. This is the one when you picked the Chika one. Obviously, the Chika one is a modern-day version of Harihara Yukai, as so many shows have done post-Haruhi. And while the Chika one is a more kind of, from the dance perspective, a kind of more full-throated version of this, because they really, put the time in to do this incredibly elaborate, super detailed, very high number of frames animation on that dance, that is more than what Harihara Yukai had, which is during, this is early KyoAni starting its own animation. We're talking 2006. So this is Haruhi is one of their first shows that they are in charge of. And so it doesn't have all of that fanciness necessarily to it, but god damn it, that song is so fucking catchy, and the dance is so cool. And it's that one dance move where they hop on one foot and wag their finger and kind of rotate 90 degrees while they hop. It's such a great dance move. It's so good. It captures Haruhi's incredibly impish energy in a way that's so powerful. And this ending has such a huge life on its own outside the show. Still one of the funniest internet videos of all time is when Sugita, the voice actor for Kyon, did a response to Hirono Aya doing a cover of the dance during lockdown, the COVID lockdown, and she did a cover on YouTube or whatever of her doing the dance, and then he did one, but he hadn't practiced the dance, it was just from memory, so you just see this middle-aged Japanese man flailing around wildly trying to sort of catch up and stick with the dance. It's also very funny to watch the videos when they did the concert, which was not a super common thing for anime at the time. We obviously talked about all this in Japanimation Station, but this is groundbreaking for modern anime in so many different ways. But seeing Sugita, a voice actor who would never do this for a modern show because he doesn't have to, but he was a young voice actor back then, and them dressing him up in the costume and making him go dance and do the dance on a live stage for a concert, it is very funny if you know that personality at all. But yeah,
I'm watching the video again. I'm watching him from COVID. It's so good. Oh my
so
God.
Yeah, it is just like, it's such a joyous ending that, you know, connects everybody who loves anime in the modern era. It all kind of comes from here in so many different ways. It's a shame that the person who directed and animated it is a piece of shit, but you know, even piece of shit can make good stuff if they've got good collaborators like KyoAni kind of guiding the way for them.
Yes. Again, if only he could have packed in that ego. What beautiful things they could have made together. I just love that Sugita is a man with a voice that deep and a heart that goofy. I just have to say, that's not always the case. I love him. All right. And he's not even in the actual version of the song.
Yes.
It's so good. All right. That's Harihara Yukai. Sean, what is your number 8?
All right, my number 8, this is the one that's going to be by far the most complicated one to explain because there are 3 different songs here to explain. The only one actually gets the placing, but I have to just go through this whole process to sort of give the full context of my choice here. So I've labeled this on my endings from Seiji Kishi shows where the characters disappear, because there are 2 shows that I had in my head of like, one of these has to get this spot. But I can't give it to both of I can't have both the shows on the list because they do the same thing. And this is the ending to Angel Beats. There are 2 different songs that are the ending to Angel Beats. There are multiple versions of both of those songs, so it gets very complicated quickly. But the point being, there's a trick that they do, and I'll explain this more in detail, is that the characters disappear at the end of the show. It's the whole thing. Then there's a second show, Devil Survivor 2, the animation, which is an animated adaptation of the Atlas game, Devil Survivor 2. And that has an ending theme to the song B, where that does the same trick where the characters disappear in the ending theme over the course of the show. But the thing that blew my mind when I was doing my research is that both of these fucking shows are directed by the same guy who also was the dude who is credited for storyboarding the ending, which is Seiji Kishi. So I'm like, okay, I see how things are here. Like, he had the same trick, and he made a more elaborate version of it in the later show, because he did Angel Beats first, and then 2 years later, he did Devil Survivor 2, the animation, kind of reused the trick. So that's why I'm kind of having to put all of these here, because I just find it very hilarious that this dude did the same thing twice. So to explain what this is and give a little bit of context. So Angel Beats is a show that is about high schoolers that have died, and they are in a kind of purgatory. And as they kind of confront their regrets and things from their life, they then move on from that purgatory. So it's all these high schoolers that, like, slowly over the course of the show, the cast, or in the second half of the show, really, the cast starts whittling down as the different characters start to disappear from that reality. And so you have the last episode that kind of brings that into the ending, where the ending theme for most of the episodes is a shot of all the characters lined up in a row, kind of like still frames, like they almost look like cardboard cutouts, and the camera slowly pulls out, kind of revealing the whole cast, because it's a huge ensemble cast, while the song Brave Song plays. The last episode uses a different song, Ichiban no Takaramono, which is originally played in the episode 10, because it's a song that exists in universe. But anyways, it's this other song, Ichiban no Takaramono, and the ending theme animation for that one is the camera slowly pushing in on this big line of the full ensemble, and as it goes in, the characters start to slowly fade away until you are left with the last 2 characters. The girl fades away, and then you're left with your main character, and he slowly fades, and then you go to a credits, like, more traditional black credits screen. And it's a very powerful moment in that ending. Devil Survivor 2, the animation, I think it has a way cooler version of this trick, but the song isn't as good. And so ultimately I'm going to give this to Angel Beats. But I have to shout out Devil Survivor 2, the animation, because the show is not good. Like, there's no real reason to watch the show. I mean, it's not terrible, but literally the only thing I remember about the show is that the ending fucking rules. And so to give credit to it, I haven't watched the show in like 12 fucking years, but I still remember this ending. The ending is awesome. So what it is you have the main characters, right? You have the 3 main friends. They're standing in Shibuya during this bright, beautiful, sunny day, and then when the beat hits on the song, it turns into this destroyed version of Shibuya, and then the camera pushes down this destroyed, ruined street in Shibuya, and the street is lined with all the different characters you meet over the course of the show. At the opposite end of the street, once it reaches, the camera pushes all the way to the end, you see the antagonist. When you get to the antagonist, the tone of the song changes again, and it flips back to the modern day beautiful Shibuya, and the camera pulls back down the street, again lined with different characters you meet over the course of the show, and then ends up back at our main characters. So it's kind of this loop almost. And in fact, you could just play the animation on loop if you wanted to. The thing that's crazy is as you watch the show, slowly characters get killed off. And then you probably don't notice it until you're maybe about halfway through. But as characters get killed off, they start disappearing from that ending theme. So it's not until you get like maybe 3 or 4 characters missing that you start getting big stretches where there's no people standing in the street. And you're like, what? That character was definitely standing there before. Oh, wait, that character died. They're now gone. That leads to the penultimate episode, which fucking has this amazing ending where every single character, except the main character and the villain, are now dead. The main character's best friend is dead, and so he's like, I need to go finish this, I'm gonna kill the main bad guy. And then you cut to the ending theme, and it's just the main character on a destroyed street in Shibuya. The camera pushes down a completely empty street to go all the way to the other end where the bad guy is standing there. It then flips to modern day, like, happy Shibuya, and then it pulls all the way back out an empty street back to the main character. And that is such a fucking bomb-ass move. It's so cool. The effect of it watching the show is amazing, of just looking at, oh, right, everybody is dead except for these two, and just you get to sit with that feeling while the camera pans twice through this completely empty landscape. It's so cool. It's just not quite good enough, I think, to take the cake from Ichiban no Takaramono, so really I'm going to give this to Angel Beats, which has a much simpler version of the characters disappear on the street trick, because it only does it in episode 13, though that has its own kind of impact to it. But Ichiban no Takaramono is a fucking amazing song. Angel Beats is a Maeda June show, so if you watched Clannad with us or Air and Kanon, right, for Japanimation Station, the same guy who was the main writer for Key, that game studio, it did a bunch of the big musical themes. He did the music for Angel Beats and wrote the story. So the song is by him. It is this slow, beautiful piano ballad. There are 2 different versions that play. One version in episode 10, which is sung in that episode by Lisa, because she does the singing voice for the character Yui in the show. This is a very early song for Lisa. This is 2010. So this is before she was a huge, J-pop icon. And so there's that, and that's very cool. But then there is the other version that's the one that plays over episode 13, which is sung by the singer Karita. Either version is phenomenal. I maybe actually like the Lisa version slightly more because it's very raw. It's meant to have the feeling of a live performance and context. So that version feels really powerful. The Karita version is also incredibly good, but that's also the one that actually plays over the ending with the disappearing ghost people. So this is a very complicated series of songs to try to define what is the ending of Angel Beats and what actually gets the placement on the list. Very confusing, very complicated. But yeah, that episode 13 ending for Angel Beats is incredibly iconic. And it is very, very funny that the exact same director tried to do the same thing again, only a cool rock version of it 2 years later. It's a great trick, though. If you've got a show where every single member of the cast is going to die over the course of the show, you gotta do it. Like Seiji Kishi proved, it's a fucking killer move. There's so many. You can do it in a sad way. You can do it in a cool way. There aren't that many shows where the entire cast of characters slowly get picked off one by one. But if you do, this is what you got to do, because it fucking rules.
They should have gotten him to do an Iron-Blooded Orphans ending. Could you imagine that?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Or Victory Gundam. Although I think in Victory Gundam, 90 seconds wouldn't be enough to fit the number of bodies. Yes. So,
Oh my god. Yeah, that is just... Instead of having characters disappear, it starts with just a blank screen, and then you just add the characters who die into it. That would be the way to make that make sense.
Indeed. I actually had a Seiji Kishi one on my honorable mentions that I forgot to mention, which is the ending to Persona 4 The Animation, Beauty of Destiny. Mm-hmm. That is one I considered. That one fucking rules. It's Shihoko Hirata and Lotus Juice. The Lotus Juice rap in that song is amazing. That's the one where he uses the lyric, "Don't remove, copy, and paste. I'll do it." It's just so good. It's so good, the lyrics. And I like the main animation, which is Yunaru. There's the card, and it's coming down into Yunaru Kami's hand. It's great. Anyway, Seiji Kishi, good at this, it turns out.
Yeah. Very good at this. Check out Angel Beats. It's a great show. Don't feel compelled to go watch Devil Survivor 2 the animation, but maybe watch the ending and be like, that's probably cool in context. It's not cool enough to worth watching 12 full episodes of a show for, or 13 episodes is actually the full episode count, but it's an ending that is better than the show that it's a part of, and that worth being at least mentioned,
All right, here's a show we would definitely recommend, Sean, because my number 7 is the ending to After War Gundam X.
Can I find the words to tell
ティファを守るためガンダム X を手に入れたガロードの前に2体のガンダムと彼らを狙うバルチャーたちが立ちふさがった。迫り来る無数のモビルスーツ。ついにティファは禁断のシステムを起動させた。
in a world where you can feel so all alone? Inside I'm full of light and laughter.
It was used for the first 13 episodes and then again in episode 39. It is Human Touch by Warren Wiebe, written by Tom Keene and Mary Edgren. This one is mainly here for the song, because this is one of the greatest songs ever written for an anime. We have sung the praises of this on Weekly Suit Gundam to hell and back. It's in both of, I think, our top 10 weekly, Gundam songs ever. It's one of the most unique and beautiful songs in the whole Gundam canon. Warren Wiebe, who died young, just had this really interesting career working in Japan and doing a couple songs like this. But this is like such an amazing, ballad-style track. But there's also that extra spice, as you like to say it, Sean, in how it handles the next episode preview, where the episode ends, it starts the preview over the credits, over the early part of the song. Mm-hmm. So you have the narrator, who is a really stern-voiced, heavy narrator for After War Gundam X, giving a couple of very deep philosophical lines that don't really tell you what the episode is going to be about, but give you some themes. And there's images of the episode to come in the upper corner, and then the main imagery is these really beautiful backgrounds of planets and nebula and stars and stuff out in space. And after the first couple lines of the song, the narration goes away, and the next episode images continue over the rest of the closing as the song swells. And it's really lovely. And then at the end, as the song is wrapping down, the image from the next episode preview grows back into the full screen, and we get one quote from the episode. Then the title of the next episode drops. Cut to black, the episode is over. It is one of the slickest arrangements for an anime ending, I think, of all time. And then combined with one of the great songs ever written for an anime, You've Got an All-Timer. And I don't know how much more we even have to say. It is just a tremendous song. And the 90-second version is good, but if you've never listened to the full album track, where it gets bigger and bigger, his vocals, the sax part, oh my god, this song is a masterpiece.
Yeah, as you said, we've sung the praises of Human Touch. We talked about how cool and slick the ending presentation was on our After War Gundam X podcast, which was recorded fucking a lifetime ago. But yes, we did mention it back then. And yeah, this is another one that would have been on my list because it's so good. And I just say it's the song is so good, but it also has that cool extra spice. It's the kind of thing where you look at the way they structured that ending and you're confused by why there weren't more shows that copied that style, because it's so smart. It's similar to for the openings I talked about, Do Da 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 Da. I think I have the right number of Ra's in there. But that show where it incorporates...
Do ra ra ra. Yeah, you did. Okay. Yeah.
So that incorporates the previously on into the opening theme in this incredibly cool way. Incorporates the music and uses the guitar solo and all that stuff with that. And there's a similar kind of quality to that with what they do with Human Touch. But it's the song that propels it to legendary status. It's such a good song. It's such a soulful singing performance by Warren Wiebe. It's amazing.
Honestly, one of the only knocks against this or the show is it should have just been there for all 39 episodes. Uh-huh. They do a Japanese version for the next 13. That one's fine. The one in the last 13 I don't remember and is not memorable. But it just should have been Human Touch the whole way through. There shouldn't have been another one. This was the song for After War Gundam X, which also has a great fucking opening. But this was the song.
Yeah, it's actually a great sort of case study of how incredibly different a song can feel based on what the singer is doing, right? Not just what, because they're doing the same notes, right? On the page, it's the same music, but the quality of what you're getting out at the other end and how much emotion Warren Wiebe has infused the music with, it just it's like a transcendental version of that song. And then you listen to the Japanese version, and it's good because the music on paper is good music. Like, it's a well-written song. But it shows you how much the artistry of musical performance is important to moving something like that to that next level.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, but that is my number 7. Sean, what is yours?
Yeah, speaking of both Gundam and a song where the quality of the vocalist really pushes it to the next level, my number 7 is the second ending theme from Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. This is the song Red Birthmark, sung by Aina the End, with the music composed by TK, with the visuals directed and storyboarded by Takeshi Ohashi.
夢の花が広く咲いて棘になる傷だらけの願いを超えて君を守れる姿で求めて失っている無色の自分に気づいて締め付けた赤色の感性が美しく見えて曖昧な正義突き刺した
This ending, I think, when we saw this, or when you see it for the first time, when you get to the second half of Witch from Mercury, it just completely takes your breath away. And it is a combination of both the vocalist, Aina the End, is just ripping into the song with so much emotion, and it feels so raw and really expressing, the really intense emotions that you get in the second half of Witch from Mercury, where you have lots of big character deaths. You're coming into that section of the show after seeing Sleda tomato a man. And so it's, you've had that huge dark turn. And so then you come into this ending, and that incredibly just brutal and heart-wrenching vocal performance by Aina the End is so powerful. And then that's coupled with just one of the most beautiful looking endings ever.
Yes.
This whole animation where you've got Sleda in the void in space, and her interacting with this ghostly version of Miorine, and there's just such a different quality. There's all these the kind of effects they're putting on the image to really give it this otherworldly look. And then it transitions into this section that's so mind-blowing visually, where Ariel appears as this red ghost and then stabs its hand into Sleda, and the whole image explodes into color in this crazy way, where Ariel and Sleda are in black silhouette, but she's shooting out bursts of blue light from her chest, and then the background is this splotchy watercolor red and pink hues, and then the whole ending transitions into this insane sequence that I just don't even know. I wish I had an art background to better be able to sort of dig into visually what they have done to the image to create the visual quality it has here. But it's got
they're doing things like calligraphy inks,
yeah,
and there's some kind of printing process. There's chalk in it. It's a little bit of everything, and it's very handcrafted.
Yeah,
it's
there's a film
stunning.
grain quality to it that is on top of the background feels like it's on real paper. I'm sure it's digital, but it feels on construction paper or something like that, which that coupled with the film grain, it gives it such a raw analog kind of quality to it. While you have Sleda in this dress and her hair down, which you never see her like that really in the show, doing this big dance with the bits from Ariel that then, once you get deeper into the show, you kind of learn what those are, and that adds a whole other quality to it, of them spinning around her and then splitting into all these different fragmented versions of her and leaning back as the camera looks up, down at this image of her like a star almost, of these 5 different copies of her outstretched. And then they clasp hands and all then dance in a circle, kind of faded together. And then they make the star with their fingers, and then you get this incredible moment of it kind of breaking out of this almost hellish paperscape into this beautiful heavenly image of her and Miordine in these dresses, clasping hands and spinning in a circle, staring lovingly at one another. As the chorus starts to wrap up, and then the image, it ends with them in the real world, back with those kind of photography-looking camera effects on them, with their hands clasped, in fingers intertwined. And it's just the amount of emotion and narrative impact that is communicated through this ending with the incredibly beautiful, interesting different effects in the multiple different art styles that it moves through, the way it uses the color, particularly the different shades of red then intermixed with these blues that create this kind of all the purples throughout it. And then the additional resonance of what they're showing with Suletta here and her kind of fragmented nature as a person, the fact that there are these different kind of almost kind of clone versions of her that are obviously part of what Ariel is, and all of that gets sort of, narratively clarified in the show, but it's all expressed emotionally here in her kind of self-journey of discovery, trying to figure out what she is, who she is, and all that kind of stuff. So amazing. And this is like what I mean when I said earlier about I feel like we are in the midst of a golden age of anime endings, is that there are, like, this one I think stands like above the rest, but there are plenty of other anime endings that are going for things like this. Like, if you look at the endings of Frieren, for instance, they go for these really interesting, almost like sometimes papercraft or almost kind of clay-looking animation, and just really pushing the boundaries of what you can do and doing something so visually expressive and something that, from an animation perspective, looks incredibly, like, expensive and complicated to make, that you're like, this is as complicated feeling as like the openings are. And typically the thing you think of with an ending is a really nice song and then a simplified kind of animation, a slideshow, a loop, or something like that. Like Angel Beats, it's just a camera fucking pull out, or it's a slow push in, and with some like, nice images of the characters, and that's it. Roundabout, it's here is like this big kind of tableau they've made, and a camera is panning across this tableau. But Red Birthmark, like, this is incredible. This would be, if this was an opening, it would just be in my top 10 anime openings. It doesn't matter what it is. It's so good that I just remember the first time I watched the first episode that had this ending and being like, oh, okay, shit. Like, the ending for season 1 is good, but oh my God, this is just another level.
It is. And honestly, the fact that it's not on my list might just be it suffering from recency bias. Like, usually we talk about recency bias, we have to fight against it. Sometimes it's like, this is recent enough that I just didn't feel like I had the relationship with it I do the other songs on my list, which all come from stuff I've had either a very intense recent relationship with, or I've written about, or I've known for my whole life or something. This one is fairly recent and raw, but it's, you're right, it's one of the best ever. The song is incredible. The way, that wail of an opening note comes in usually over the ends of episodes before the animation kicks in is nuts. It elevates these episodes so much. Like, you're right, it could be an opening because the animation is good enough, but it needs to be an ending because of how it uses that first note. And then the animation, it is experimental, it is bold, it is beautiful. Yes, this belongs on a top 10 list. I'm so glad it is on yours, Sean, so that we can celebrate it, because god damn, Gundam has done a lot of these. This is one of the best.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah. That is your number 7. My number 6, speaking of being in a golden age for anime endings, let's talk about the raddest fucking anime ending ever. And this is the ending to Jujutsu Kaisen, the first ending, the only one that matters, from 2020, Lost in Paradise by Ali, featuring Aklo, storyboarded and directed by Masatsugu Nagasoe.
Yeah, everybody just talk, nobody really do it. なんならやるまでしとけよ秘密に。誰かと確認なんて不要。自分のジャッジだけで break the walls。ド派手な fake、yellow より cool。に low に prove them wrong。
The swagger this ending carries with it not just this amazing song by Ali, which is a true just fucking masterpiece banger of a song, but the slickest, coolest animation built around dance, not dissimilar to a Hara Hara Yukai or the Chika dance, but not done to look realistic, but in this sort of punk sketchbook graffiti style, kind of a mix of all those things. This ending was almost certainly crucial to Jujutsu Kaisen becoming the hit it became in anime form. Like, I think Jujutsu Kaisen would have been a success no matter what. I don't think it would have been the success it was if you didn't have Satoru Gojo coming out dancing to the, oohs with his arms going back and forth to the music. It is like that moment, he is cemented as one of the major anime characters of the era. Jujutsu Kaisen is cemented as one of the shows with the most attitude of the era, and it is just perfect. A little thing I love in here, in the art, is that because the sketchbook style it's using is so simple, it's, these like stark backgrounds, and then everything is like rough, fast pencil line work, you've got it transitions between the four main characters. The three students and Gojo are the three characters it carries through. But the underlying character model is the same for all of them. It's something that I think is a cool little trick if you look at it. And it changes up like the clothes and the hair as it goes through the four characters, almost like it's picking different like pieces that it puts on them. But it sort of feels like the same face and body underneath, which gives it this slick, transformative, shape-shifting quality that really matches the music. And then again, you cannot underestimate how good that song is. The instrumentation, the production, it is so clear, like you are in the room with the musicians. I've listened to this song 100 times. The full 5-minute version is stellar, but in 90 seconds it is perfect. Like, what else can you say? This is a star-making ending, and it's not too often you get to say that, but we've got a couple of those on our list, and this is one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this one is absolutely incredible. It was obviously on my list of ones I was strongly considering including, and then I saw it on yours, and I'm like, okay, that makes it easier. I'll just put, because it almost was exactly me putting a Red Birthmark in that slot, because I was kind of like, because they're kind of similar in my head of these super stylized, really interesting, very modern endings. But Lost in Paradise is incredible. It's something that I'm curious with the dancing, if it is rotoscoped or if they're just so good with using the because obviously they have reference, right? Clearly there's someone who is actually.
It doesn't look rotoscoped to me. I'm pretty good at spotting rotoscoped. It's too, like, rotoscope is a different kind of fluidity. It's the way, like, the weight of it is intentionally not as weighty as a rotoscope animation would be. It feels so like the bodies are so kind of free in it that it looks freehand to me, I have to say.
Yeah, but it's like, whatever it is, I mean, they're working like very closely with like some really great reference, because it is so physically correct. I mean, if you look at like, particularly the part that I think is the most impressive is when Nobara comes out and she's got the shopping bags, and the way that they swing around is just so perfect. It's like it all looks so perfect, and there's such a sense of momentum and weight to it. It's so good. Like, because this is the one that most feels like, we've talked about some dances, right? We talked about the Chika dance. We talked about the Hara Hara Yukai dance. Those dances are all very good, but those are all very like J-pop dances. This feels like if you went to like a professional modern dance school and you got like their best dancer and their best like group to make this, like that's what this has. Like, it has this like very real modern dance feel to it that is so perfect. And as you say, it's got incredible swagger. The other thing I love is that I like how the dances, it gets better each time. Like, with each character coming out, it gets slightly better. Because it's like, I like Yuji's, I like Megami's just fine. But it's when Nobara comes out with the shopping bags, you're like, hell yeah, look at this dance. Look at the joy here. And you're like, it can't get better than this. And then Gojo fucking kicks the door open and starts swinging his arms and snapping to the music. You're like, okay, no. Yep, it's gotten even better. And you get all the shots of him, like, shopping with getting the sunglasses and shit. And him, what is this one? It's, where he's gonna, like, dig into a meal or whatever. And he's got his fingers crossed and his tongue sticking out. It's like, God damn, the energy. It very much, I think I said this on our podcast I talked about at the time, but it has like so inherited the cool hip hop energy of early Bleach. And kind of feels like it's like the modern version of that. Like, if you look at the original opening theme to Bleach Asterisk, which was in consideration on my list, because it's really good, it's got a very similar energy to this. And so I appreciate Jujutsu Kaisen kind of keeping that spirit alive in the modern age.
They also do, like, with that, like, sketchbook style we were talking about, I love how all the colors bleed over the lines and look like they were applied really quickly over the characters. And it's just, so it's this mix of, like, this, like, you're right, it's like this masterful sort of dancing, but then it is this, like, rougher sketchbook graffiti style, which gives it that punk quality. It's just so perfect. And, like, honestly, the worst thing about Jujutsu Kaisen as a show is getting to episode 14 and they switch it to a pretty boring, like kind of, I'm okay with low energy endings. I don't think Jujutsu Kaisen should have a low energy ending. And it's the one that's like, it's cell phone footage and it's like nice, but like, I feel bad for the team that had to do that next to Lost in Paradise, because Lost in Paradise is a fucking masterpiece. So, yeah, they should have just kept it for the whole season and season 2 and into the future. It's so good.
Yeah, it's one of those that it makes you miss the early age of anime, where I've watched like 80 episodes maybe of Sailor Moon at this point, and they're still sticking with that song because that song's so good. You like, why switch it? You stumbled on like an incredibly iconic piece of music, like fucking, you ride that thing as far as you can go. I kind of, sometimes it's sad when you get such a great ending or opening theme and then they ditch it after 12 episodes. It's like, you fools, you had caught lightning in a bottle. Why let it go?
Yeah, absolutely. Jujutsu Kaisen, awesome. Great ending. That's my number 6. Your number 6. Let's finish the first half of the list, Sean.
My number 6, kind of like the descendant of an earlier pick on Jonathan's list, is from Kaguya-sama Love is War Ultra Romantic, or Season 3 of Kaguya-sama. This is the special ending to Episode 5, which is, if you have seen the show, you remember this episode is one of the great episodes of modern anime. It is the wrapping episode, which is just an incredible, like, it can't, if you have not seen the show, it cannot be expressed how fucking good this episode is. And it is all about one of the main characters, the student council president, being really into rap, but he's very, very bad at it. And it's been a running joke that he really wants to do something that he's very bad at, whether it's volleyball or whatever, or the that one traditional Japanese dance. And then he has to get Chika to teach him how to do whatever the thing is. And so it is an episode that is a payoff of 2 seasons worth of that running joke, with this amazing payoff of where you get this full rap battle with multiple characters jumping in and all these great raps with incredible lyrics. And so you get this amazing episode that feels like, oh my God, they just went, turn it up to 110%, just put everything into this amazing rapping episode. Incredible. And then you get a special ending that is the ending My Nonfiction, which is a full rap music video featuring the Kaicho himself, Furukawa Makoto, the voice actor, and then Chika's voice actress, Kohara Konami. Then you get, like, the other characters are kind of present there, but those are the only 2 singing voices. You get a rap by Akko Gorilla and Park Golf, which are both like hip hop artists and rappers. And oh my God, what great names in the modern Japanese rap scene, Akko Gorilla and Park Golf. And that is this effectively a music video directed by this animator called Verkreek, who is this young animator that's just done some stuff, mostly like key animation. He's worked on like Jujutsu Kaisen. He did some of the key animation in the second opening of Ranking of Kings, which was an opening that was on my short list for my top 10 that didn't quite make it. But if you've seen My Nonfiction and you've seen that opening theme, I think you can tell which are the shots that he did. But he's a very talented young animator and just did this, directed and storyboarded this whole special ending, My Nonfiction. And it is just fucking next level. It has got to be the most elaborate and expensive ending theme in the history of anime, because it's so crazy. So the whole animation style obviously is completely different. They're going with these very, like, not just realistic look, but like overly realistic in terms of anime terms, of where they're taking what is a very anime-ass looking show, Kaguya-sama Love is War, where the characters, they look human. They're not super deformed or anything, but they're very cartoonish. And it feels like it's like the handsome Squidward thing in SpongeBob SquarePants, where like or anime does this all the time, where you do this like very harsh, like transition to this different style with these big edges, and like they have like clearly defined facial proportions. Their noses look like actual noses. No anime character in an anime style ever looks like they have a real nose. It's like 2 nostrils, if anything at all. Krillin famously no nose, and that's how he even wins the whole fight. Here, these look like people, obviously in an animated style, but with real faces, chins, noses, all that. And
they look like something almost out of like Korean animation or Chinese animation more than Japanese. Like they even look a little K-pop-esque to me. Mm-hmm. It's great.
Yeah, and then it's just this whole crazy rap battle between Kaicho and Chika in this big music video. You've got Kaguya is in the audience, which I love all the shots with her, which are just, I fucking love her design in this music video so much. It's just crazy. And especially at the end of this wrap episode, where they have already done so much. It already feels like they spent like half their like budget on this season in terms of time and production and everything, trying to get this episode right and all the music and all the stuff special for that episode, to then end it with this whole other level of this crazy whole music video to this whole song, My Nonfiction, which also just is amazing and tied, like the lyrics of it all tie into the stuff that happens in the show. It's just jaw-dropping. It's unbelievable. And as soon as we talked about, we have to have, we're doing a top 10 ending list, I'm like, well, that has to be on there. There's no way it's not.
I mean, you are correct that this episode is definitely going to be on the short list for best anime episodes of the decade when we get to 2029, yes. Right? Like, it is incredible. And the fact that this is the end of it just seals the deal, because it looks like the 90 most expensive seconds of animation in the show. And They used it for one time as this one-off ending. And the way Kaguya-sama does its end themes, which are like these daydreams and fantasies, usually that Miyuki is having, this could have been the end theme for the season. It would not have been out of place as that, but doing it once, drop the mic, leave, the energy is so on point with what the episode is, and it's a fucking masterpiece. And like, the Chica dance is one thing, and the Chica dance is great, but like, you can imagine one or two animators knocking that out in just in the sense that it is, the background is an existing background from the show, and then it is, you would have to have more in-betweeners, I know, but like the basic of like animating the dance is basically a rotoscoped thing of an actual dance. It's very technically hard, but it's not necessarily going to take a giant team of people. This looks like it took the whole crew. And so it is, to do that for a one-off is wild.
Well, no, it took a whole different crew. Like, if you look at the credits, I mean, it is like they had to bring in a different studio. And like Verkreek, let me just double check the credits. I'm not sure if he worked on anything. He did not work on the show. Right? They didn't bring him to animate for the show. Like, it was a whole different team to just make this special thing. And yeah, it's the Chica comparison is interesting, because obviously this is like trying to one-up the Chica thing, almost in the same way of like the running joke that they have done multiple times with the Chica and Kaicha's whole back and forth with him trying to learn something. But the thing with the Chica one is it's amazing, but it's an incredibly well-executed version of an idea you have seen multiple anime do. I have never fucking seen an anime do this shit. Oh my god, I'm just scrolling through the video, and I forgot it ends with I'm blanking on the character. This is the treasurer, the gloomy guy. He's doing like a breakdance where he's the move where you like spin on your head, and then it goes into slow motion. Oh my god, it's just fucking, it's amazing. And then the song is a banger too. Like, it's a legitimately really good song. It's got a great like rap hip hop flavor to it. So the animation is obviously the thing that really lands it on this list, but the song is nothing to sneeze at either.
And I am very glad we both have Kaguya-sama endings on our list, because I was a little bummed that neither of us had a Kaguya-sama opening on ours, and it's just, we both made that choice. But the Kaguya-sama openings are something really special too. They've all been done by the same vocalist, Masayuki Suzuki, who is like one of the biggest like pop stars in Japan, does these big romance songs, kind of is from another era. And so those songs are just such like authentic versions of the kind of rock they are. And they are all amazing. And honestly, the only reason why I didn't have a Kaguya-sama opening on mine is because I had trouble choosing one. And so I just decided, like, if I were to pick a Kaguya-sama opening, I would do some kind of, like, tie of all. We have 4 now. And I'd just say all 4 are tied. But, like, I decided not to do that. So I'm glad we get to recognize it here, because the Kaguya-sama is a very special show in a million different ways. And part of that is the openings and endings are, every single one of them, above par.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, I was like closest to putting the first opening onto my list, and it didn't quite make the cut. But it's the openings and endings do a thing that I think is just true of Kaguya-sama in general, but particularly for the opening and endings. Like, that first opening, when that show first came out, just felt like such a huge breath of fresh air in the market, of where it just felt like anime openings can follow very, very kind of typical patterns and cliches. We talked about that on the last episode. And that's one of the big things that opening did, is it just did something so different, so unexpected, so like kind of out of left field. And I think it kind of help spark a little bit more competitiveness of like studios saying, okay, well, let's maybe do a little bit more than just getting like the next Lisa song and doing a nice, like very kind of standard animation over it. Let's like push the boundaries of genre and visual stylings we can go for. And I kind of feel like the endings do a similar thing, particularly my nonfiction, of saying like challenging your preconceptions of what can an anime ending be? What can you do with that format? How can you make that part of the overall joke of the show and bring it into the like what feels like almost like the full experience of the show, right? You're not just thinking of, okay, the show begins after the opening finishes playing and it ends right before the ending starts, and that's the content of the show. It's the whole thing. All of it is part of it. And thinking like, well, the true punchline, like the big punchline of the rap episode, is this music video. You've got a bunch of other great gags all throughout it, but the entire episode is a huge setup for this incredible punchline, which is we made a super expensive, crazy 90-second rap music video in a totally different art style as the sort of kiss off to this whole rap episode. And the fact that the whole episode feels like secretly a setup to that punchline is why it's so good, and that show is amazing because it does that with so many things.
Yeah, absolutely. For the record, if I had picked an opening, it would be opening 2, Daddy Daddy Do, which has the best animation because it is the one where it's Chika being a detective following their whole like trail, and it is also where it is Kage is trying to make the food for Miyuki, and then at the end that like gets thrown and everyone's like, oh my god, and they almost kiss, and it's a very good opening. But we could talk about Kage-sama. Maybe we should do a Kage-sama podcast one day. It's a good one. I mean, an episode, not a full, like, Weekly Suit Kage-sama. That would be weird. But yeah.
Well, it would be very weird to do Weekly Suit Kage-sama. That would be a very confusing. We have a whole anime podcast. I don't know why we'd make a different anime podcast themed off of Weekly Suit Gundam just to do Kage-samas.
All right. My number 5 is the first ending to K-On! With 2 exclamation points. The one from episodes 1 through 13. This is the second season of K-On! It is the song Listen, also with 2 exclamation points. By the Girls of Hokago Tea Time, performed by Yoko Hikasa, music by Hiroyuki Maezawa, lyrics by Shoko Omori, and arranged by Shigeo Komori, and storyboarded and directed by the one, the only, the great, the genius, Yamada Naoko. And this is, I think, also an honorary award for all of Yamada Naoko's KyoAni endings, not just the K-On! Ones, but I think the other ones she did, and the other ones she very clearly inspired, like the second ending of Hyoko, which I think is like, that one is a Takamoto Yasuhiro, but it is like, you can tell her influence on other animators there. This one, Listen, which is the first ending to the second season, is my personal favorite of the bunch when I watched through them all again. My favorite song that is an opening or ending for K-On! Is Don't Say Lazy, the ending from season 1. But I think as a music video, which is what all the K-On! Endings are designed as, this one takes the cake for me, and that is in fact a pun because this whole ending is built around the girls walking through a cake. Sean, you are shaking your head.
Yes.
Are you going to try to kill me?
No, that was a totally fair pun, but it was very appropriate.
Okay. The whole thing just bursts with so much character. I love, you've got 2 versions of Mio in this ending. You've got the one who is like the singer, and then the one who's like in the weird black frilly dress that it opens on. And the animation of her, like when she is like sitting, like she's posing at the beginning, and then she takes a finger on the icing of the cake, is such a great, like bratty piece of animation. But the whole thing, I love, it's a great song. The separation in identity between the Mio songs you have in the show and the Yui songs, which are the openings, is so stark and well-defined. I am more partial to the Mio songs. The way Yamada builds the Mio songs into these really sophisticated music videos that burst with musicality and creativity is amazing. This one in particular, I love the sense of rhythm to it, the way the girls are walking in a line over the cake at the beginning in this perfect rhythm. They're marching and then they're, stopping in time with the music. There's that one little cut in on Mio's boot as she beats the time before the song continues. There's so many little moments like that where it is so synesthetic to the music. And then it also has one of the most mind-blowing pieces of animation I've ever seen, which is the animation on Mio at the mic around the 1 minute mark where she is singing the song and moving. It is still, I've seen this so many times, Sean, and we did the whole fucking podcast on this show, but I go back to it. There is so much nuance and detail to that. It's not rotoscoped. It is freehand animation, but it feels like impossibly physical, and I don't know how they do it. It's incredible. At the end, you've got the images of each of the 4 girls catching the strawberry, which then Mio puts up near her eye, and it turns into a star, and they all have stars over their eyes. It's so slick. If this were a real music video in 1995, they would be the biggest band on Earth. It would be on MTV 24 hours a day. Like, it's incredible, and it's one of 3 kind of equally great endings that Yamada Naoko did for this show. This is the one that, I am most partial to. There's no wrong answer, though. They're all incredible.
Yes, and really, it's if you want to include the movie, it's 4. If you want to put singing in there as well, and as you say, this sort of, there might be a KO ending on mine as well. That might be slightly higher on my list, which I'll talk about that as well. But this sort of like Yamada Naoko sort of innovated this whole style of ending that then obviously plenty of other KyoAni shows afterwards sort of take up. And it is so cool. And obviously, I feel like you can draw a very direct line to the K-On! Endings to my nonfiction. This way of thinking of the endings as not just being, here's a song that plays over, maybe a nice looped animation or a slideshow, or maybe even something a little bit more elaborate, but let's think of it as a music video and take the sort of cinematography techniques and stylings and editing style and all that kind of stuff that you see in popular music videos, and in this case, kind of retro music videos as well, and integrate that into animation, and in so doing, make it better than its inspirations are. As you say, if this was a real music video from the mid to late 90s, when the Spice Girls were really big or something like that, which is kind of a little bit sort of this era that I feel like they're pulling from, it would be the biggest music video on MTV, and it would just be playing constantly. I mean, this is from the era when there was a whole fucking channel that was basically just about music videos, and then there were multiple versions of that channel.
We're gonna have to back up and explain what a channel is to the kids, what TV is, when you had to watch things at a certain time, commercials. We don't really have time to explain it all, but go look it up. It was a real thing.
Yeah, there was a time where, music videos predate YouTube, actually, it turns out. It was a thing before it was just you put it up on your band's YouTube channel. But because of the masterful direction and the control over it you have through animation, it allows some things like the trick, the kind of match cut shots in Listen where they have the strawberry and it match cuts to the different people, which would be a shot, obviously, you could do in live action. It's animated to look like the kind of match cut shot you would do in live action with the sort of mild imperfections that shot would have in live action, but because it's animation, it's dialed in so perfectly where those imperfections, the way that it feels like a match cut, are designed by an artist and an animator rather than it being the just the practical realities of trying to do an actual match cut of having, okay, now you stand on this mark and hold the strawberry and we've measured it has to be right here and you have to be exactly here, right? You're just drawing the characters. But the way that the style of it is meant to replicate those things, it's so cool. And then the song also is incredible. This is of the different K-On! Songs, Listen is the one that features the keyboard stuff the most. So it feels like this is kind of Moogie's Star, where you have that dun 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 keyboard line. And then you have the big hits where the whole band comes in on those hits that feel to me like the soundtrack to Revolutionary Girl Utano, where it goes da 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 bum ba da bum bum, that, those parts of the song feel so good. I love how prominent these sort of a keyboard with the organ patch sounds and how it's featured in Listen. It's fucking great. I know that this song isn't the one that's on my list, and I'm talking about it a lot, but it's so fucking good.
And I imagine the one you picked is the same logic as mine of this is really there for all of them. This is an award for all of the fucking amazing endings, but we're just picking our favorite because you can't really say qualitatively which one is the best. They're all,
Yeah, the K-On! Endings are A+, fantastic. If you make a top 10 anime endings list and a K-On! Ending is not on there, you are a bad person. That's the thing I can definitively declare.
Well, I'm glad neither of us are bad people, Sean.
Yep.
All right, that was my number 5. I'm excited to hear yours.
All right, my number 5 from a little show we've maybe talked about previously on a podcast just a little bit. Not a very long podcast episode, I don't think it was. This is from Turn A Gundam. Jonathan's laughing because you know how insane long the fucking podcast was.
Sean, remember when we tried to do 50 episodes of anime in one episode of the podcast?
Yeah.
Never again. Never, ever, ever again.
It's how I know that we're still, that we haven't sort of like peaked and gone over the hill and started like losing our intelligence, Jonathan. We're still getting smarter than we used to be because we used to do like, let's do 4 movies. We did the fucking all the EVA rebuild movies in one podcast. We did all the Turn A Gundam episodes in one podcast. It's like we were fucking idiots once upon a time. Now we're smarter people.
They're good episodes, but like they weren't good to record. We were miserable after those.
Yes. But Turn A Gundam, both the major endings to Turn A Gundam, it has kind of that special ending at the end. But you have Aura is a fantastic ending and a fantastic song. But I'm giving this to ending 2, Tsuki no Mayu. 'The ending that plays very briefly. It's only in episodes 41 to 49, although, of course, this song originally appeared as an insert song all the way back in episode 1. It kind of popped up here and there over the course of the show. The ending itself, this is the only one I could not find any storyboarding and directing credits, though I suspect I would not be surprised if it was Tomino that storyboarded it. He often did that on his shows, as he often also wrote the lyrics. And this, of course, is a song that is composed and, to break kayfabe a little bit, sung by Yoko Kanno. It is technically credited to quote-unquote Gabriella Robin. Gabriella Robin is Yoko Kanno, so she sung the songs as well.
How did I not know this? Blows my mind a little bit. She has the voice of a fucking angel.
Yeah. Tsuki no Mayu is just, this is like an all-time great anime song. For an all-time great show, obviously Turn A Gundam, one of the greatest TV shows ever made. In this song,
Sean, it's not an all-time great anime song. It's an all-time great song. It's
and in this song, sort of, it symbolizes to me everything about Turn A Gundam. And one of the things I love about its use as an ending is its placement, right? That you have gotten used to the song. You've heard it before. You've associated it with this powerful imagery of Lauren looking up at the moon and sort of like both with this sort of nostalgia, homesickness, but also this sort of eager excitement for the future of what he's going to do here on Earth. And there's so much powerful emotion packed into this song that you have learned to associate with it because you've heard the song before. And then when you come into the home stretch of the show, where as in proper Gundam fashion, the shit is getting intense. You've got Gim Gingenham coming in. He ends up on Earth and is fucking shit up. And Lauren's being pushed to his absolute limit. You have like the moonlight butterfly system of the Turn A Gundam has become like an element here, which obviously is the imagery of the moon cocoon, which is what Tsuki no Mayu basically means. So you have all of that stuff building in the show, which is when this comes in as its own ending theme and a slightly different version of the song. And this beautiful imagery, right? It's such a slow, very melodic song, very mournful, and very kind of melancholic. And it's over this imagery of Diane, the Queen of the Moon, or is it Kielheim, the Earth Girl, or is it both of them, right? You can read a lot into that with Turn A Gundam. But it's her drifting through space. This is one place where these sort of like slightly funky, like late, 90s, like 1999 sort of slightly digital effects and stuff, I actually think work for the otherworldly quality of the imagery here, of these strange images of like the overlays of like nebula and shit flying past her, which look a slightly, like dated, but I think it adds to this sort of strange affect of this ending. And then Diana, her hair that is floating freely in the zero G's of space, slowly wrapping around her, turning into a sort of seeming like a cocoon-like shape, and then fully wrapping into her and transforming her into this moonlight butterfly with the big butterfly wings on her back. as then she slowly kind of hovers, fully transmogrifies into the butterfly, and then the moon and the earth rotate and spin and slot into place where they kind of line up one after the other, with the moonlight butterfly hovering over both of them with its like rainbow wings shining light on the moon and the earth, which are also in dark, seemingly being like occluded. So there's like these shadows moving across the moon and the earth. And it's this very slow, it's relatively simple. Certainly this is no my nonfiction in terms of the complicated animation or anything like that. But in terms of something that is a generally kind of simple piece of animation, it's not a slideshow or anything, it's more sophisticated than that, but it's not going absolutely crazy. The concept and the execution of this like single idea and how it relates to the tone of the song, and then also how it relates to the show, where you are at in the show, the emotions of the show, all those things congealing together to deliver this like big artistic punch. And it also doing this interesting thing of like not conforming to the natural sort of shape of where endings kind of fall in terms of moving between endings, right? The fact that this is only the ending for episodes 41 to 49, and then you have a special sequence in episode 50, so it's kind of a different thing for the last episode. But it only coming in that section and not being, oh, the 24 episode mark, now we're going to switch over, or the 12 episode, whatever it is, right? It's not just on the core break. It feels so designed and intentional, like we want only for this last home stretch, we're switching over and using this to kind of gel with where the show is at. And then of course Tsukino Mayu as an insert bait song then being used in the big ending montage of the last episode. That song kind of stringing its way all through the show. Absolutely incredible. It's, just an absolute masterstroke of a use of a song that is both an insert song and an ending, but its specific ending theme version and the way the animation works with that is more than enough for it to earn its place on a top 10 list.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very glad it's on yours. I should probably justify why it was not on mine, because I have called this song the best Gundam song in our third year anniversary when we counted these down. And it is, I think it's one of the greatest songs ever written and recorded. And I think it just comes down to, I think of this as an insert song. Like that is my primary relationship with it. That is my memory of it. When I hear the song, I'm thinking of its use in episode 1 and its use in episode 50. At the very end there, we have both said the closing montage of Turn A Gundam is possibly the best scene in all of Gundam. It is at the very least in that contention, in the inner circle. And so that is where I think of it. I think because it is only in that last handful of episodes, I think of the ending version, like the ending theme version, as more vestigial. But I like how you frame it here, Sean. And I would have to go back and watch Turn A again and really think about where it is used and how. Because Turn A is a little funky on where it switches the openings and endings. Because also, like, Century Color comes in for, like, the last 15 and is also bad. And then this comes in for the last 8 and is good. So it's a little like, I remember there being like a little funkiness around the edges. It doesn't affect the quality of the show, obviously. And I wonder if I saw Turn A again, if I would think differently about this as an ending. But I think it just comes down to, like, I had a lot of Gundams in contention for my list, and there were other ones that I had more of a relationship with as an ending instead of as an insert song. And that's it. But with that said, I'm very glad it's on yours because we get to talk about it. It is amazing.
Yeah, and I think some of the stuff you're talking about is why I have it at a more conservative number 5, because it is like, because I know I am, sort of bending the intention of the list slightly with this, because it is, because I agree with you. I think of it predominantly as an insert song. Like, when I hear this song, the first thing I think of is Lauren looking up at the moon. The second thing I think of is all the ending montage of the last episode. But when you really sit with the song, then I start getting that image of the butterfly hovering over the moon and the earth. And so I think if you're looking at it more broadly, like, I do think there is a lot of intentionality with it being used as an insert song and then turning into an ending song. But it also means it's used in a way that feels slightly unfair compared to other endings that don't have the convenience of, oh, but we had a big insert song version of it that played like a whole thing, and then we had a big ending montage. It's slightly more complicated. So that's why I had a slightly more conservative 5. It used to be higher up on the list, and I was like, and it did feel slightly dishonest to me having it as high on the list as it did. I'm like, it feels unfair to the other songs to have Tsukino Mayu be that high, so I put it a little bit lower for the exact reasons you were talking about.
Yeah. Again, I know we said this way back on the Turn A podcast. I just have to say it again. The historical fact that Yoko Kanno did Cowboy Bebop in 98 and Turn A Gundam in 99 is the craziest 1-2 punch. Like, that she puts out, like, even if you're just looking at opening and endings, that she is responsible for Tank and then Tsuki no Mayu within a 1-year period. That is a hot streak. And Brain Powered is in the middle there too.
Yep.
Which I know we're going to get to at some point. So just fucking wild. Yoko Kanno is a genuine genius. Yes. I don't think there's any denying that. So love her to death. All right, that is your number 5. My number 4 is the second ending to a little show called Dragon Ball Z. And this is We Were Angels by Hironobu Kageyama, music by Takashi Ike, lyrics by Yukinojo Mori, and arranged by Osama Tozuka, not Osamu Tezuka. I did think it was funny. There's someone with just one syllable off. Then he arranged this song. I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, like We Were Angels is a little underrated as a song. Like, even though I'm sure all Dragon Ball fans love it, but I don't think people love it enough. This is one of the best anime songs ever written. It has, and I know you are a huge fan of it too.
Yes.
It has incredible lyrics. It's got one of Hironobu Kageyama's best ever performances. The way he wraps his mouth around the words, which I think that something to say about the lyrics of this song is they have so much kind of, I don't know how to explain this, but they have like a physicality to them. Like the words are so like solid and concrete, and like they give the singer such a meal to work with. It's really infectious. It's one of those songs that I think if you do not sing along to it when it comes on, that's a sign that you're a serial killer. Like something is wrong with you. Like it is that kind of infectious. There's that lyric at the end. Hora kimi no hitomi ni niji ga kakaru. The way Kageyama dances over it, the ni that he has to go through is one of my favorite pieces of anime song singing ever. And then, of course, the animation is so special. It's all of Gohan as an adult, or well, as a teenager. The video games would tell us this is adult Gohan. This is not adult Gohan. This is high school Gohan. He's not an adult yet, but whatever. He is proudly moving through the world as its protagonists, as all the other characters fly or run or walk by him. And there's this whole attitude to it that I think so defines Gohan here, who eventually does, get left behind a little bit by Toriyama's story in the Buu arc. But in the beginning, he is like one of my favorite characters in the history of the series is Gohan at this moment, this high schooler who's done all the fighting and is trying to experience the world in a new way during peacetime, and all the imagery like him running along the coast, smiling at his family and friends, waving at everyone who's flying overhead while this beautiful song plays. It gets him so well. That last sequence of Gohan, Goten, and Trunks running along the coast until they stop to look up, and then we get that phenomenal vertical tableau panning up of Goku with the angel wings, which is a Toriyama drawing in the manga, but they've redone it here for the anime form. Oh, God, that's a phenomenal little piece of animation. And there's a couple of good still portraits. I do love the one cutaway to the still of Vegeta, Piccolo, Kuririn, and Yamcha together. Why those four? Who knows? Yamcha's not even really in this arc. I think he's only really in the anime during the filler where Kuririn and him are in hell together or whatever. I don't think he's really in the manga in this stretch much. But there he is. It's perfect. I love Vegeta's absolute shit-eating grin here, and Yamcha in the background with an expression that says, "Boy, I'm lucky to be here." Oh, I love it. And then you cannot forget the use of We Were Angels, the melody in the main show. It is in the eye catches, which are great, and it is built into the score by Shunsuke Kikuchi. And it is so crucial to the identity of the Buu arc, which I will go to my grave saying has the best music in the history of Dragon Ball, is the Buu arc of Dragon Ball Z. It is, because it's Kikuchi did what was kind of a radical thing, and threw out the existing score and composed all new music for those last 90 episodes. And it is such a great set of songs. And We Were Angels, that melody gets worked in such cool ways. And it is one of the songs that defines Dragon Ball to me. It's a perfect ending. It's outstanding. Of the 4 songs in DBZ, the openings and endings, there's 2 openings and 2 endings. This is the best one in DBZ, I think, with a bullet.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And I like you mentioned, because this is, to me, where I had to put We Were Angels on the list, which is if probably the thing, if I were to put a DBZ song, it would probably be We Were Angels between the two lists. The thing for it for me is that, yes, it is the impact it has on the broader soundtrack is so tremendous in the way the identity of that soundtrack is woven through the central melody of We Were Angels is incredible. He does that with the opening for the second opening as well. The melody gets worked in, but We Are Angels, I think, is more prominent and it feels more central to a lot of, particularly the first half of the Boo arc and what's going on there. Also do want to shout out, I adore, I don't even know if this is the title of the song. I was just thinking of Tobikiri Zenkai Power, the original ending for DBZ, which is one of the weirdest fucking anime endings ever. It just is like, if you are someone who was raised on English language Dragon Ball Z and think of Dragon Ball Z as being like hard rock and, you know, the Bruce Falconer score and all that shit, and then you watch the Japanese version, it's like, and little kid Gohan walking up with these like weird distorted like vocals and all that shit, which I adore that song, but it is so out of left field if you're thinking like, oh, this is what Dragon Ball is. It's a cool Linkin Park song in like a DBZ movie or something, and then you get Tobikiri Zenkai Power and you're like, no, this is actually what Dragon Ball Z is. We Were Angels is the better ending, but you can't forget that first one because it's fucking bonkers and great.
It is bonkers. It is like Chala Head Chala being used for 200 episodes. Totally. No notes.
Yes.
That's fine. That makes sense. Tobikiri no Zenkai Power, once you're into like the Cell arc, and that is still the ending, makes actively no sense.
Yeah,
because,
Gohan
like,
hasn't looked like that for like 150 episodes, and you're still rocking the song.
And the whole attitude of the show is just different at that point. It's almost a different genre by the time you get to the Cell arc, where we've moved fully into sci-fi and whatnot, you know?
Yeah.
But like, they just kept using it. They never even changed the animation. Chala Head Chala had a couple of changes to the animation. Tobikiri Zenkai Power is identical for 199 episodes, and I agree, it's not a song I would ever listen to on its own, but while watching DBZ, it is a delightful closing 70 seconds that is fucking bizarre. Definitely it is a cousin to the Gohan songs in movies 1 and 2, like the one where he gets drunk in movie 1 and has his dinosaur song, or his one in movie 2 about how much he loves Piccolo-san, which are sung by Masako Nozawa. Those three songs together are of a piece.
Yes, but you know, it's there maybe is no bigger contrast in style of anime ending than Tobikiri Zenkai Power and We Were Angels, but they're both great.
Oh man, love it. All right, your number 4.
All right, my number 4 is the second ending to K-On! With 2 exclamation points, K-On! Season 2. This is the song No, Thank You! Composed by Maezawa Hiroyuki, performed by Hokago Tea Time, obviously with the vocals by Hikazu Yoko as Mio. This, like all the other ones, is storyboarded and directed by Yamada Naoko. It is probably like honestly a fairly dead heat for me between Listen and No Thank You in terms of my favorite endings for K-On! I love Don't Say Lazy as well. I love Singing from the movie also, though that technically isn't consideration for the list because it's a movie ending. I think for me, the thing that puts No Thank You over the edge is honestly because it's got better guitar stuff. And so that's kind of where my ear goes when I listen to music. And No Thank You in the verses has such a just fantastic dynamic interplay between the two guitar pieces. Like if Listen is about like instrumentally about the organ keyboard, instrumentally, I think No Thank You is all about the interplay between the two guitar parts, which contextually would be by Yui and Azusa. Because in the verses, you've got this, like the kind of what I feel is like the kind of main rhythm guitar piece that is there through most of the song. It's playing similar stuff, and it's kind of on this power chord triplets of like and 1 and 3 and 1 and 3 and you're on that for a while with obviously the drums and the bass is going. You've got Mio singing her heart out, and then you get like about halfway through the verse, you get the second guitar comes in higher up. It's higher in the mix. It's higher pitch as well, and it's just playing on the whole notes. It's going 1 2 3 4 and 1 2 3 4 and like the triplet power chords, the whole note like just landing right on the beat with these really stark, like high-pitched notes. The interplay between those two and the rhythm and how they sound, it's so good. The distortion of the guitars is fucking fantastic. It's much more distorted than the other ending theme sounds are, but it's a little bit similar to some of, if you listen to the full soundtrack where you have some of the character songs and the like extra songs that are on the ending soundtracks. They kind of recorded an extra song for each of them, and you get a little bit more of that kind of spice on those in terms of what they're doing with the guitar, and that comes in more here for No Thank You. And so that part of it, I think just for me as a guitarist, I just love, you've got all these cool descending guitar licks that play. There's some really great bass stuff if you listen down to the bass in the chorus line in particular. I think if like I'm going purely on the video part, I probably like Listen's music video slightly more, but No Thank You has so much great stuff in the music video. I love Mio's like very weird fashion sense in this one, where you've got particularly that one shot that really highlights it, where she's standing in front of the door and she's got this like white dress, she's got a purple hoodie that's unzipped on top of it, she's got these pink gloves, and on one of the gloves she's got wrapped around a like pearl necklace looking thing, and her hands are in that triangle shape, and inside the triangle is the blue sky as the camera slowly zooms into it. Because of course a lot of the recurring imagery in the music video is them jumping in front of this blue sky in slow motion and stuff. It is a very cool music video that's got a much more kind of intense like energy to it. It's a little bit less kind of playful and poppy, which is what Listen's music video is. And I think probably both of them, maybe Listen slightly more. This one, phenomenal music video as well. You've got a similar shot with Mio singing near the end. She's slightly covering the mic with her gloves, but the just expressiveness of the singing and the models, the little kiss off line at the end where Mio turns to the camera and winks and sticks her tongue out is the most adorable thing you've ever seen. There's just super high quality Mio shit in this ending, but it's the guitars musically, I just love the sound of the guitars. And if you listen to the full version, it doesn't really count for where it places on this list, but listen to the full version of No Thank You, because in the home stretch, you have this like incredible breakdown that then eventually you have the slide guitar part that comes in that's super gnarly and sounds great, and it's very different musically than a lot of the K-On! Songs, and it's just awesome. So I love all the K-On! Endings so fucking much. They are all so good. The music video stylings of them are amazing and kind of revelatory, and obviously is the thing that KyoAni like takes that and runs with it for most of their endings from here on. But it's also the music and the quality of the music and what they're doing is, I just think, so incredible. And just as songs to listen to, any of the K-On! Songs, but for me particularly No Thank You, this is like a mainstay on multiple playlists I listen to all the time now. I love it. It's so good.
I love it too. I probably like this song more than Listen. I picked Listen for the specific interplay of music and image, but the specific interplay of music and image in No Thank You is no slouch either, as you were pointing out. So it's all iconic. It's all fantastic. It's K-On! What more can you say?
Yes, it's K-On!
All right, my number 3. We're getting near the top, and this is a good one. It is the ending 1, but really the ending to Mobile Suit Gundam Seed. Anna ni Isho Datta no Ni, or Although We Were Always Together, by Seesaw, which is Chiaki Ishikawa, and the great Yuki Kajiura. This was storyboarded by the show's director Mitsuo Fukuda, but directed by Yasuhiro Minami. And I think this one gets extra points and is as high as it is because it is the best ever version of the ending song comes in over the end of the episode thing in anime history, which is one of my favorite anime stylistic tropes. You do the thing where the anime ending starts over the final seconds of animation of the episode and then explodes into the anime ending. I could watch a shitty show that does that and I would enjoy it. Mobile Suit Gundam Seed is a great show, and it has one of the best songs ever written for its ending, where every episode gets to end with Chiaki Ishikawa's voice coming in absolutely angelically, because that first line, the "Anana isho datta no ni," that like floats into the episode, like from the ether. It feels like it comes in, like floating over the episode, and then it turns into this almost, wail, this cry to the gods of the "Yugure wa mo chigau iro," and then kicks all the instruments in into the main melody as the ending animation begins. Like, I don't think there's many more 10-second snippets of audio more crucial to the identity of their show than that is to Gundam Seed. The episode that I used a clip from here that I think best illustrates this from the stretch this is on Gundam Seed, which is the first half of the show, the first 26 episodes, is at the end of, I believe it's episode 10, which is where, I'm blanking on her name. What's the main girl in the show? Lacus. Yeah, Lacus is discovered.
You have to go to anime jail now for not being able to remember Lacus Klein's name.
I forgot to write it down and I got in my own head. Anyway, Lacus Klein, they've found her in a pod out in space, and they don't know that she's in the pod, but they open up the pod, and Lacus, who throughout that episode has been seeded, you've seen her in the background of like the music videos, and you start to learn about her as this like cultural figure in the space colonies and everything. And then they open up this pod, and Haro comes out, and then Lacus follows, and you've got Chiaki Ishikawa's music, her vocals come in as Lacus is floating out of the pod, smiling, and everyone is like, what the fuck? And Kira sees the woman who is, going to be the love of his life, and then we go into the ending sequence. Oh my god, it's so perfect. And that ending sequence itself is amazing. It's very simple. There's no motion, but it is this long static tableau of all the characters arranged on the battlefield, which we move over in a steady pan. This is one of my favorite kinds of things to do in an anime ending, and I think it's just perfect. Combined with the music, it's this great reflection of what Gundam Seed is. I think the images in that ending are so iconic and solid and big, and I love how as you go, you gradually transition into the characters on the other side of the conflict. And it's perfect. The sound, those images, it is inseparable from the series' identity. This is one of the greatest endings ever. I have no doubt about this being in the top 3 for me. God, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this was one that was on my list that then it was on yours. I'm like, okay, I'll let Jonathan do this one. It's incredibly iconic. It's one of the defining anime endings of the 21st century. Like, obviously it's sort of, I will talk about this trick with another one of my picks, but obviously the play the ending theme before you go into the animation. Yes, this is like about as good as it gets with that, and I think it very much inspired a lot of shows after it to do something similar stylistically as what's going on here. And it's also, the song is just so incredibly good, and I love the lyricality of the lyrics, if that's a thing you can say, but the sound of them, right? So you've got that line that's the title of the song, Annani shodatta no ni, which has such a great sense of rhythm because it has 3 instances of the doubled consonants, or like effectively a glottal stop in Japanese, the anna, right? So you have 2 n's, anna. Then you have ni isho, so you've got a glottal stop there on isho, and then you've got a glottal stop on datta. So annani isho datta no ni. And then you go into the second line, and there you lose the glottal stops. Instead, you've got 2 extended vowels. You have yugure wa mo, right? So that U in yugure is an extended vowel, and the O in mo is. And so that, like, the flow of the lyrics and how that uses some of the features of the Japanese language with the double consonant glottal stops, the extended vowels, and the way that the singer uses that in how she sings a song, it's so beautiful. And the lyrics, they're not like, the most sort of like next level lyrics in the world. They're very straightforward, but they're very, I think, effective because of that. That's like that sense of, annani shodatta no ni just means like we were always together, even though we were always together. And then it's, the song is all about like this, even though we were always together, the things seem to be different, right? We were always seeing sunsets in a different color is like kind of like what that goes on to talk about. And it is this very beautiful kind of heart-wrenching breakup song is kind of what it feels like. Yeah, it's such a beautiful song. It's so gorgeous. Obviously, Kajigoto Yuki, one of the great anime composers ever, is one of her.
And this is like
songs.
the dawn of her as a force, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously she also did the big insert song later when Kagali's dad dies and all that stuff happens. Just like very defining.
Wheels of Dawn, so good.
Defining musical presence for one of the most popular anime of the early 21st century, and this ending, goddamn, it's so good.
And they came back for the Mobile Suit Gundam Seed movie, and it's so good. The new Seesaw song for that. Oh, man. Yuki Kajiura. And I love that in the interim, Yuki Kajiura never became one iota less popular. Just like 20 years at the top of the field, you know? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so good. All right. That was my number 3. What is yours?
My number 3, you went from what is a very, canonical feeling pick. I'm going with one that arguably maybe doesn't count. Does it count? Does it not? How do you
it counts. I am jealous of this pick, Sean. I am jealous of it.
My number 3 is the second core endings from Lucky Star, the great all-time great kind of classic moe comedy anime by KyoAni. We have obviously did a full Japanimation Station episode on it. For people, just for the context, remember there were 2 styles of ending, right? Lucky Star, you can't talk about it has an ending. There is no one ending to Lucky Star. The first core has all the karaoke songs, which are, if you didn't have the second core, the karaoke endings would be on here for me. But because the second core is even better, the karaoke endings don't quite count. And I feel like it's fair to say you should count those as 2 different things. The karaoke endings, amazing. Particularly the Chala Head Chala one is fucking incredible. But then
because it's the actresses doing it in character as if they were doing the karaoke songs. There is a whole fucking album of them that is great. It's delightful.
You have the one where like the instrumental intro to the song is so long that as soon as the lyrics start, it
cuts
ends.
Off.
It cuts off, and you just have most of it like the characters complaining about like, man, I didn't remember this part of the song being so long. I was like, oh, the lyrics are about to come up, and then it cuts. So that's amazing. Obviously, already genius. But then you get into the second core.
Miyagi-san! どうも、白石稔です。さあ、それでは聴いていただきましょう。ダラダンダンダンダランダランダランダランダランダンダッダラッタダッダラッタダダデンデデデンデデンダッダラッタダッダラッタダダデデデデデデワクワクしたいと願いながら過ごしてたよ叶えてくれたのは誰なの
And this is where I don't have credits because I don't know I didn't find anything that had credits on like who is responsible, who made it. But I'm just going to say that this was conceived in the deranged mind of Takemoto Yasuhiro, the same man, obviously the director of the show who takes over for the Asshole Yamamoto Yutaka, also the man who directed the most insane thing that KyoAni has ever made, which is the ending part of the Lucky Star OVA. Still one of the most bizarre things ever. As far as we know, that series ends with Konata and her friends all turning into weird frog creatures and being trapped in an aquarium. Because it's not a dream. They don't wake up from a dream or anything. That's just how that ends, and you just leave it there. That's the last piece of Lucky Star animation they ever made. But the second core one-ups the weird karaoke thing so fucking hard, where they are all these endings, with the exception of one that does something slightly different, but that one's also incredible, where you have Shiraishi Minoru, who was, kind of a background actor in some of their earlier stuff. He got, like, sort of, a more prominent role as Taniguchi Kyon's buddy in Haruhi. And he just was like sort of KyoAni's sort of plaything, where and obviously in Lucky Star he is like one of the 2 figures in the Lucky Channel endings with Kogami Akira. But it's him, the real world person, Shiraishi Minoru. He's on like a rocky beach that looks like the fucking Toei like movie logo is filmed, with like the waves crashing up on the rocks and all that shit. And he's just there, and they're filming him, and he's singing different songs. Every single ending has him singing something different. Most of them are original songs of his own invention, including number 13, the first ending of the second style, which is Minoru Shiraishi doing his interpretation of his own song, Ore no Wasure Mono, or The Thing That I Forgot, which is just the thing from behind the scenes, from what I understand, is just a thing that he sang in the scene in Haruhi, where Taniguchi comes into the room in the episode where Yuki has the big fight and all that shit happens. Remember, at the end, Yuki collapses, Kyon is holding her. Taniguchi walks in and sees that, and it's like your classic sort of like romantic misunderstanding of like, oh my god. And when he's coming into the room, he's saying a thing to himself like, wa 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 wasure mono, ore no wasure mono. And he's just looking, it's like coming back into class to get a thing he forgot. And that became this weird in-joke. It appeared in multiple different things. And then Lucky Star, they have him do a whole dramatic version of it, singing while he's on the beach. And then, of course, you have all the absolutely insane editing. There are, like, these other women there that I think are maybe some of the voice actresses on the show. I'm not entirely sure. They don't get credits anywhere for who they are, so you can only kind of guess by looking at pictures. And just the style of it is so fucking bonkers. Absolutely, it must be just spawned by the same man who did the fucking OVA section in Lucky Star, because it's so weird. You get, like, weird little, like, half-second clips that get repeated over and over and over again. There's a whole, in this one I'm looking at from ending 17, which is him singing the opening theme, Moteke Sailor Fuku. And there's like a part of him chasing after a bus as it's slowly driving away, him up on a hill doing a little dance. Oh god, there's this part where it's him in a wig with two like cheerleader pom-pom things, and it's that shot with him shaking it, standing behind a sign, and then that just gets duplicated into like dozens and dozens of different frames as it takes up the whole thing in like a honeycomb pattern. It's absolutely insane, and every single one is completely unique and completely different. There's one of them, which is a full Enka music video. This is the only one that's not the Minoru Shiraishi focused one, where it's Hiromi Kono, the voice actress of Kogami Akira from Lucky Channel, doing an entire fucking song about being 30 years old in an Enka style, and they do a whole music video for it after having her sing the song karaoke style during the Lucky Channel segment. These are insane. They are bonkers. It is just fucking the one of the weirdest things in the history of anime endings. And I love them all to death. And so it is a weird thing to rate next to, here's a bunch of cheap pop songs with some nice animation. But it is, in my mind, it's a thing that nobody else I've ever seen has done this, because nobody else could ever have topped it. They're like, Kyoani did it. They did it as good as it could have been done. There's no reason to try to emulate what this ending theme has done here.
Sean, I said I was jealous of this pick because I didn't think of it, because it's weird, right? Like,
yes.
It's not one ending, it's 13 endings. Had I thought of it, I might have been tempted to put it pretty high on mine, because it's just like a downright avant-garde piece of filmmaking. And it's from this moment in the mid-2000s where people were still having fun with digital, like cheap consumer digital cameras, and some of the possibilities of it. Because that's the other thing, is these are probably the cheapest set of anime endings ever created. Because it's just like a shitty consumer camcorder that someone else is holding. Minoru Shiraishi basically improvises his way through these. You can hear the sounds of the person holding the camera and the little, like, all of that. Like, these would not be out of place as segments in David Lynch's Inland Empire, if you've ever seen that. Like, which is a movie made with, basically, consumer camcorders at the time, and is very, very weird. I love them. It is so representative of what a weird fucking show Lucky Star is. What a crazy streak Kyoani was on, going from Haruhi into this, into the Endless Eight. Like, they were in their we're gonna freak everyone out era. And I love it. And it is from one of my favorite shows ever. I'm so glad this is on your list. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is like, we've had the idea of, we'll do an anime ending theme as like a top 10 list. This has been an idea we've had for a podcast for fucking like ever, for like over 5 years, maybe since like pre-Japanimation Station. This has been something that's been in the back of my head before we even rewatched Lucky Star. I'm like, that has to be on there as one of the picks, because I just always remembered these being so fucking weird. And then we rewatched the show, it's like, oh my god, they're even better than I remembered.
Because there's also in this stretch of the show the entire interplay where Kogami Akira gets really mad at Minoru Shiraishi and pisses him off, and he leaves, and like he's going to get her the water, and then he completely breaks, and all of that stuff is happening while live action Minoru Shiraishi is having fun with a camcorder. It's just insane. It's completely insane.
It's insane, and it's so good, and it's just, it's like, it so is, to me, the, like, zenith of the weird years for KyoAni, right? Like, I feel like KyoAni, once, like, kind of you get to K-On! And you kind of get more into the 2010s, they start to sort of find a little more of, I think, what you think of the house style now of KyoAni. But in the 2000s, there was still this, like, kind of fresh studio to their own animation work, and they were stumbling on this weird sort of like internet relationship and that kind of stuff with Haruhi and all that. And so there's just a very eccentric, chaotic energy to so much of what they did in this period, particularly with Lucky Star. And this is the like height of that. Well, this and the nightmare sequence in the Lucky Star OVA, those two things are the peak of, man, KyoAni can get fucking weird if they want to.
Oh, yes, they can, and I love it. All right, should we get into the top two here?
Oh, yeah.
My number two, if there's a Mount Rushmore of anime endings, this is on it. It is Romantiku Ageru-yo from Dragon Ball, the original series from 1986. It's in all 153 episodes, sung by Ushio Hashimoto. Music and lyrics by Takashi Ike and arranged by Kohei Tanaka, who we talked about several times last week. One of the greats, probably one of his earliest works. This is, as far as I'm concerned, the canonical anime ending song and just one of the greatest Annie songs ever written. I am always happy to hear it. I love hearing covers of it too. I'll talk about that a little later because everyone's done a cover of Romantiku Ageru-yo. And while the imagery is simple, it is also canonical, I think, in instilling that sense of peace and comfort that so many endings of this period deliver. The imagery of the song, which is mainly built around Bulma, does something really cool in recreating several of Toriyama's color spreads and covers and tankobon illustrations, like the image of Goku and Bulma on the dinosaur where Goku's riding and Bulma is on the tail, or Bulma with the fucking Uzi out in the desert, or Bulma the pilot on the tarmac. Toriyama had all these crazy illustrations at the time, and they would put these in there. And as the show went along, they added additional animation, often pulling again from Toriyama's color art. It's such a nice little gallery of just very essentially Akira Toriyama imagery underneath this perfect Dragon Ball song that captures the mood of this first phase of the series so beautifully. And it is all framed around the character of Bulma, and specifically Bulma as this kid looking out the window, dreaming of romance and adventure. And I think it taps into something essential about Dragon Ball, especially the first anime, which is that it is about that longing for adventure, and there is something romantic in kind of the capital R sense of the term. It's not so much romantic as like Bulma's going to go meet someone and fall in love. She gets Yamcha and they have something. But like, you know, it is the romance of going out on the road with your friends and searching for the Dragon Balls and having this big adventure. And it's beautiful. And being built around Bulma also makes it so inseparable from the character. Even though, you know, Hiro Mitsuru didn't sing the song, when she died, it was impossible not to think of Romantiku Ageru-yo and kind of jump to that as kind of the piece of Bulma representation in the life of the series. And then the song itself is just, I don't know if I even need to describe it. If you are somehow listening to a podcast called The Top 10 Anime Endings and you have not listened to Romantiku Ageru-yo 100 times, I don't know what you're doing here, and I'm frankly worried about you. This is like just one of the most perfect songs. It is so singable. It is so recreatable. There's so many great covers. I have a whole playlist of covers of this song. I did pick 3 I wanted to highlight here. So these are not in any particular order, but these will be the top 3 covers that I have. One we actually mentioned last week, Hiroko Moriguchi on Haruhi recent Anisong covers album, did a cover with Kotaru Oshio, I think on guitar, and that is just a fantastic cover in the same style as Moriguchi's various Gundam song covers one, where it is acoustic, phenomenal instrumentation, great playing, and of course Moriguchi, a voice born to perform Romantico Agerio. If this were written today, she's the one you'd get to do it, and that is a perfect cover. I learned about this one just today, actually, Sean, but Kikuko Inoue, the mom in every anime, did a cover of this on Animelody Night, which is an EP. It's like a cool sort of club jazz version of the song. Like, she's a singer in a jazz club. There's a great sax part behind her, and she adds this sort of scat singing between the first and second verse, which is super cool. Again, this song is so pliable. You can turn it into anything, which leads to probably my favorite cover of the song, which is by Yoshi Kazuya, who is a male vocalist, and he's the guy who sung Chosette's Dynamic, the opening theme to Dragon Ball Super. And on the Chosette's Dynamic single, this is the B-side, and it is a rock version of Romantico Agerio, but it is not, and I've heard other versions of this where it's like you're trying to kind of like be subversive with the song by turning it into rock and be like, look how edgy we are. It's not that. It's like this kind of 80s rock style thing that's kind of laid back, and Yoshi Kazuya has this unique, very laid back vocal style, but it works really great between sort of the staccato syllables that start every line of the song and the longer notes that they turn into. And then the guitar part behind him is just great. I really love that one because it completely transforms the song, but feels very loving and like it fits really well. They could have just used that as one of the endings to Dragon Ball Super and it would have been fucking great. But yeah, those are all covers I would recommend, and there are a million more, including Sean. I did this song at karaoke when I was in Japan, and I did find on my phone today, I do have video of it. Should I play that for the people?
Yes, please.
Romantico Agerio, Romantico Agerio. 本当の海に見せてくれたら Romantico Agerio, Romantico Agerio. ときめくにキラキラ光った上にあげるよ
The other reason I remember this, and I think why we took video of it, is this was one of the songs at karaoke where they didn't have they had their song, but they didn't have the visuals. So instead, inexplicably, it's cartoon birds singing around and flying like they're in a little kid's picture book. It is absolutely delightful. And yeah, there it is. So Jonathan Lack's terrible cover of Romantico Agerio too, but we've all sung it. It's the song, as far as I'm concerned. This is like what an anime ending is in my mind. It is Romantico Agerio.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one that would have been on my list if you didn't already have it on yours. Yeah, this is, especially if you're thinking of like anime endings of this period, this is like, to me, the peak. This is the iconic one. This is like, when you think of an 80s anime ending, this is kind of what immediately springs to mind, is the image of Bulma looking with her reflection, looking back at her out that rainy window outside at night. And then also, I always loved the shot of her, piloting the helicopter or whatever. It's just one of the still frame ones, but it's a still frame because it's so fucking crazily highly detailed, like one of the Toriyama spreads or covers. But yeah, just as a song though, it is so legendary. This is one where like if you play the guitar, if you really play any instrument, it's very easy to learn, but it's like sounds really good because the chords it's like a bunch of like modified versions of chords. So it's a lot of you playing like E6, E major 7, E6, right? So you're just like adding or removing a single note as you're playing with the chords. So it's very fun song to play. It's pretty easy to sing along to. The way the rhythm changes up through the verse in the bridge and the chorus, and like the rhythm of the lyrics is so nice. But it's just like the meaning of the lyrics is so good, of where it's about this person who is inviting in fantasy, mystery, adventure into their life, and they're like saying like, you know, don't hide your youth. Kimi no wakasa kakusunaide. Like, don't hide your youth. I want to be strange. I want to go on adventures. Like, everybody wants this. Everybody is like shivering with anticipation. Stop pretending to be like an adult. You can't unravel the mysteries of a miracle. Be more wild, be more bold, live like that. I'll give you romance. I'll give you romance. If you show me true bravery, I'll give you romance. Like shining in this beating chest, this beautiful, this like shining dream I will give to you is kind of what it's saying. So it's the song both about romance, but it's also about the romance of adventure. And it's kind of collapsing those things, two things on top of each other. And the message of like, embrace your youthful, like childishness, stop pretending to be an adult, throw away all those things, like stop pretending like you know everything about the world is what it feels like it's telling you. There's so much to the world that is a mystery and is fantastical that exists outside the bounds of what you think you know. And it's such a kind of gorgeous, beautiful message written in such a like a provocative and effective way, especially with how it's sung. It's just so perfect at capturing the spirit of adventure of the original Dragon Ball and making it such a universal, pure show.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it so much. That's my number 2. Sean, let's hear about yours.
All right, my number 2, you talked about an 80s anime ending. I will talk about an 80s anime ending. Jonathan, you said, this is the thing I would have agreed with you up until about like 6 months or so ago, until I started watching this show, that Annani Shodatanani from Gundam Seed was the best show ever to do the let's play the song before the ending credits animation comes in. And then I watched City Hunter.
りょう、あんたには新しい相棒が必要よね。
来年のバースデーは地獄で祝うことになるかもしれないぜ。
And City Hunter has an ending called Get Wild, which is by the all-time great 80s J-rock band TM Network, which you would also know from Beyond the Time from the ending of Char's Counterattack. And the ending is storyboarded and directed by Yuzo Aoki, who also did the opening theme, which I talked about on my top 10 openings. Turns out City Hunter is very, very good about its opening and ending music. And City Hunter's ending is so fucking good. So Get Wild has such a powerful and infectious bass line and electric guitar part that comes in at the end of the episodes. The clip I shared with you, Jonathan, is from the, I think it's episode 5. It's from the episode where Cowdy joins the main cast. So this one's a little bit different because it's like a special section where it like does this like cutaway. It's great, where Cowdy turns to camera and she says like, hey, I'll be joining you. And she lifts her hand out and the logo City Hunter pops up. But normally it just plays over the regular kind of like, okay, we have a cool action movie scene has happened. The City Hunter has saved the day. You get like a cool like shot of him driving away in his car as in the build up to that song with the bass guitar coming in is so infectious. It just pumps you up with so much energy, to then getting into the actual ending that then plays with the fucking coolest visuals. It looks so cool, with this really trippy, like almost kind of like smoky looking imagery of Ryo the City Hunter like driving through the city, him like posing in all these different places, him running like with these blindfolds folding out and him running, and then it cutting to a shot of like a woman superimposed on top of that. And just, it's so evocative of the 80s action movie, cool guy, late night city, with, you know, neon lights, vibe of the series. And the song Get Wild, this is a song I knew about because this ending is super iconic in Japan. I've seen it referenced in different places. I'd seen it referenced in like episodes of Game Center CX, for instance, because it's just a very iconic song. And that like lead in, the instrumental lead into the song in particular is very iconic, and it's used in different Japanese variety shows and stuff like that. So I was like vaguely aware of its existence, but watching it in context, it is so unbelievably cool. If you boiled what cool is down and turned it into a 90-second sequence of animation, it would be the ending of any random episode of City Hunter where Ryo does something super cool. You get the music coming in, and then it cutting to this cool, sketchy, smoking 80s like city night vibe with Ryo running around and like brooding and all this kind of shit. It is incredible. Like, this ending is next level. It's better than the show, honestly. Like, I enjoy City Hunter's episodes just fine. It's like very hit or miss on an episode-to-episode basis. But the opening is so fucking good, and the ending is so fucking good that the packaging around the show is just the most raw 80s anime shit ever, just injected straight into your veins. It's incredible.
I agree. So here's the thing. I had watched the link you sent, and I didn't realize it was specifically just the episode 5. So I just thought that image of her, like, extending her hand and then the words City Hunter show up on the building behind her, I just thought that's how the ending started, because it looks like a great piece of animation, and I didn't realize it came in early. That does make it better, because those first couple of seconds, the song is so killer right off the bat. It blew me away as soon as I opened the link you sent. And knowing that they just do that at the end of every episode and then it goes into the animation, fucking killer. I didn't know anyone was doing that in the 80s. That's amazing.
Yes. That's the other thing that blew my mind. This is 1987 is when the show started.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's the earliest example of that I have seen, especially as a regular feature. Like, there's no clip you can show of the ending of City Hunter because there is no version of the ending that covers the first part of the song. They never do it. It is every single episode, it always does the same section, like, and it's the same chunk of song. It always has the same, like, amount that it leads into. Yeah, the episode 5 one, which is the one that Retro Crush has on its YouTube channel, it's like a slightly special one, but it's very good, because it's a little bit, like, it kind of breaks the fourth wall with County, but every single episode has a different, like, it just kind of leads into it the way that Ananisha Datanani does. It's just, instead of it being sort of like piercing and mournful, it's just how cool can a bass guitar sound for about 5 seconds, and then you get into the ending, and it's so good. Like, TM Network, what a just incredible band, and
Yes.
They've got a lot of other great songs, but particularly like Get Wild and Beyond the Time. Any 80s like radio channel or whatever that's like retro 80s songs, and they don't play these because they're like just doing the like Western one-hit wonders, you're missing out, man, because this is like, if you are listening to an 80s music playlist and you do not have Get Wild on there, you're fucking your life up. Like, get your life in order. Put Get Wild on there, motherfucker.
Oh, so good. All right. I love it. I need to watch some City Hunter. So that was your number 2, Moment of Truth. My number 1. This is very much a sister to your number 1 from the openings list, because it is another Tomino show and another dance-centric one. This is the ending to Gundam Reconquista in G. 'G no Senko by Daisuke Hasegawa, music by Yugo Kanno, lyrics by Rin Iogi, which is the pseudonym of one Yoshiyuki Tomino. He has many pseudonyms.
Yes.
It can be hard to find his credits online because the dude loves his pseudonyms, but Rin Iogi is the one for lyrics. Storyboarded by Minoru Yokitani and directed by Shunichi Yoshizawa. And this is the easiest number 1 call I've ever made putting a top 10 list together. There was not a second of hesitation for me on this one. I love G no Senko so much, and I love Reconquista in G so much, and those two things are so wrapped up together for me. We obviously talked about this one a whole hell of a lot on Weekly Suit Gundam. That episode on G-Reco is one of my favorite Weekly Suit Gundams, so go listen to it if you haven't. And we talked about the amazing playfulness of the lyrics, the use of the letter G in the lyrics. And do you want to break that down for us really quick, Sean, just how cool that is?
So you've got in the chorus line, right, the chorus line, Tsukame pride o tsukame success, Genki no Ji wa hajimari no Ji, G no Reconquista, right? So what that is, Genki no Ji wa is used using the G of Genki, which Genki is a Japanese word that if you transliterated it would start with the English letter G, meaning like energy, and like healthy and like being happy, right? So it's like the G of Genki is the G of Hajimari. Hajimari is a Japanese word meaning beginning that would, if you transliterated it, would be Hajimari. But the Japanese character G, which is she with a modifier on the consonant. On it. Yeah, that sounds like G, the English letter G. So you have G, the transliterated English letter from Genki. You've got G, the phonetic sound from the word Hajimari is the G of Reconquista, right? And that's how you work in the title of the show, G no Reconquista, in there, which of course has a G in it, Reconquista, which is a different sound.
So made-up word, taking the word Reconquista, yes. and
putting a G in there. So it is like this way of, I think, feeling like we're all connected. It's all connected, right? Like English, Japanese, language, the word, culture, all these things are connected together fundamentally underneath it. And the G is the thing that connects all these things, which is also, of course, to state the obvious, it's also the G of Gundam, which transcends all these shows. It transcends these sort of like boundaries, and it connects us all together. And it's the playfulness and the joyful playfulness of language in looking at what is the letter G, what does it mean, what does it sound like, what does it look like, how does it fit between these different cultures and different language systems, and fitting it all together. It's so fun. And then when you get Daisuke Hasegawa like belting it out and doing G no Reconquista and all that, the energy of it is so positive. You can't help but be smiling. And it's another one that like you gotta sing along to, because it's, because this is also in the imagery is when you have all the people in the dance line like doing their little, and the camera's like scrolling across all the people in the dance line. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
It's so playful. It's so fun. It embodies the way the show is both a throwback and this sort of very modern avant-garde thing, in that it has this anthemic sing-along song with the static images. It's the kind of thing that you would see in the 80s or 70s that move back and forth, but depict the characters out of continuity very much, because you would not have all these characters together in the life of the show doing a kick line together. You've got Captain Mask doing the most, exuberant dance moves in here, which he does not really do in the show proper, but it has this attitude that is so unique to the show. It's got those lyrics that are like that, Genki no G, Gino Hajimari, Gino Reconquista. Nobody on earth but Yoshiyuki Tomino would come up with that, right? Like, That is him. Yoshiyuki Tomino is a giant weirdo, and I love him. And most importantly of all, Gino Senko teaches you how to watch Gino Reconquista. Like, that is, I think, so key to what this ending is doing. So, this is the only anime ending I think I wrote at length about in my dissertation. So I'm going to world premiere of several paragraphs from my dissertation here.
Oh, wow.
But I want to read a little excerpt here. So these paragraphs are not just about the ending, but I will say that the inspiration for writing them came from the ending sequence and how I think about it. And this is a part in the dissertation. It's from chapter 2, where I'm writing about Reconquista in G. And so there's a paragraph before here where I'm writing about how this show is very weird. And I say, this can all be quite demanding for the audience, and to be sure, Reconquista in G asks a degree of effortfulness from those watching it that is unusual for mainstream narrative or commercial media. That ask has proven off-putting to plenty of viewers. Toshio Okada, the co-founder of anime studio Gainax, neatly summed up the bewildered, exasperated reactions of many spectators when he declared that ordinary people watch this and don't know what's happening. But the key thing to understand about Reconquista in G is how, through its form, it actively encourages the viewer to engage with it less on the level of concretely understanding the plot and lore than by living in and feeling the moments as they pass. Some of that comes down to the narrative structuring, but much of it flows from the sheer playfulness of the series, a posture seen within the show's world through elements like the bright, expressive colors of the main cast's sunny disposition, but is perhaps, or the main cast's sunny disposition, but is perhaps best embodied by the dance motif central to the extra diegetic eye catches and end credit animation. Eye catches have gradually fallen out of use in many modern anime, or at least become less elaborate, but Tomino has never given up on them. Reconquista in G has 8 unique eye catches, each showcasing a short but highly expressive dance by one of the main characters, all choreographed by Tomino's daughter Yukio, a modern dance choreographer. The ending theme, meanwhile, features 2 horizontal pans over a lineup of characters, 14 each, one comprised of men and one of women, doing a Rockette-style kickline. These images are exquisitely joyous. They recur in every episode and never fail to put a very big smile on my face. But they are also a crucial signal from the series about how it wants to be watched. Dance is, after all, an art that expresses itself purely through motion, through the movement of the body in space and over time. It can express volumes, but none of it is verbal, and there's a certain freedom and joy in that kind of irreducible self-expression. Reconquista in G as a series and a work of visual art operates on the same logic. How the images move, both within and between the shots, is the central mode of communication. While literal dancing is mostly kept to the eye catches and end credits, although I do then have a footnote about the cheerleader group throughout the series, the sheer degree of kineticism for both the human characters and their mobile suits, and the precise choreography of every action they undertake, feels less like watching a conventional narrative TV show than an exquisitely animated dance routine. The animation has a similar quality to Miyazaki's Ponyo, what we might call a bulbous momentum, where the fluid way shapes distend and contract as they flow across the screen makes one think of water, and the effortfulness of the imagery is simultaneously underlined and belied by the free-flowing, limitless force with which it all moves. The 20th and 21st episodes even feature an elaborate set piece in and around an ocean suspended in outer space via a man-made colony. In a series filled with virtuosic action sequences, this is the most memorable and impactful, as these bulbous handcrafted mobile suits become enveloped in water flowing out from the colony to the vacuum of space, a study of momentum in extremis that pushes the series' elaborate kinetic language to its highest point of articulation. And there is in all cases a real force to how these things are drawn, the tactility and fluidity, the sketchy Xerox-style pencil lines, the sense that it's all being created before our eyes as the images unfold, that puts us in the place of these characters, lets us feel some part of the motion they embody in a way a photographic representation of these images, were such a thing even possible, might not match. One learns to appreciate the series less for what it says than for the way it looks and moves, and for how we are moved by it. By internalizing this way of watching, we are taught to wonder, to be curious, to see meaning in being suspended in a state of awe. And I just wanted to read that because, again, that's not me writing exclusively about the ending song, but that's the ideas the ending song instills in me, thinking about Gino Reconquista and what this show means and what this show is. And, you know, I hold this show in the same regard as I hold Twin Peaks: The Return, like as a 2010s piece of TV pop culture where a major artist returned after a period away and did one of the best things in their whole filmography, and also one of definitely the most out there thing. It is on that level, and that song is so crucial to the project. God, I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting because I feel like Reconquista in G is a rare instance of a show where it feels like the ending theme is more central to its identity than the opening theme, which is not usually the case. This is like, when you talk about Violet Evergarden, like that will be a thing I'll talk about there with Michi Shirube, because I think that's true of that series. But typically, in the popular consciousness, when you think about a show, you think about, the opening theme, that's the thing, right? That's the thing that's going to come back in over the last minute of the last episode or whatever. We're going to come back to that original opening theme. But it feels like, and I love this choice from Tomino, that instead his energy is focused on, let's make this ending theme really good. I think partially because I think the ending theme is where he has more complete control over it, right? Like I feel like, I get to write the lyrics, I get to like design every piece of it, and I get to pick the person who's going to do the song and all that kind of stuff. Whereas like the opening theme, there are bigger marketing implications of what is your opening theme, who's like the popular artist that's going to sing it, all that kind of stuff. Like that gets a little bit more complicated. Whereas the ending theme, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And so I think that there's this sense of while it is not a super elaborate ending theme in terms of its animation, it's so thoughtful, as you've laid out there, in terms of showing you and kind of giving you access into what is this show trying to do? Like, how do you watch it? What is the mental state you should have, the emotional place you should be in watching this show. And Reconquista in G, or Gino Reconquista, the song, and the animation that goes along with it is there to help you do that. And I think that's part of where the punning energy in the lyrics and what it's telling you, that it's like, it's about a new beginning. It's about being Genki, right? It's about being healthy and energetic and happy and having a fun time, because these are all the things that are essential to the G of Reconquista, and reclaiming and reconquering whatever this thing is that seemingly has been lost. It's just such a phenomenal song in its own right. This is another one to shout out, the Gundam song covers version, which also has that same guitarist who just does profane things to guitar to get the sounds he does. Like, I just don't know.
The finger picking, I don't understand how it's that tactile.
Yeah, it's that, and the percussive nature of what he does with the guitar, and what he does with the fucking harmonics and the tuning. It's insane. He's literally like a world-class guitarist. But in any of those covers, it is like just such a good song. But it's particularly in context with the animation and everything that goes along with it. Yeah, it is a very worthy choice of being a number one, I think, on a top 10 endings list.
Yeah. And again, there was no other choice for me. It's this one. And with what you were saying, Sean, about like it being the ending as the main song of the show, it comes back to what I said at the beginning of this episode, of that, this is the thing about a great anime ending, is it's the note that it will send you out on. And I think it's so crucial that every episode of Gino Reconquista ends with, this is the note you're leaving on. And like, this is what we want you to take away from this series. And that's what I mean by it teaching you how to watch it. And yeah, this song means a lot to me. I'm so glad it's here. And I know your number one means a lot to both of us too, and I'm excited to hear you talk about it, Sean.
All right, so this leads into my number one. This is the easiest number one in the history of making lists on this podcast. I decided this number one 5-something years ago when you first floated the idea of, what if we did a top 10 anime openings or endings list? Again, this is pre-Japanimation Station. I was like, well, I don't know my openings yet, but I sure know what my number one anime ending theme is. It came to my head immediately as soon as the idea popped up. And this is the ending to Clannad, the song Dango Daikazoku, composed by Maeda Jun, performed by Chada, storyboarded and directed by Sakamoto Kazuya, of course, of Kyoto Animation.
嬉しいこと悲しいことも全部丸めて
We have, of course, done a whole episode in Japanimation Station on Clannad and Clannad After Story, where the song appears there as an insert song. Let's talk about that, because that moment, I think, is also essential to the impact of the song. But Dango Daikazoku, this is the ending of endings, right? This is the thing that, like, when I think of an anime ending that has an impact that is, like, central to the show and embodies what the show is in its message and its emotional context and everything, similar to what you're talking about Reconquista in G, Dango Daikazoku is doing the exact same thing. This is also another example of the ending theme is the iconic song from the show. The ending theme is the one that everybody thinks of. And it is just an incredible ending. So the song itself is beautiful, right, as this children's kind of lullaby style song. So already stylistically, it's so different than how you normally think of anime ending themes. It's at such a different kind of register musically. And then that's coupled with this beautiful, beautiful animation that is feels really ahead of its time for, like, this era of digital animation replicating this kind of like physical quality where it looks so handcraft and hand-drawn. It kind of makes you think of, like, it's the anime version of Kirby's Epic Yarn, right? It's got that, like, we have like found a way digitally to replicate this aesthetic that we think of as something very analog, while also being able to do things with it because it's in a digital medium rather than it being an analog medium. But it's so beautiful the way that the texture of the paper and the outlines of the dango on it, like, shift slightly from frame to frame. It's got such this sort of bouncy, joyous kind of energy to it. And it's, the song and the animation tells the story of the big Dango family. If you want to literally translate Dango Daikazoku, it doesn't sound as fun as Dango Daikazoku, but the big Dango family is what it is, right? And obviously this is all also pulling from material that is diegetic in the show, where you've got the song is sung by Nagisa, the main character of the show. The concept of the family and what the Dangos represent to her is all central to the themes of the show as well. But the song is telling the story of this big family of Dangos all coming together and kind of forming this world. So you have the verse is going through all the different Dangos. You've got the punk Dango. You've got the nice, sweet. It's the punk, roasted Dango. The sweet, the sweet Dango. That pun doesn't work. The Yasashi Andango, right? The kind, sweet Dango. You've got the moon Dango that is a little bit sort of spacey, a little bit out there, right? You've got the old Dango and all that.
Got a mustache.
Yes, has a mustache. You have the baby Dango. That's always, happy, folded up with the older Dango who are, I love this line. So, because this whole part, this is the end of the verse. Akachan Dango wa itsumo shiawase no naka de toshiori Dango wa me o hosometeru. So it's the older Dango are happily how do you translate meo hosometeru? Their eyes are sort of closing in this happy smile, right? Their eyes sort of narrow in this happy smile as they look down at this baby Dango they have in their arms, is basically what that's saying. And so it's this beautiful sort of lineup of here are all the Dango of the happy Dango big family. And then you get the chorus line, which this is where I start crying every time I watch the show.
I know.
Where the chorus line hits is so powerful. You have where then instead of it just being this lineup of all the Dango, it kind of tells the story of the Dango, right? So it's saying that, so all the friendly Dango, they all, put their hands together and they form a giant circle. They build their Dango, city on their Dango, above their Dango star, and they all laugh and play together. The rabbit also is waving his hands up at the sky, right? This is the rabbit. There's a lot of rabbit and mochi, and the moon is all connected in Japanese folklore. And so he's all waving, the rabbit is waving his hand up at the big moon in the sky. And all the good things and all the sad things all are wrapped up together. And that's how it ends with this line, Ureshi koto, kanoshi koto mo, zenbu marumete. So it's all wrapped together like the moon, which is one big Dango. And it's about this family, all the good things, all the happy times and the sad times and everything, all of life, it's all folded up together in this beautiful family that is the moon up in the sky, up in the night sky, which is made up of the Dango giant family. And it's a beautiful song. It's beautifully written. It's beautifully performed, and it's got incredible animation. All of that is so good on its own. The thing that makes it the best anime ending of all time, though, is, of course, how it's integrated into the show. The fact that it is a diegetic song in world that Nagisa sings that represents to her the things that she wants. Her biggest desire is to have a family, to have that kind of love and connection where all the good things and the bad things are, it's all part of it. It's all part of life. But she is someone who has had this, sickness that keeps her from being able to go to school. She's been held back a year. Her illness has prevented her from being able to have the family in the way she wants until she's able to make her connection with Tomiya, the main character of the show. And then obviously all the stuff that happens in the plot afterwards all reflects on that desire, what it means to have a family, what it means to go through happiness, what it means to go through loss, and how all of that is a big cycle. It's all together. It's all part of life, thus leading to the Japanese saying around the show that Clannad is jinsei, Clannad is life. But then where it really becomes the, if you're trying to sort of argue around it, where it ends up at the number one with the bullet isn't even the ending, because then it's in Clannad after story. Once you've been away from the song for a while because you've moved into a different space in the story, narratively they have a different ending theme for the second show. There's the scene in the back half of Clannad after story where Tomiya sings the song for Ushio, his Nagisa's daughter, and as he sings, he cries himself to sleep singing the song. And it's the first time you've heard the song in forever in the show. and it coming back in that moment, and it's the moment of Tomiya having like rediscovered all these things he had lost from all that with Nagisa. Him refining that and rediscovering what a family means through reforging this connection with Ushio, and that being represented diegetically by the song coming back and Nakamura Yuichi, the voice actor playing Tomiya, singing the song, and then it like slowly fading into the recorded version as he remembers his time together with Nagisa and the song representing those memories. I mean, you can't sort of have a song more closely tied into the emotional and thematic core of a narrative than what they do with Dango Daikazoku in Clannad, to the point where it is a song that is like physically difficult to listen to or talk about because it's so emotionally raw and pure, that like it transcends the realm of where the other anime openings or endings or whatever, where these things typically tread, and it goes into something so otherworldly and emotional and kind of almost spiritual in a sense that it's like the apotheosis of an anime ending. I don't know. It's transcended the bounds of what you think of these things are, and it exists in a different plane all of its own. Which is why there was like, this was originally on your list, Jonathan, because fucking of course it was. But then I was like,
yes,
no, I'm not moving. I'm not budging. This is my number one. This is my number one forever. And then, you know, you could have obviously kept it on your list. You decided to have two different lists, so you shifted your list around a little bit. But Dango Daikazoku, this is for me easily, without question, without even having to think about it, the number one anime ending theme of all time.
It was number 2 on my list. It was number 2 behind Gino Senko, and part of why it was not number 1 is because I knew it was your number 1, and so I was like, we don't need to have the same number 1, because I think you're right on all of this, and I will defend my choice of Gino Senko. I think that's a very good choice, and I think it deserves to be here. But no, Dango Daikazoku, I was happy to leave it off because it was going to be on yours, and then there's more room for songs. But like, yeah, it's as good as it gets. It is so incredibly powerful, and I've been listening to it while you've been talking and like getting choked up. But I was thinking about like, what is the effect it has on me when I listen to it? When it swells into the chorus, like what is the emotion that's getting me choked up? And it's not sadness. That's the thing that is so beautiful about it. Because when it all comes around, the thing about Clannad is that Clannad is a show that has a lot of very sad, powerful things that happen. But I don't think the ultimate takeaway is that Clannad is a sad show. I think Clannad is an incredibly humanistic and hopeful show about how beautiful life actually is, and it is there in Dango Daikazoku. It is there in the statement of everything that's happy and everything that's sad all rolled into one. It is life affirming. I do think that is the ultimate purpose of what Clannad is as a show. And I think it is there in the song too. And so when you talk about the incredible emotionality, I don't think a song that is just sad or is just reflecting on a show that is sad would have that power. I think a show that goes through the sadness and finds something on the other side of it, which is what I think Clannad is, and I think is what this song is, does have that power. And that it can embody that speaks to why Clannad is possibly the best anime ever made, one of the great visual novels ever told, and this is one of the great songs and endings.
Yeah, because I like what you're saying there, to say it like very specifically, because I think it's important, because I think maybe people would misunderstand the like saying it's emotional meaning that it's sad, because that's not really what it is. It's too dismissive. Because when I described it as like it's almost spiritual, like that's kind of the thing I mean of where and when that moment happens and it's about, it's the whole family together and they all form this big planet, and it's about the happy things and the sad things, and it's all wrapped together. There's something about the music and the imagery, and then also its connection to what the show has been exploring, that I think it unlocks a perception in my mind where I feel like I touch something that is a bigger truth about family and about life. That is what that raw emotional thing is. That like you're seeing something bigger than your like daily experience, because all that information is unlocking a thing in your brain that normally you are ignoring, because you can't go through your life constantly thinking about like, I am standing on a planet that is like rotating through space at like insane speed that is going around the sun, and that we are all like, these little specks of that there are, how many billions of human beings on the planet, and every single human being has a family, and every single person you walk past all of them have their own histories that are like mine, and they feel the same kind of emotions, and they've got their families, and their families had their families. That's extended throughout all of human history. But really, before human history, you had all like life before humans that are intelligent lives that felt emotions, all that, right? Like, you can go through that experiment in your head and try to think that and contextualize the enormity of the truth of what like it is to have emotions and what it is to be family and what it is to have like love is as an emotion. But like the kind of spiritual like experience that a truly great masterwork piece of media can give you is that feeling of like you have jutted into this higher level perspective of whatever this thing is. And that's what Dango Daikazoku is able to do, obviously in concert with Clannad. Like, it's the show and the narrative that it's telling, I think, is essential, and it's like the combination of those two things. But it gives you so much insight and kind of information to process about these people and their lives, and then the bigger kind of artistic statement being made, that it makes you think about and reflect subconsciously on your own life and on the lives of all the people you have ever met and all that kind of stuff. And this giant circle, this giant ball where all of it is wrapped up together and it's all part of the big same continuity of life. That's what Dango Daikazoku does. So that's why it's number one, because that's a big thing to do. that's a lot to make me think about and feel.
It's like a hymn in that sense, almost like a religious song. Like, I was thinking of, the way you describe it almost sounds like, when you go to Christmas church. My background is Lutheran or Episcopalian. My dad was a Lutheran pastor. My family's gone to Episcopalian services as well. But like this is true of both of these segments of the church. At Christmas Eve worships, you'll do Silent Night, and they'll pass out the candles and they turn out the lights. Everyone has a candle, and then you do Silent Night singing together. And that's a different experience of that song. And it is with the group and with the people. Even if you don't like believe in the Jesus story, it like touches into this like universal experience. And that's a beautiful song because it's actually about the moment of like the birth and the manger and the humbleness of it and that sort of thing, right? And I feel like maybe this is sacrilegious to someone, but I actually think this is a good comparison. That's like putting Dango Daikazoku with the animation in the show in that moment. That's where it unlocks something extra,
Yeah, and to me, it's like, it's the thing that, like, I think Maeda Jun's whole career is kind of about, right? Because I obviously have another one of his songs on here, Ichiban no Takaramono, from Angel Beats, and I think it's like, and I think that song, like, is able to touch on some of this, and that show... especially if you're like when I watched that show, which was like immediately after high school graduation, which is of course what the show is metaphorically about. It's literally about purgatory, about these high schoolers in purgatory, but it's metaphorically about graduating and moving on to adulthood. So there's no better time to watch Angel Beats and have an emotional experience with it than immediately after graduating from high school. But like that show in that song is able to sort of touch on this, but I feel like it doesn't get all the way there. But Clannad goes the mile, like it goes the whole distance. It is able to get there and tie all these threads together perfectly to where this would have been my number one even without having rewatched the show and having a deeper appreciation for it now since we did a whole podcast on it. Like, because I had the same emotional reaction to listening to and watching the Dango Daikazoku ending theme a year before we rewatched the show on Japanimation Station, as I did when I was looking at little clips of it, and you were talking about the Gino Reconquista stuff, and I was getting my thing lined up, and I saw like 5 seconds of it, and I was like, oh, I'm starting to choke up a little bit just looking at the little part where the rabbit's waving at the moon. I'm like, oh God. And I'm like, okay, good. Yep. I could recollect myself because Jonathan's going through his Reconquista and G stuff. So Dango Daikazoku, yes, I think the Silent Night or like any of that kind of, this is like how religious or spiritual philosophies, I think this is like what they're trying to tap into, is these like bigger emotional truths. And if you're, a cynical person, some of them, they try to tap into those emotional truths and then get people to donate money to whatever your organization is, because it's also how cults work. Because there's something that when it is effective, like when you get someone to feel that experience, it is otherworldly. Like, it's so powerful. And for a piece of media to do that is truly something special.
So what you're saying is, if Scientology adopted this as their theme song, you would be going after your Thetan levels and donating to Tom Cruise, and you'd become part of Sea Org, all that.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I would be, trying to, get everybody on board, and it would be bad. I'm glad that Scientology hasn't figured it out yet. But I am a member of the Church of Ushio. I am the great believer. It's the girl and the robot in the other world. Like, that's what it's all about, man. That's our creator and like their two forms and all. That's just, this is what it is. So you got to donate $100 and I'll give you this set of shampoos, but you got to then sell the shampoo to other people and then get them on board so they can sell the shampoo to other people too. We just rock this up the chain, man. This is how it works.
Why shampoo?
It's a pyramid scheme.
Okay. All right. I just didn't know if is there a scene I forgot about in
It's
Clannad?
Whatever. No, that has nothing to do with Clannad. That's just like whatever random home good.
I feel like it would be dongos. They're a thing you could sell. And
I don't feel like food wouldn't work great for a pyramid scheme.
True.
It's
That's
a bit
true.
perishable.
All right. Sean, do you want to count down our top 10 endings again? Recap for everybody?
Yes. Let's do that.
All right. My number 10 was the episode 3 ending to Kaguya-sama Love is War, Chika to Chika Chika, or the Chika Dance.
All right, my number 10 ending is the ending to Watashi no Ushi wa Akiaka Dejo, or I'm in Love with the Villainess, the song OC, Optimum Combination.
My number 9 is from Lupin the Third Part 1, the Lupin the Third theme song 2 by Charlie Kosei.
My number 9 is the ending theme to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Roundabout by Yes.
My number 8 is the first ending to the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, Hare Hare Yukai.
My number 8 is the endings from Seiji Kishi shows where the characters disappear, but really it's Ichiban no Takaramono, the episode 10 and 13 ending from Angel Beats by Lisa and Karuta, composed by Maeda Jun.
My number 7 is the After War Gundam X Ending 1 Human Touch by Warren Weeby.
My number 7 is Mobile Suit Gundam The Witch from Mercury, Ending 2 Red Birthmark, performed by Aina the Red and composed by TK.
My number 6 is the first ending to Jujutsu Kaisen Lost in Paradise by Ali.
My number 6 is the special episode 5 ending to Kaguya-sama Love is War, Ultra Romantic, the song My Nonfiction, performed by Furukawa Makoto and Kohara Konami, with the music by Akko Gorilla and Park Golf.
You just wanted to say all that again, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
My number 5 is the first ending to K-On!, the song Listen by Hokago Tea Time.
My number 5 is the second ending to Turn A Gundam Tsuki no Mayu, with the music by Yoko Kanno.
My number 4 is the second ending to Dragon Ball Z, We Were Angels by Hironobu Kageyama.
My number 4 is ending 2 to K-On!, the song No, Thank You, composed by Maezawa Hiroyuki, performed by Hokago Tea Time.
My number 3 is the first ending to Mobile Suit Gundam Seed, Anna ni Isho Datta no Ni by Seesaw.
My number 3 is the second core endings to Lucky Star, performed by the inimitable Shiraishi Minoru, conceived in the deranged mind of Takimoto Yasuhiro.
My number 2 is the ending to Dragon Ball from 1986, Romantiku Ageruyo by Ushio Hashimoto.
My number 2 is the ending theme to City Hunter Get Wild by TM Network.
And my number 1 is Gino Senko from Gino Reconquista by Daisuke no Hasegawa.
My number 1 is the ending theme to Clannad, Dango Daikazaku, with the music by Maeda Jun and performed by Chata.
Endings are fun, Sean. Endings are fun to talk about. They can also be a little melancholy, because it means something's over, even if it's just an episode of anime. But speaking of endings, we've got a little announcement to make here on episode 500 of the podcast.
We do?
This is the final episode of the Weekly Stuff podcast.
Oh, great. I can pack it up. If I get my Sundays back, and just, I can get out of the podcasting dungeon you've locked me in Texas for years now. All the stuff about me being a teacher was a lie. I've just been in the podcasting mines forever. Finally, I can be free.
You cannot be free because
What?
Japanimation Station is still continuing, and we are not leaving some of the ideas from the Weekly Stuff podcast behind forever. So let's back up. I don't want to scare anyone. I don't want to shock anyone who loves the show. But yes, we have been planning for a while that episode 500 would be the end of the show called the Weekly Stuff podcast that has been running continuously since 2012. And we thought this would be a good note to end the weekly incarnation of this show on at a point where it has become decidedly not weekly.
It's been a while since it was an actually weekly stuff podcast.
Yeah, the last year or so has gotten less and less weekly. And look, it basically comes down to this. We are busier as adults than we were when we started this fucking thing in 2012.
That's very true.
And we are also doing Japanimation Station, which I think is where our energy is directed most. It is a real passion project for both of us, and it takes more work to do than the Weekly Stuff podcast pretty much ever did. And I think we have a higher standard of quality for it. And trying to maintain both of these the way we have been doing it has proven untenable behind the scenes. It hasn't caused any stress between you or me or anything like that, but it has just caused I think the Weekly Stuff podcast has gone on the chopping block more often than we would like it to. And rather than let it continue in a kind of neutered form, which I think it has been in a little bit, we would rather put it on the flue, send it out into the lake, light it on fire, give it a Viking funeral, say goodbye, and then create something else on top of the ashes.
Yeah, because I think it's really, we've just been in a situation where if the weekend is coming up for us to record a podcast, which during most of the year, during when school is in session, we're only doing podcasts, one recording a weekend typically, because that's the only thing we could manage. And if it's, we could either do a Japanimation Station or we could do a Weekly Stuff, the Japanimation Station basically always wins out in that calculus because it's more work, it's more we've prepped up for, and it's a clearer topic. So yeah, so it's just Weekly Stuff has been sort of deprioritized as a result, and then it's made the recordings and stuff so scattershot with vague, what are we going to talk about topics, because the energy has not been there for it. But as you say, it is, as with all things that end, something new is born from its ashes.
Yeah, so just to give you the TLDR, and we will have more details on this later in the episode and just, later as the months go by, we are planning to start a new sort of side podcast that will inherit much of what the Weekly Stuff was in the future, but will probably, the details on this are not finished, but it will probably be a monthly show, and we'll do one a month. And I think the way we're envisioning it is kind of as an audio magazine, a monthly thing, and it'll have segments that recur where we will tell you what we've been playing, what we've been watching. We'll have a single big topic that, because it's once a month, we can hopefully put something back into. We really, except for episode of 499 and 500, haven't had a real topic segment on the show in a while, other than what Doctor Who was airing, what game have we been playing. We did the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth episode. That was nice. But we'll be able to hopefully have a topic in every episode because it'll be a monthly thing. And we'll change up the format, and we'll go back to the drawing board. Part of the thing that I think is hard about doing any kind of serial show is that taking the time to reevaluate and figure out what you're going to change and do better, you don't often have time for when it's week in and week out. I would change the logo or my production methods for the behind the scenes of how I edit and my whole workflow for the podcast typically once a year at the end when we're in the kind of season break, because when you're on the grind of every week, you don't have time to adjust those things. And so this is actually a time where we'll be able to figure out what we want the new show to be. Tentatively, we're thinking that'll start in September or October, so there'll be a couple months here without the Weekly Stuff while we finish up our current ludicrously ambitious season of Japanimation Station and get that done. And then we can prep the next season of Japanimation Station and whatever the monthly show, which is not going to be called the Monthly Stuff. It's not going to be called the Monthly Show. No, we are going to come up with a real fucking podcast name this time, and we're going to make it good. And we have a couple of ideas, but we're not ready to share them just yet. But again, it will be out in September or October, and it will start a new monthly series that I think will give you what Weekly Stuff was, I think, and hopefully a better package for what we can deliver now. Is that fair to say, Sean?
Yeah, because I think just the reality is that we will have, it will I think, it'll be a better setup than what we've currently been doing, where we've had Japanimation Station and Weekly Stuff coexisting, but Japanimation Station just so dominates the Weekly Stuff in terms of production side things that people have not been getting a weekly podcast on the Weekly Stuff for so long. So it's having a design thing once a month. Here's an episode. We can prepare for it ahead of time. That is where we'll get on all the regular check-in stuff. So all the stuff you enjoy from the Weekly Stuff podcast of hearing our thoughts on whatever ongoing topics, what's happening in the news, what are the games we've been playing, what movies have we watched, like what weird shit am I on with Ultraman now, right? All that kind of stuff that's been like the fun check-in things in Weekly Stuff that obviously Japanimation Station would never cover. That will be able to exist in this podcast, and it will be basically as frequent as the Weekly Stuff has been anyways for a while regardless. So there's definitely really no negative element to what we're doing here. It is just going to be a positive change that's, I think, just being more sort of thoughtful about the reality of where our podcasting situation is at with the two shows we have, and how can we better situate these to coexist and complement each other rather than it feeling like they're kind of competing for time.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it. We've been averaging about 2 episodes a month, so maybe every other week, but I think of it as like, take those 2 episodes and kind of mush them together, but with more structure, and that's hopefully what we're going to have now, And I think because that's the other thing is I think we want the show to have a little more structure. It's kind of lost a little bit of that in the last year or so as things have gone. So, yeah, but like, look, we love the Weekly Stuff podcast. We've been doing it this is season 13. We're doing it a really long time, and I think we wanted to find a way to end it on the right foot. I think doing it at episode 500, in an episode where we were talking about endings, specifically anime endings, felt like a good way to do it. And then the episode's not even over. We are going to be able to talk about the end of a Doctor Who season. So we'll get to finish on what has been by far our most prolific topic on this podcast, which is Doctor Who. So the episode's not over. The show's not quite over. There's a little bit more of the Weekly Stuff podcast left, although after that, it is fucking dead. We took it out back like Old Yeller and killed it. But not quite yet.
Really, this last segment is just its final gasps of life. Like where, it's been shot, but it's not quite dead yet. It's got those last moments. It's like in the Reign of Terror, they did all these science experiments. It was like, oh, well, we cut off this dude's head with a guillotine. How long is there still life going on? Like if we, will it blink if we got to blink twice after your head's been cut off and see like, oh, is it 5 seconds, 10 seconds? That's, I think, where we're at right now.
Or, let's use a different metaphor. This is like the Doctor Who, in the 11th Doctor, when he regenerates, has that brief window when he turns back into his young self before like the final thing kicks in and then he coughs and becomes Peter Capaldi. That's where we are right now. We have been mortally wounded, but we have a new regeneration cycle and therefore have a little more time to play with you guys. So, we're going to do some Doctor Who reviews. After the Doctor Who reviews, we're going to come back for one final segment of the Weekly Stuff podcast where we will celebrate its life, give it a little funeral. I have some trivia that we're going to play of podcast trivia. And just a little preview, I have also added up the total runtime of the entire series so that I can shock Sean maybe into a heart attack with the number.
I'm very excited, but you're going to have to add an inappropriately large number of hours once we're done recording this whole podcast.
All right, Sean, do you want to talk about some Doctor Who?
Let's talk about some Doctor Who.
For the last time, this is the last episode of the Weekly Stuff podcast. Last time we're talking about Doctor Who, and it is the end of a season of Doctor Who, so endings, it all feels appropriate. This is the finale to Series 14, or Season 40, or Season 1, depending on how you want to count it. But we have The Legend of Ruby Sunday and Empire of Death, our big 2-part finale written by Russell T. Davies, directed by Jamie Donahue. And my reaction to both of these was that this is definitely a Russell T. Davies season finale, for reasons both good and bad, but mostly it put a smile on my face, and I think the ending of the season is extremely strong in the final minutes of Empire of Death. And overall, I'm a happy Doctor Who fan.
Yeah, I find it amusing that Russell T. Davies' writing on Doctor Who has evolved in every single way except for very specifically the way he does finales. Because if you told me this was like a script he had written for a potential additional David Tennant season if he had RTD decided to stay on for another year, I would absolutely believe you. Like, it so just feels like it's ripped right out of that era. I do like some of the character stuff once they get to the very end of Empire of Death, but overall, I'm not like a huge fan of these. Like, I think Legend of Ruby Sunday is a nice, tense episode that is setting up a thing that isn't paid off in any way that feels good in Empire of Death, and then you have the actual ending, which is after all the setup stuff is dealt with, which is how a lot of those episodes were like back in the day. So I don't love these episodes. I don't think they make the season bad or anything, but I don't think it's a particularly like remarkable finale.
I probably agree with that. I think I like these more than you, but I think I also like Russell T Davies's finales a little more than you. They are not either of our cup of tea. And I think even when Stephen Moffat would do this, like the best version of a Russell T Davies season finale is Stephen Moffat's season 5 finale, is the end of season 5, which is the first 11th Doctor Matt Smith season, and that ending, the Pandorica opens in the Big Bang. That was Stephen Moffat very clearly following the Russell T Davies model, where you have the cracks in the universe all season, and then a big finale that pays that off. But I think Moffat is the kind of writer who has a little bit more foresight, follow-through, planning on these things, and was able to thematize it in a way that season has a very powerful ending. Moffat couldn't do that in Series 6. That's a disaster. Worse finale maybe than any of the RTD ones. And Series 7 is Name of the Doctor, which is terrible. So then we get to Peter Capaldi, and Moffat went in a very, very different direction for Capaldi's 3 finales. And I think those all are, to varying degrees, great. And maybe historically great for Doctor Who when you're talking about the 9 and 10 finales. But, so we're back to the RTD finale style, and, I think, again, it's so funny. It's almost like you could just kind of cut and paste whatever you would say about, Journey's End into here. I do think this is better than, the Series 2 finale, which is the one where the Cybermen and the Daleks fight, and you have all the, wringing of hands over the departure of Rose and all that. I think that's bad. I don't think these are bad. I think this is...
I would probably say I think Doomsday is better than... this. I think I would take the season 2 finale over.
I like the end of Doomsday. I think the Cybermen Dalek fighting each other stuff is stupid, and I'm not into it.
Welcome to how I feel about Sutek in the Empire of Death.
Yes. Look, it's ridiculous. I think the first episode is a very well-directed, well-written tension piece. I think it's got some big scenes that are good. It is also mostly misdirects and red herrings, and then what you are actually dealing with in Empire of Death is figuring out how we're going to beat Sutek. It's done in a very Russell T Davies way, where if you think about it for a quarter of a second, it makes absolutely no sense. There's a level where I do enjoy just how loopy it is, and there was something kind of nostalgic to being back in high school, watching Journey's End, and being like, this makes no sense. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I had fun with it. Again, I don't think they're great Doctor Who episodes. I do think there are a couple of great scenes across these 2 episodes, really good scenes. But yeah, I did in the middle, after The Legend of Ruby Sunday, we meet Sutek again at the end. I did go back and watch Pyramid of Mars, and then I watched Empire of Death. And I do think something that's notable, and if you've never seen Pyramid of Mars, stop listening to this and go watch Pyramid of Mars. It's a phenomenal Doctor Who serial. That serial is, with no money, so good at getting you afraid of Sutek, because Tom Baker is uniquely good among doctors, I think, of doing crazy exposition, because Tom Baker is the only person who's ever played the Doctor who seems like he actually is an insane space alien. And so when he talks about Sutek being the only thing that's ever made him afraid or whatever, you believe him. And Sutek is scary in those episodes. And the ending is crazy, and it's really, really good. And I do think it's notable that Empire of Death probably has more money for that one episode than was spent in all 7 seasons of Tom Baker as Doctor Who. And I think for all its sound and fury, and there are some impressive effects, it never makes Sutek scary or intimidating in the way that just Tom Baker talking about him could make it back in the day. And I do think that is a limitation of RTD's style. And this is one difference, I think, between RTD and Stephen Moffat. Although I think when RTD tries to go smaller, he can do it, is the reliance on kind of the slam-bang spectacle over the story itself. I think there's a lot in the script of these 2 episodes that is, this is gobbledygook, but the production will make it cool, instead of I've got to get the script solid, which we know RTD can do in something like Midnight or Wild Blue Yonder or 73 Yards.
Most of his episodes this season.
Are very conceptual in a way that even if you didn't have a lot of money, you could pull them off. This is spectacle for the sake of spectacle. And, some people really love this in Doctor Who, and more power to you. I am not immune to it. It is fun, but it is really messy as a script.
Yeah, it's very anathema to what I like in Doctor Who. It's the exact opposite of what I want. And I think it's particularly hard to go back to when you've had Stephen Moffat cracking it and figuring it out. And it took him a long time to figure it out, right? Like season 5, I think, is kind of like a miracle.
It's a total miracle, yeah.
Would you see what happened with season 6 and season 7 of just like he couldn't figure it out again? In season 5, it just like was a miracle of like everything working, everything slotting into place perfectly. Obviously, also that he had more pre-production on that season and stuff than he did for 6 and 7. He wasn't working on Sherlock at the same time. So there are like reasons why that worked out that way in terms of like there's more probably like effort being able to be put into those episodes and to get that season to work. But season 6 and 7, he just kept on trying to do the same thing and it kept falling flat. And then when you get to Peter Capaldi's era, there's such a clear shift in attitude of let's not go for the big thing, let's go for the personal thing. Because I think the thing that makes these finales traditionally really bad is they go to this territory that Doctor Who's not actually a show particularly well equipped to go to, which is when the scale gets that big. It just becomes total nonsense, and trying to find what the actual story is within the Sound and Fury becomes an impossible task. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. What's the theme here? What's the idea? Like, what are you actually trying to explore narratively? It just gets completely lost in the mess in the traditional RTD style ending, because we have to pump up the stakes. We have to make it bigger. We have to make it more epic than ever. And when you hear RTD behind the scenes talk about these episodes, that's how he talks about them. He talks about them as things that, he talks about the spectacle. I'm bringing back like the most fearsome enemy in the history of Doctor Who and that kind of stuff. And there's a showmanship to it that I appreciate because I like the showmanship of RTD as a person. In interviews and stuff, I think he's a very charismatic guy. And I like
this is
that.
very genuine to him. This is not a put on. These are not cynical episodes. He likes this and has fun with it. It's why I can't be too mad at them. There's a certain quality of someone playing with their toys in the playground really enthusiastically that I can't, it's not my thing, but I do enjoy the spectacle in a certain sense.
Yeah. But when Stephen Moffat sort of took the other turn with it and said, well, what if to make the stakes bigger, we just made them more personal? And so instead of it being about the universe ending, it's about Clara ending, or it's about Bill getting turned into a Cyberman. And that's the thing that's horrifying. It's about putting the characters that we care about into the kind of jeopardy that usually is saved for the supporting character that only is in this one episode of Doctor Who. Right, that's the whole thing with the season 10 finales is it's seemingly a totally normal episode of Doctor Who up until the point when Bill has a hole in her chest now. And there was such an intention to the way that Stephen Moffat designed those that I think delivered the appropriate amount of this is a more intense episode than your typical episode of Doctor Who. It's paying off more narrative, but it's on a scale of a normal episode of Doctor Who that Doctor Who can actually deal with, because there is just only so many times you can have the entire universe be wiped out, and Doctor Who cleared that after season 5. After season 5 did it, you can't do it again. You can't up the ante by wiping out the universe again. We already wiped the universe out and brought it back. You can't just keep doing that over and over and over and over again. It's just... to me, it just sort of loses all impact, and then the real story that's being told gets completely lost in the mess. And I just find that very dull and tedious an experience as a viewer.
One other thing Moffat did that he was really good at with these, even not so 6 and 7 doesn't do two-parters, but in season 5 and then in 8 again with Capaldi, is that the two halves of the finale are really distinct. Yes. So, and that is something that I think RTD, his are much more amorphous in which one is which, and I think it's a problem. So, this two-parter, Legend of Ruby Sunday, ends with the revelation that the villain is Sutekh, but then all of the stuff where Sutekh destroys the universe is at the beginning of the second part, and then about 20 minutes into that episode, the episode has to kind of softly restart again. When it does that, though, I think the best scene in either of these episodes is the Doctor on the desert planet coming in and talking to this mysterious woman who is forgetting everything, and the death thing is going down the chain of her family, and he gets the spoon from her and all that. That is a great scene. And part of why it's great is that it's the simplest. It's a very cheap set. It's just this tent out in the desert. And it is this, it's the only scene in either of these where you really get to feel the fear and horror of the things Sutek is doing, and the Doctor has to confront it, instead of a lot of kind of running around, big ridiculous bombast. And I'm like, man, this is a dynamite scene. This should be the first scene of the episode, and all that other stuff should have been at the end of the previous episode. And it reminded me that Season 5 does that. Season 5, the Pandorica Opens, ends with the universe blotting out everywhere, and the Doctor, everything seemingly being done. And then it begins, the second part, the Big Bang, with Amelia Pond, the young Amelia, the one we always think of as Amelia because she's like 11 years old, and she's back as she was at the beginning of the season, but now the universe is blotted out, and she goes to the museum, and we just spend a little bit of time in this alternate version of the world that has been created before the Doctor busts out and starts doing Doctor Who things again, and that's part of why those two segments work so much. And I feel like there's a version of Legend of Ruby Sunday Empire of Death that could have done that, where the actual cliffhanger is Sutek has sanded the universe, and then we would be able to actually like spend some time with what does that mean, but we only really get that one scene, and then it's back to the races, and he is able to solve the problem pretty easily, as he always is in these finales, because we put a lot more time into making the problem big than figuring out how to solve it.
Yeah, and I agree with you that scene is a really good scene as a scene unto itself, but I don't think it didn't work for me in the episode because like all sense of like stakes gets wiped out once you go this big and you know that you can't continue it. Like when you kill off Kate Stewart, a character who has been in Doctor Who since the Power of 3 in fucking season 7, which is a lifetime ago in the show. This character has been in the show for a long time. It's, you know, she hasn't been in a huge number of episodes. It's an occasional appearance here and there. But she's, if you've been watching the show the whole time, you know this character very well. You can't kill that character off with no fanfare and then expect the audience to then be like, oh man, this episode's really got some consequence to it. You see that and you're like, oh well, this is all going to get reversed immediately. Like they're and then as soon, obviously, then once the whole Earth gets dusted, all sense of, is there any real stakes to this? Is there any real sense of consequence? Is there actually any tension in the plot? For me, no, because it's all gone because you've gone too big, too hard, too quickly. Whereas if it was at the end of the previous episode, then it would, I think, have a sense of stakes, even if logically I would know that almost certainly it's going to get reversed, unless you're like the Flux, in which it didn't get reversed in that one. To that story's credit, and its shame, it didn't actually reverse the universe-destroying death wave in that one, but that's a different issue. But, you know, even if I know logically that this is not going to keep, obviously at the end of Pandorica Opens, I understand logically that the universe is not going to be dead for the rest of the entire show of Doctor Who. Emotionally, the impact lands because of how the narrative shapes it and frames it. It's shaped and framed as a climax. The universe is dead. The end. Then you get the next story. Yeah. What do we go from there? When the beginning of your story is all the supporting characters except for these couple are dead and the whole universe is wiped out, then that's the beginning. Well, it's like, of course, then it's going to be, well, then how do we fix this and how does that become a problem that we have solved and all that kind of stuff? And all of the stakes and the consequence and the power of those narrative choices has been completely sapped from them, and thus makes everything that comes after it feel cheap and worthless. And then also I think there's an issue with when you've been sort of like teasing, like, is this Susan? Is it Sutek? Is this the other thing? When you then have a scene with a mysterious woman in a room with like cryptic dialogue, the whole time thinking like, is this supposed to secretly be Susan? Is this supposed to secretly be this other thing? And when you're playing that mystery box game, it also means that those moments don't get to stand on their own and be the scenes that they want to be for the story because of how they've been positioned metatextually.
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. It's why the Capaldi finales work so well, particularly Hellbent, where the stakes are purely, what is the Doctor and Clara's relationship? Like, will Clara live? How so? And what is the Doctor willing to do? And what is he willing to lose of himself for that? And it ultimately resolves with them having to go their separate ways. In The Doctor Falls, it is mostly philosophical stakes at that point, because Bill is just fucking dead. She's a Cyberman. And it is sort of like, what will the Doctor live and die for? But even in the original Capaldi finale, the one with the Cybermen...
Dark Water and Death in Heaven.
Yes. That one is a lot more focused as well. That's not a universe-ending threat. That's basically just a big, the Earth is being invaded by Cybermen episode. But that one is built around the boyfriend of Clara, who had been a major character all season, and it does not reverse his death. And it asks some also serious questions about the Doctor's identity per, the idea of soldiers and of unit and of all these things. And so I think that also makes it matter in a way that these two do not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of unit, though, one thing I do want to say, the version of unit we have gotten in this first new RTD year is easily my favorite version of unit we've had in Modern Who. It's so much better. There's so much life and liveliness to it. That set feels, it's not just big and cool, but it's playful. They've got a crazy robot. They've got this funny kid walking around, like going around on his little Segway, and he's the 13-year-old science advisor, and it's twee as shit, but I love it, and it's silly. And like Kate Stewart feels just a little more human everywhere. Like the scene, another I think standout scene is her talking to the Doctor about Susan, and it's the only time they really make Susan thematic in that episode rather than a red herring. And I like this version of Unit. I want to see more of them. I feel like they finally figured out how to balance the militarized modern Unit that Modern Who has always used with the kind of goofy quality that was always there to Unit in the second and third Doctor eras. And I like that. I feel like Unit is on much firmer ground than they've been before in Modern Who.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely like one of the pleasures of The Legend of Ruby Sunday as an episode is it's just a lot more unit focused. And we got a lot of that stuff in The Giggle, but seeing it get kind of expanded on and doubled down here. It is also just nice. Like, it feels like Gemma Redgrave is given a lot meatier stuff as Kate Stewart than she's gotten in a while. Because I think she's always really good. It's just oftentimes the show is not entirely sure what to do with that character when they bring her back, or like what to do with her that's more than just super functional. And it just feels like there's a meatier quality to it here. And that episode has that really fantastic scene with the time window and like the VHS tape effects and the tension of all that. And you get the moment where the one unit soldier gets killed, who is going to get killed as soon as they make this whole point about like, oh, you're from this place because I can tell from your accent. It's like, I'm from that place too, because that's what British people do. They just talk about their accents and where they're from all the time. And as soon as you like put a name to that dude, I'm like, oh, this guy's getting red-shirted Star Trek hardcore. And lo and behold, he gets fucking killed by Sutekh. But you have that little moment of the Doctor looking up at Kate Stewart and her looking back down at the Doctor. And there's this very tense moment there where the Doctor has been playing a little bit fast and loose with the safety of what's been going on here, and someone has died as a result of it. Not just somebody, but a member on Kate Stewart's staff, like someone whose safety she's responsible for. All that stuff is really good. And so it's like Legend of Ruby Sunday overall, like since that scene, which is a big scene, is the centerpiece of that episode, it's really entertaining. And it's a great moment, and it's a great sequence of events. The effects of it are fucking awesome. The only problem with it, and this is the problem with so many RTD episodes, is ultimately it hinges on the impact of the follow-through, because this all set up, and then when the follow-through is weak, it means that, like, I'm never going to be able to have the kind of experience with The Legend of Ruby Sunday I had when I originally watched it, because in the back of my head, the Sutekh stuff will have been totally sapped of its potence because of how it's followed through on Empire of Death.
Yeah, but I would say that about almost all the RTD finales. I think part 1 is generally pretty fun, and then part 2 is the one that drags it down. Like, I actually think when I went back to season 3, I think the first episode of the Master two-parter is actually pretty good. I think, like, the Master is actually well done there. I think, like, it's a pretty good episode. And then part 2 is where they put David Tennant in the old man makeup, and they have him go Super Saiyan at the end, and it's just terrible. And that's the part that I hate, not part 1. And I think that's also true of, like, the series 1 finale. I think part 1 is quite a bit stronger than part 2 once it becomes just, we're fighting Daleks. That's not as interesting as all the, like, Big Brother parodies and whatnot. So this is a common thing with his finales. And yeah, I mean, should we just break down Empire of Death and the use of Sutekh from Pyramids of Mars as a big CG cat person?
Yeah, I mean, so if I were to define what my issue with Empire of Death is, it's that Sutekh has nothing to do with anything, like, of the actual plot. Like, the actual plot of these 2 episodes is who is Ruby's mom and what is the significance of that? That's what the story is actually about. Sutekh has fucking nothing to do with that. And it's kind of amazing to me that you can have a character that is the god of death and have that character feel thematically irrelevant to an episode, because death is such an usually kind of omnipresent recurring theme in fiction.
Yes.
Particularly Doctor Who has death as like a major motif and theme constantly. The main character dies every 3 years of this show, and yet somehow Russell T Davies landed on a Doctor Who story, like a rare Doctor Who story, where the presence of the god of death as a character feels actually basically irrelevant to the real themes of the story. And I just was kind of, I was gobsmacked by that realization that I just can't really figure out why you would want Sutekh to be the villain of this story, other than we haven't done Sutekh yet, and Pyramids of Mars was really good. And that feels like that's literally where it started and stopped, with the choice of bringing Sutekh back, which, to be fair, I think that is also the reason why RCD has ever brought things back, has always just been, we haven't done it yet, and it would be cool. We haven't done Davros yet. It'd be cool if we did Davros. Yeah, let's throw him in the season 4 finale. Do we have time to do him in the season 4 finale? No. But we're going to put him in there. And that's like what it has kind of always felt like. And it just is weird when you have a character that is the literal embodiment of death, and have it feel like if this story was just an episode where the Doctor landed at UNIT and then they had to do some techno gobbledygook on the VHS tape to figure out who Ruby's mom was, and it's someone who is not insignificant on like a cosmic scale, but is significant to us in the coincidence, and that's what's causing all this shit, and then we deal with the emotional fallout of that. It wouldn't be a very like eventful episode, but it would be a very meaningful episode, and you don't need Sutekh to do any of that.
I'm fine with the thematic resolution that the mother was nobody, and it was the way that all the characters had made her into somebody that made Sutekh get obsessed with it. I don't need Sutekh to be related on a plot level to that. I think this is what you're saying, is that it's thematically, you want the journey with Sutekh to mean something for when they finally meet the mom at the end, and it doesn't. Yes. If the mom is nobody and that's the whole paradox that was created, that's fine, and I actually think it's thematically appropriate. I think this is the correct last 15 minutes for this season in just about every way. But I do think the 45 minutes preceding that with Sutekh, you're right, it's like it's the god of death, but this is not a scenario where that really means anything to the Doctor or Ruby. Ruby is a young girl who hasn't had to, combat mortality. The backstory with her mom doesn't involve death. It involves abuse, seemingly, but that is not thematized through Sutekh. I think there's a way to, what if her mom... The other way you could have done this is, what if the mom is just dead, or something like that, and that's how you tie it to Sutekh. There's a bunch of ways you could do it. They kind of do none of them. And there's a lot of gobbledygook to get us to the various places we're going. RTD likes to play it very fast and loose with the rules of the universe in these finales. I do think this one there's a memory TARDIS, and life plus life equals death, and we can go to 2042. Why can we go to 2042? Didn't he kill everything? Well, I previously went to 2042, off screen, don't ask about it. And because I went there, it's a fixed point in time, even though everything's dead. I mean, it makes less than no sense. Yeah. It moves at such a pace that you don't care about it too much, but it is gobbledygook, and it would be worth the gobbledygook if there was maybe a punch to Sutekh as the villain. But you're right, he's ultimately killed basically the same way Tom Baker did, just more expensive now.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to just run down real quick some of that, I know that we're not normally a angry logic guys on the internet kind of podcast, but every once in a while there is a piece of fiction that worth looking at the logic of it and get kind of annoyed, and this is one for me, because there's a lot of those, and yeah, the whole thing of, they set up in this episode, they recontextualize for us what happened to Sutekh in Pyramids of Mars as he was trapped in the time vortex, which makes sense. We're just kind of replacing the language from old Doctor Who, which was the time corridor in that episode, which was Sutekh had a time corridor from Mars to Earth that he was using to send shit to try to free himself. And the Doctor defeats him because Sutekh is in the time corridor. He has seemingly won. The Doctor, in a great moment of little bit of scientific relevance, realizes that there is a gap between when something happens somewhere and then the light waves from that reaching the Earth. So there's a gap of like some 2 or 3 minutes from Mars to the Earth in terms of light speed, and he uses that time to trap Sutekh in the time corridor. They have recontextualized that as being he was trapped in the time vortex, and when he was in the time vortex, he survived by latching on to the TARDIS at some point, and he has been seemingly on the TARDIS hanging out for, hundreds of years. Which there is a lot of very funny fan art of people photoshopping Sutekh onto like the little tiny TARDIS from Flatline, and like on every single one of the TARDISes from the Day of the Doctor 50th anniversary special where they're all together. And I don't have a problem with like Sutekh was secretly there the whole time on the TARDIS, like whatever. I don't give a shit about that. But you've established this is what happens. He was thrown and lost into the time vortex, and he survived by latching onto the TARDIS and slowly transformed into a true god. I appreciated that they gave a little bit of a reason for why, when in the original appearance, he's just a powerful alien that's an Osiren, and now he's a god. They give us a little bit of explanation for that. The problem is when you've given that and contextualized it in this episode, and then the way he's defeated is just by casting him into the time vortex, you really just have to sit there and wonder, how is this different? Why is this? How does this kill him? Like, surely he can just latch onto the TARDIS again. Like, he's already survived in the time vortex for hundreds of years, or thousands of years, however long it's been from the Doctor's POV. How does this kill him? Why am I meant to think that this kills him other than the Doctor saying it? And getting this just very, like, it makes all the Doctor stuff just feel silly and ridiculous because, again, it's set up in this episode. This is not me being like, well, in the original Pyramids of Mars, he was also trapped in a time corridor. It's like, no, this episode tells us this. How have we not come up with a different way that Sutekh dies that makes sense for the episode you've written? Like, Russell T. Davies put in the explanation that makes his own resolution not make any sense. He invented the idea that it was the time vortex for this, thus making the fact that it's the time vortex again seem confusing and weird and make no sense.
Yeah, but and honestly, that kind of thing, it's so out there, it doesn't bother me that much. I do think, like, again, it kind of comes down to the thematic thing. Like, part of the implication of this, and they give Ncuti Gatwa this moment to play, and he plays everything in these episodes very well, obviously, of the Doctor feeling guilty that this is his fault because he went to all these places, and Sutekh uses that to kill the whole universe. And, Mel and Ruby are trying to tell him, you didn't know, it's not your fault. And he says, but I thought this was just for fun. And, who was I to think that? That's a big idea for the Doctor to play. I think that's a worthy idea if you want to make an episode about it. But neither of these episodes are about that idea. So it's a brief moment for Ncuti Gatwa to play. But it is not, like, thematically the Doctor grappling with his, like, positionality as a tourist of the universe and that having deleterious effects. I'm not sure you could fully square that circle if you did it, but you definitely can't in this context.
Yeah, and just giving him these little pat lines about, like, oh, and now I must become the monster, and going and saying that before he's going to kill Sutekh. It is just, like, I just can't buy it. Like, it doesn't mean anything because it doesn't have any narrative weight, because all it is a bunch of plot shit to move through to get back to the story that we're trying to tell, because all the shit with Sutekh and the death wave and all that shit has nothing to do with the actual story that we care about. It is just shoe leather you have to get through to get to the thing. Like, you've just created this weird labyrinthine expositionary phase of the plot to have the characters navigate through to then be able to resume the thing that was actually the plot, which is who is Ruby's mom. And Sutekh just has fucking nothing to do with that. And it's very weird. Also, the whole fucking, like, the death plus death equals life, like, that whole scene is confusing, particularly because it would make sense to me if it was like, we have killed the death wave, and so it's as if the death wave never happened, but that's not how they play it. They play it as, like, and then they come back to life. Like, it's not like they've rewound time or something. The characters have, like, some sort of vague sense that they have died and have been resurrected, like it's the fucking Dragon Balls or some shit. And I just find it very confusing, and the way it's visualized is equally confusing, of, like, dragging Sutekh through the time vortex and him ripping holes in it, and then that bringing the people back to none of the visual language of it communicates this idea. None of the technobabble communicates the idea, really. You're just supposed to look at images of people coming back to life and say, well, I mean, it had to be something. They had to find some way everyone had to come back. And I guess this is the way he came up with.
Yeah. It's dumb. Here's my biggest thought I had from that scene, Sean, was, why isn't Gallifrey back now? Is it just because Sutek didn't wipe it out? But if,
I don't know.
It's just...
yeah. Did it bring everybody back to life? Like, did he kill the concept of death? Like, can people not die now? I think what it is just like, oh, it reversed the death wave. But
No,
when
I
the
agree,
only
but
explanation is death plus death equals life, well, I mean, there's not a lot to go on to kind of understand what's trying to be communicated there. It's so vague. But again, it doesn't matter because it's not what the story is about, right? Like, if I was confused about who Ruby Sunday's mom is by the end of the episode, that would have been a huge problem in the plot. It's funny how irrelevant it is that the solution to killing Sutek making no sense doesn't matter because Sutek doesn't matter. Like, none of that matters because none of that's important.
Yeah, it's gibberish, but again, there's a certain delirious quality to like the end of the first part where we go from Susan Triad, Sutek is so fucking stupid, and then everything in this one that I don't think it's good, but part of me does enjoy it. But we do have some serious...
I wish I had that part of me, Jonathan.
Okay. Yeah, it's
I have
okay.
to say I didn't.
That's okay. Honestly, Sean, this is such a nice conversation. This is taking me back to like when we're doing like the season 6 Doctor Who podcasts a decade ago, talking about the end of it. Like, part of loving Doctor Who is hating certain Doctor Who episodes, but on a normal dimension, not on a why is the Doctor standing for Amazon now dimension. This is still. Remember the season, the first Jodie Whittaker season finale, the Battle of Rankus al Kalur, or whatever it was called?
The Battle of Ranskor Avklos, I believe, is what that episode is called. Don't tell me how I remembered that one.
This is definitely better than that. It's definitely better than that.
Yeah. I mean, if you're grading on a scale with the Chibnall stuff, this is way better than those. It's very silly.
But I do, there is the serious stuff, though, to take account of. There is, obviously, Ruby and her mother. It is also notable, let's just talk about it, they've brought Susan back into the conversation. Susan has been, she has existed in our minds for many decades, but not been referenced in the show. We have now had, in The Legend of Ruby Sunday, a whole episode where the Doctor is talking about it, and I do think the scene where he talks to Kate Stewart, I think Gemma Redgrave plays that so well, and it's just the two of them. And because they've known each other long enough, she can kind of broach with him the, why didn't you go back? These questions. And I think Ncuti played that so well that this is a story I would like to see at some point. I think this is the right Doctor for that story. I think this is the right time if you want to do it. I think there could be material here. I'm a little annoyed that it wound up all being a red herring here, although I think the end of the episode squares it a little better in terms of the Doctor having a deeper emotional intelligence about these things. I like that idea. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, whether they actually bring the Susan stuff back with bringing her character back, I don't know. I'm always very skeptical of that in the everyone always thinks that every bad guy is always the Ronnie kind of way. Everyone always thinks it's Susan, and it's never Susan. I mean, I liked those scenes. I think for me, part of an issue with this finale though is that I think it would be very hard to do, but it kind of feels like the story they were writing was one where Susan is the bad guy, because this story isn't about death. It's not about grieving over death or loss. It's not about mourning. It's none of those things. This is a story about feeling abandoned and abandoning people. And there's a moment where I had not thought about this perspective because it's not really a thing the story actually considers until the very end, where there's one brief moment where Ruby, it's when they're saying goodbye, and Ruby's like, oh, you're not going to come back, right? And he says, oh, of course I will. And he says, well, but you didn't come back for your own granddaughter. And that moment I was like, oh shit, how is this not what the story was about? How is this story not about the Doctor as someone who's on both sides of that line? He's someone who's been abandoned, right? With all the timeless child stuff, and how it's been recontextualized here as, the proper adoption storyline that it was kind of trying to be. He is someone who's felt like he was abandoned as a child and doesn't know where he really comes from. He is also someone who abandoned Susan specifically, but he abandons people all the time, right? He's constantly abandoning people back to their lives and leaving. Sometimes in a way that's like better than others, but oftentimes, I'm just gonna Third Doctor, like, I'm just gonna quietly peace out in the middle of this party. Fourth Doctor, oh, I got a fucking message from the Gallifreyans. Sorry, Sarah Jane, I'm gonna leave you back where you're supposed to go, or at least I think I am, but actually you're like an entirely different island.
Yes.
So often his goodbyes are versions of abandoning these people that he cares about. And then obviously the biggest one being Susan, his own granddaughter. And it's kind of wild that the story doesn't actually contest with any of that stuff in any way, shape, or form, because you have all this Sutekh shit to deal with in the part of the plot where this is what you would be dealing with. This is the section of the plot where if it was actually all tied together thematically, the Doctor would be dealing with, instead of the entire universe being dead, him realizing, I am the person who abandons people is part of who I am. How do I grapple with that? And I think maybe it would be extreme to make Susan the villain, in the sense of like, I think you'd have a hard time making her do like big evil, mustache twirling villain kinds of things. But something like that, of turning her or something like that into an antagonistic force that forces the Doctor to confront that and have that then gel with Ruby Sunday's feelings of abandonment and her complex around her birth mother, would be a story. And the Sutekh stuff, just part of my problem with is that it just gets in the way of the story actually being able to work through the ideas it does have. So when you get the good scenes at the end, the good scenes are not as good as they should be because they haven't actually been built up to.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think my positive reaction to the handful of scenes around the edges is that it hints at a really good story to tell. And there's nothing stopping them from going and telling that story at some point, so they could do it. And honestly, I would want the Susan episode to be, there's no mystery, there's no question of who she is, just he goes and sees Susan. Like, that should be the story. But I think there's a bunch of ways you could do it, and I think you just outlined, several of them. And I think this episode hints at several of them, but it ultimately, that stuff is red herring material to throw you off the scent because, and I think this is the correct instinct, RTD's instinct isn't to blow up the Doctor Who continuity and have everything go crazy at the end and have Ruby's mother be the Ronnie or something crazy, right? He wants to tell stories about normal people. It just also sometimes conflicts with his instinct for finales, which is to make it as abnormal and big as possible. And I think you feel that tension in these episodes. That said, I do think the Doctor and Ruby's final scene on the TARDIS in this one is pretty fucking great. I think Murray Gold is really cooking on the soundtrack in that scene. And as a companion exit scene, and I know we're going to see more of Ruby, it is unclear how much we're going to see. There have been conflicting reports on how much she is in the next season. That's a good companion exit scene. I'm glad it's RTD. Most of his companion exits have been really fucking traumatic. I feel like this is the first, like, normal... It feels like a little bit of a fairy tale best friend kind of ending, where the Doctor was this magical figure who came in and helped her through this time of her life, and she's growing up and doesn't need him now. It's the kind of ending Amy Pond should have gotten at some point, like in season 6 when they did give her that ending, but then they reversed it. I liked that.
Yeah, it feels like a modern version of what a classic companion exit was like, where you have like, here's like our one nice scene, it's like the Sarah Jane's exit, which is like the best companion exit scene ever. Still, it's about these two people and their relationship, and it's about this very like powerful conversation. And I think one thing I really liked about it is it helped me see again like some of that dynamic of their relationship, of where I think one of the things that Ncuti Gatwa was so good at is that even though he is a very young person in the real world, he projects such a fatherly energy that when Ruby says I love you at the end when she leaves, it feels like her saying that to her dad. And I really like that. It felt more like the 12th Doctor's relationship with Bill.
Yes.
There's certainly none of the David Tennant like mushy like, oh, I love you, and it's this tortured love story, and like none of that is there. And it's this like platonic familial kind of love, because obviously that's part of like Ruby's whole story, is her feeling like there's a part of that missing in her life. especially, like, specifically, she doesn't have a father figure, right? Obviously, she has her adoptive mother, Carla, who she loves and who raised her, but she doesn't have a father figure in her life. And, you know, part of the whole sequence is also her getting that thing on her phone, realizing that they found out where her birth father is. So it's like all of that coming together. It just really is a really well-written scene to really put that final spin on clarifying that dynamic and what that relationship was between these two people. And it really speaks a lot to the actors that they're able to sell that dynamic when in any other show, like just based on the age of the actors, that dynamic would not play because you just assume it's either just a friendship or it's a romantic relationship would be the more common interpretation. Whereas here it feels so clearly like a father-daughter thing. And Millie Gibson, who is very young in real life, she feels so young in that moment in a way that really struck me. And I thought it another way that felt like some of the classic companions that could feel so young and so like kind of juvenile in some ways. And then they're kind of grown into adults. I think it just communicates all of that so well.
Yeah, it's one of, I think companion exits have been a sticky thing on modern Doctor Who because I don't think any of the RTD ones are particularly great. I think Moffat had a habit that eventually turned into very good storytelling, but he killed them all. Like it's the weird thing is that he, in some way, shape, or form, killed them all. And then I guess they just never left in the Chibnall thing until the Doctor was like, "Peace, I'm gone."
Yeah, more or less. Or they just kind of pieced out. Like, Graham and Ryan just sort of leave at a certain point because it feels like, sorry, Doc, our contract is up. And it's like, I got like a bunch of other shows I got to be on. I don't know, I'm out of here. And it's like, we'll get another aging white middle-aged British comedian to replace you, Graham. So don't worry, we'll find a different one next season.
No, but I like this. This is, as you say, I think it's the closest to a classic companion exit we've had. And it's a very, very good one. It also clears the deck for Christmas because we know Stephen Moffat is writing that Christmas special, and I like that RTD basically has given him do whatever you want. Yeah. Shooty's in the TARDIS, and that's it. There's no like carryover to the next. I mean, I'm sure they can, he can always go visit Ruby again. You can bring back certain characters, whatever. But this is a very clean slate, and I like that. It also creates the right point where now we can imagine this is where Shooty goes off and has 700 years of Big Finish adventures before we see him again, right?
Yes, it creates those nice little gaps where you get to fill in, like, yes, this Doctor has been around for 500 years or something, absolutely.
Yeah. Something actually they did throughout this season in suggesting that we only saw a little bit of what the Doctor and Ruby did together. I really like that they did that. That's something Moffat became very good at in the Capaldi years, of suggesting that we were only seeing part of the adventure, whereas in the past you would just kind of assume that, but the episodes didn't necessarily suggest it to us. I liked that this season. What else is notable about these two episodes that we should talk about? There is the final little tease with Mrs. Flood, who is like our narrator this season and also seemingly has some other relationship with the Doctor. Is she Susan?
No, it's the Ronnie. It's this time, I know we've said it before, this time it's the one. My favorite theory I saw, not in the sense that I think that this is absolutely what it's going to be, but I thought it's like, I can kind of see that, is that she's the White Guardian from the Key of Time stuff from the Tom Baker era, mostly just off of her whole kind of get up. I'm not saying that she's the White Guardian. I thought it was like, that's a little bit more of a creative. I haven't seen that one in a while of someone pulling out the fucking Guardians. I wouldn't mind seeing that idea come back if you have to have a returning classic Doctor Who character. I'm hoping it's just a new thing, and that's probably what it will be. It's just like, I don't know, it's just Mrs. Flood. I don't know. She's just kind of a little bit goofy. She likes to break the fourth wall. She's just an old lady that lives in this place. That's all.
I like her. I like the actress.
Yeah.
I like the energy. I like the fourth wall breaks. I'm excited to see what they do with it. I hope it is more creative than, she's the leader of the Daleks or whatever it could be. But
yes,
she's Davros.
If a little Dalek eye stalk comes out of her forehead, I'll riot in the streets.
Sean, we're gonna get another RTD Dalek episode. It's not never gonna happen. So we'll see.
Eventually Shooty needs to have a Dalek episode. I'm hoping that's in his third season. It's give me 2 seasons with no Daleks and I'll be a happy camper. You obviously have to bring him back at some point. You can't have a Doctor that doesn't have a Dalek episode, but
yes,
it would. Yeah, it doesn't need to be right away though.
It definitely does not need to be right away. How do we think about this season overall? We've obviously Church on Ruby Road is part of the season because it's such a direct like callback from the finale to that. So we have 9 episodes. We have Church on Ruby Road, Space Babies, Devil's Cord, Boom, 73 Yards, Dot and Bubble, Rogue, Legend of Ruby Sunday, and Empire of Death. And I think other than those last 3 episodes, those are all pretty awesome episodes of Doctor Who.
Yeah, I agree. I think overall it's a very strong season. It's certainly like if you're looking at consistency, it's one of the. I think it is the highest, most consistent episode of RTD's. If you're looking at his seasons, I mean, season 4 is also very good, but has some rough ones in there, and certainly I'm not a fan of the finale for season 4. I do wish that there were a few more episodes, though. You know, like I do think by the time you're at the end, I think you do feel the drag that 73 Yards and Dot and Bubble have purely in the, like, the Doctor and Ruby have not had quite enough time. Like, I do think that ended up being a bit of an issue, not like a fatal problem for the season by any stretch of the imagination, but something that it just feels like a little bit of a bummer that we didn't have a little bit more with them as a full team together. Just like 1 or 2 more episodes of that dynamic would have been nice. But I think that's probably my biggest issue with the season is just I wish there were maybe 1 or 2 more episodes, because in general, you know, like Space Babies is not like the most amazing episode in the world, but I like that one. Devil's Court is very good. Boom is amazing. 73 Yards is amazing. Dot and Bubble is amazing. Rogue is kind of whatever. The Legend of Ruby Sunday has a bad payoff in the sequel episode, but it's an entertaining episode onto its own. And Empire of Death is an RTD finale. You know, that is what it is.
Yeah. You know, especially when you tie in the 3 David Tennant specials from last year, this overall run has been pretty great. It's been a really good period for the show. It's very, you know, there's a lot of very exciting possibilities. I do think my biggest asterisk moving forward is that episode order. 8 is just, it's not enough for Doctor Who. Doctor Who is an episodic show that needs more episodes. I think 12 to 13 was the sweet spot because you had time to experiment and be weird. And if you had a bad episode, it didn't really matter because there were more. And I understand the forces of TV moving in that way, but I also think those forces are going to be moving back at some point, and I am curious if Doctor Who is ever going to go back to a longer episode order, because it's been shrinking for a while, as everything's been shrinking, but I think we are starting to see the limits of TV doesn't really make sense as TV if you're only on 8 weeks a year, and I think that is something that is affecting everybody right now, not just Doctor Who.
Yeah, and I think, like, honestly, if you're going to only have 8 episodes, don't do a big season finales. Just don't do them. No. Just have the end of the season be a normal episode that has a little bit more thematic resonance with your companion character, and that's it. Like, classic Doctor Who didn't have big season finales, and that was not a problem back then. It doesn't have to be a problem now.
Yeah. You know, honestly, structure it like Tom Baker's first season, which is like the big trip that he does with Sarah Jane and, boy, what was his name?
Oh, God, the Navy doctor guy. Oh, fuck. I'm blanking on
It's not just me. Anyway, but you know who I'm talking about.
Harry, is that the name?
It's Harry.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Harry. And that season, Terror of the Zygons wound up airing as the premiere of the next season, but it's really the finale of season 12. And so that season of starting with a unit story, ending with a unit story, they go on a big space tour in the middle. That, to me, should be the model of, like, if you're going to do an 8-episode Doctor Who season, do it like that, where, like, you are able to make it a finale because they, like, loop back around, not because you do a big, like, the world is ending episode. Make the premiere a little bigger, make the finale a little bigger, but just have a nice big adventure. That's the kind of thing you should do.
Yeah, I agree. That it's just like, it feels like it's a shame that the season ended with this kind of 2-parter that feels like it takes one of the episodes off the deck in a way. Which is like, I like the Legend of Ruby Sunday as like a tension piece, because again, I think some of those scenes are really good, but it just feels like it doesn't get to be its own episode. Obviously, you could also try to do more of the Moffat-style finale if you really wanted to, and make the penultimate episode very, very distinctive stylistically from the final episode, and I think that could also work. But I would prefer, because this is my preference for Doctor Who anyways, is just to say, hey, it's not a show that's designed for big season finales. Like, it's just not natural to the format of the show. You don't have to do it. There's one other thing. I just want to ask you this question, because this is a thing, probably not a consequential thing in the episode, but the one that I was most like, what the fuck are you even talking about moment of this episode? I'm just curious if you had this reaction, Jonathan. When they explain Ruby's mom in the VHS tape as turning around and pointing, as we cleaned up the footage and she was pointing at the road sign, and that's where you got your name, did you have the same, like, what the fuck are you even talking about reaction to that?
I did. And it would make sense, kind of, if there was like a priest standing on the steps of the church picking up little baby Ruby, looking over at the mom, and the mom points, it would still be a stretch, but then at least you go A to B. The priest saw the Ruby sign and went, okay, we name her Ruby Road, or Ruby Sunday. It's like nice thematically, but it does feel like something where they shot and edited Legend of Ruby Sunday, and then RTD had this idea and had to figure out how to shoehorn it in, and it makes no actual sense in the world.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not like crazy, because I just have been thinking about it constantly since I saw the episodes. I just can't wrap my head around it. Because the Sutex stuff, death plus death equals life, that making no sense, fine. Because, like, it's bad for, it doesn't make it a good episode, or like it's not good writing or anything, but it's not destructive because it's a thing that makes no sense. So you're talking about dragging the god of death through the time vortex. So none of it's actually going to make sense. It's just going to have a semblance of sense to it, is the best you can get there. But a 15-year-old girl leaving her baby at the footsteps of a fucking church, well, that's just like a real thing that happens in the actual world that we really live in. That's not the god of death getting dragged through the time vortex. So, like, I can wrap my head around the circumstances here, and the idea of this, like, 15-year-old girl turning around and ominously pointing at a road sign with the intention that this is going to communicate to some invisible observer. Does she know the CCTV camera is there? Even, like, how is the idea that this is going to communicate who that baby's name is? And I just like to imagine the fucking, like, Columbo level priest at this fucking church who, like, goes and finds the CCTV tapes, and he fucking goes on this whole investigation and is like, gets a fucking, like, protractor out and is calculating the angle. It is like, clearly she's pointing at this sign. I can tell through my, fucking criminal profiling of this woman based on my observances that clearly she's intending this to be the name of this baby, and that's why we're going to name you Road Sunday. Welcome to the world, Road Sunday.
All right, Sean, this is, as we announced earlier, the final episode of the Weekly Stuff podcast.
It is? Wow.
You have a short memory, my friend. That was like 40 minutes ago in this episode.
Not in my live stream.
No, we recorded this out of order.
Yes.
But that is okay, getting the little peek behind the curtain there. So this is going to be our final segment of the podcast, and I think we're going to do a little bit of navel gazing because, we did it, Sean. We did what we set out to do 13 years ago when I came to you, Sean. I said, Sean, do you want to do a podcast with me? And you said, yeah, but how long are we going to do it for? And I said, 500 episodes. And you said, okay. And we agreed on that. And now we are here at the end so we can finally bid this thing farewell.
Yeah, well, I think what I said to you is 500 episodes, but like once we get pretty far into it, can we do a Gundam podcast? I haven't watched Gundam yet, but I am going to eventually. And then we can do a Gundam one. And then after that, we can do a general anime podcast. And then eventually we'll spend a year watching through all the Kyoto Animation stuff. I think that was my exact words.
And, you were prescient because we are here and we've done it. We've done everything we set out to do. We've talked about everything we wanted to. No, that's not exactly how this is going. Again, as we announced earlier, this is the last Weekly Stuff. You will hear from us again on Japanimation Station and on a new show as yet to be named or produced, but will come out later this year. And we'll figure that out later because we're tired from making 500 of these. But do you want to do a little bit of navel gazing and look back on the life of this show with me, Sean?
There's nothing I love more than staring at my own belly button, so yes, let's do it.
Do you want to know how long this entire show has been?
No, but you're going to tell me anyways.
Oh, I'm going to tell you anyways. I made a spreadsheet, and in that spreadsheet, I spent some time writing down the length of every single episode of the podcast and adding it all up. And I have an overall total. Do you want to make a wild guess at how long in hours this podcast has been if you add up all 500 episodes?
2,005 billion hours.
Luckily, it is less than that. The total episode, and this is assuming that this final episode is 6 hours long, and I think it's going to be a little over that. But the total length is 1,353 hours of the Weekly Stuff podcast.
1,353.
Yeah, 1353. All right? If you divide that by 20... if you divide that by 24, that means that if you started now and started listening to every episode, it would take you 56.42 days to listen to all episodes of the Weekly Stuff podcast. Furthermore, on the day this podcast comes out, June 24th, 2024, I, Jonathan Lack, am 11,582 days old. I was born on October 8th, 1992.
Yeah, you're an old motherfucker.
If you take 56.42 and divide it by 11,582, that is 0.49% of all my time on this earth to date, or nearly 0.5% of my life spent recording this podcast. 1 out of every 200 moments on earth was spent doing this podcast. Sean, you're about 6 weeks younger than me. I ran the math for you. It does not actually change the percentage at that level, also 0.49%. So we both have spent about 0.5% of our life making this podcast, and that doesn't count Japanimation Station. It counts most of Weekly Suit Gundam, which was re-aired on Weekly Stuff, but doesn't count Japanimation Station.
And that's just recording time. That doesn't count like you editing the podcast. That doesn't count like all the research and watching things and all that. So it's, that's like a fraction of the time actually committed to the podcast.
Is that daunting? Does that make you feel things?
I'm glad that's less than 1%. I don't know. That feels that makes me not have a sense of existential dread. I think if it was over 1%, I would start like staring off into the distance and having like a weird Vietnam style flashback or something.
Yes.
It being 0.49%, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can deal with that.
I agree. I think I was worried it was going to be over 1% when I crunched the numbers. I was glad it wasn't that much, but yeah. Do you want to, let's see, I made a list of our longest episodes, and I'm not counting the 10th anniversary special, which was 11 hours long, or the Persona podcast compilations. So just other numbered episodes. I will spoil it right now for you. 499 and 500 are the two longest, and this one by far. After that, do you have any guesses as to what might be on the list of longest episodes we've ever done?
For the weekly stuff, it's harder because for Weekly Suit Gundam, we've got the EVA one, and we've got like the Turn A Gundam one that I know were like incredibly long. But
those aired on Weekly Stuff also. So
okay, so those count?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, it would be one of those two probably. I'm trying to think of like, because those ones were the ones that feel long to me are the ones that we just consecutively recorded. Because like this episode we're in the middle of technically is an incredibly long episode, but it feels like a normal episode to me because we've recorded it in different batches. So I'm just going to say Turn A Gundam and leave it at that.
Okay, the Turn A Gundam episode is the 4th longest we've ever done. That's episode 332, and it was 5 hours on the dot. That is, I believe, the longest single recording we ever did, because that was the Turn A Gundam. If you look on Weekly Suit Gundam, that's a shorter episode. But that week was also the week that the George Floyd protests started in that year, and so we talked about that. We've been doing
podcasts for a long time, Jonathan.
I know. This was 2020. It was the pandemic year, and we talked about that on that episode as well, and that was all one contiguous recording, 5 hours long. The Rebuild of Eva episode is 4 hours and 43 minutes. Let me go through the top 10. Number 1 is this episode you're listening to right now, 500, it's the longest. Number 2 is episode 499, was last week. Number 3, you were never going to guess this one, it's episode 406, which was the Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans Season 2 conversation combined with our review of the Halo Infinite campaign. And that came out to 5 hours and 11 minutes long. Then number 4 is Turn A Gundam episode 332, that was 5 hours. Number 5 is Rebuild of Eva 390, that is 4 hours 43 minutes. Number 6 is episode 359, which was the top 10 games of 2020, which was 4 hours 36 minutes. I didn't remember 2020 had that. Well, no, it did, because that would have been the year the PS5 launched. That had a bunch of good games. Okay, that's why that's a really long episode. Number 7 is episode 433, which was not E3 2022, and our Gundam music rankings, which was the third part of our Gundam 3-year anniversary episode.
Yeah,
and that was also
like not E3 because I didn't even think about like the E3 episodes, which those ones were typically a little bit longer than normal.
Yes, some of those are on here.
Yeah,
so that one was 4 hours 33 minutes. Episode 8 is, or the 8th longest was episode 400, which was our big 400th episode spectacular. We did the interview with each other. I think there was also just a bunch of stuff on that one, and it was 4 hours 30 minutes.
That one was fun. I like doing that.
That was a
that
good
interview
one.
thing was a fun one.
Yeah. The ninth longest is episode 317, and it was the top 10 games of 2019, part 1. That one was 4 hours and 26 minutes, and it was so long that at the end, we cut and did our discussion of Sekiro, which was the number 1 game of the year, as a separate episode later. So if you put it all together, that topic would be like 7 hours long. Yeah.
Fuck.
But we hadn't done a Sekiro episode yet, so that's why we did that. And the 10th longest ever was episode 149. Our first ever episode to break 4 hours was E3 2016. And it was 4 hours and 24 minutes.
I think that was the E3 that had like the Final Fantasy VII Remake, Shenmue 3, and whatever the third one, The Last Guardian. It, like Sony had that really big, crazy, we bring back 3 huge games that people
We saw Breath of the Wild for the first time
at
that E3. We didn't know about the Switch, but we saw Breath of the Wild. It was a big one, yeah. Now, do you have any guesses as to what our shortest episode is?
Oh, man. I'm trying to think of, do we have an episode that we would call a short episode? Like, not short
okay, here's a good one. We've made 500 episodes. How many of those would you guess are under an hour long?
Under an hour? Maybe 1.
5. There are exactly 5.
Wow.
So,
I didn't even know that's a thing we could do. I thought, like, we'd get arrested if we did an under hour long podcast.
So here they are. The 5th shortest was episode 87. That was our review of Persona 3, the movie number 1, and it was 59 minutes. And I think that's the only thing we talked about on that one.
And we could turn that into a 2.5 hour conversation if we did it now.
Today? Oh, yeah. Number 2, so the fourth longest, was episode 97, which was where we talked about Doctor Who Season 8, Episode 3. I believe that's the Robin Hood one. And that is a 54-minute episode. That's the only thing we did that week. Then the third shortest was episode 297, where we talked about Fire Emblem 3 Houses, or I should say I talked about it. I don't know if we talked about anything else. I only looked at the title of that one. We must have had nothing to talk about that week, because that was a 52-minute episode.
Wow. Was I even on that episode? I remember you talked about Fire Emblem 3 Houses on the podcast. I just don't remember an episode that was the whole episode. I may have just been sitting there staring into the void because I might have just started my first teaching job around that time.
Maybe, yeah. Our second shortest is episode 314, and it was where we did some discussion of Netflix's Witcher. In the headline, it also says game delays and Byleth in Smash Brothers. We had nothing to talk about that week. If Byleth coming to Smash Brothers was in the headline of that podcast was 45 minutes long.
Wow. Yeah, I guess because it's so funny because, I don't think back to like the show was very different. It used to be so different. It used to be so much more kind of like news focused and trying to be very topical. And then at a certain point, we kind of pivoted away from that and tried to create unique kind of topics that we'd follow through on and do like, oh, let's do the Batman movies or whatever. And then eventually that kind of got eaten up with Japan Animation Station Weekly Suit Gundam stuff. So yeah, it's like weird to think too, like we wouldn't even bother to record a podcast if it was going to end up being a 49-minute thing and it was just mostly you talking about Fire Emblem 3 Houses. I don't think we'd do that these days.
No, we wouldn't. Well, because sometimes this is when we still either lived together or when we lived next door to each other, basically. Yeah. And so we just would get together. There was no, like, cost to it. So we just sometimes would get together with no plan with some of these. And our shortest one ever was episode 99, which was when we talked about Doctor Who Season 8, Episode 5, and the Smash Brothers 3DS demo. It was 42 minutes. 42 minutes long.
Super Smash Brothers 3DS. Yeah, I kind of had blocked out from my memory that they even did the Super Smash Brothers for 3DS. At the same time as
I played a lot of that.
Which episode is that of Season 8?
Isn't that the Time Heist one? Is that if we remember? We are such fucking nerds. If we remember the specific episodes,
it's Time Heist. You're right.
Oh my god, I want to watch that again though. That's a good season. All right, so that's our shortest. Sean, here's another one I'll have you guess. What is our longest season by number of episodes or by length?
I don't know how you decide to find... This is your thing on the podcast.
The season is just the year. The season is just the year. So 2012, 13, 14. Do you have any sense of what calendar year we put out the most content under the name The Weekly Stuff Podcast?
Oh, man. 2021 or 20.
That's it. That's exactly it.
I was trying to think. It's like, when's the year that I got lost my job and had to Texas and didn't have a job for a year? Like, that probably influenced it quite a bit.
I think it's two things. It's that you didn't have a job. My teaching load was lower because this was post-pandemic. So college stuff was different too. And then this is Weekly Suit Gundam in full swing at this point.
Yeah.
So episodes ballooned in length, and we did them every week. We did 51 episodes that year, Sean. That was like basically every week of the year we had an episode, and the total length of that season is 153 hours and 55 minutes.
That's the magic of unemployment, baby. It's like, what else do I have to do? And yeah, because I was also trying to think of like the Weekly Suit Gundam piece, because I remembered there just being in that third year of Weekly Suit Gundam wanting like, once we saw the end in sight, it just felt like we want to try to get all of it done so we can have the thing completed. Yeah.
Okay. Shortest season. Do you have any sense of that?
2019.
No, 2019 is actually a pretty big season. Most of them from like 2016 to 2022 are all around that length of like 47 to 51 episodes. The shortest one ever is this current season, which is 2023.
Oh yeah, I was only thinking about that.
Yeah, 14 episodes is this final season. Seasons
Wait,
one.
Are you counting? Does Japanimation Station count in the weekly stuff?
No,
thing like the Weekly Suit Gundam. Okay, so that's cheating.
No. Well, no. But Weekly Suit Gundam topics were edited into episodes of the Weekly Stuff podcast and released under that banner. Japanimation Station has never been edited into the Weekly Stuff podcast.
Yeah, well, that's your prerogative. That's all I'm saying.
Seasons 1 and 4 are the other two shortest, both at 26 episodes apiece. Season 4 would have been 2015, which is the year we both graduated college and we got
Makes
busy.
Sense.
So yeah. And season 1, that's only short because we started in May, so it wasn't the full year. All right. Do you have any guesses for what was the first and or last new theatrical movie we reviewed on the podcast? As in, a movie that we both went to see in theaters and was a full episode review by both of us together. So we didn't have to go see the movie together, but we both saw it, we reviewed it, it was new. Do you have a sense of the first or last?
For the first, it would be something like Thor 1 or Prometheus. It would be one of those.
Prometheus is it.
Yeah.
It's episode 4 of the podcast is the Prometheus one. To be fair, the first one we did specifically intending to do a podcast on it was The Amazing Spider-Man, which is episode 5.
Yeah. Because, I just, try to think of... I remember, Thor, I remember talking about the Hawkeye reveal. It's the only reason I remember that.
That's a pre-weekly stuff episode, but yes.
Okay, yeah. Well, so then it's Thor then. If it's pre-weekly stuff, then...
I'm not talking... We're talking about the weekly stuff.
I'm talking about podcasting, okay?
Oh, okay.
I'm having a different experience here. And then
what about
most
last?
Recent? Dune.
No. It's actually newer. I'll give you a preview. It's not an American movie.
Oh, what's an animated movie we've done?
Not animated.
Skyson Zero?
No.
Oh. What?
What's a movie you saw in theaters last year?
I don't know.
Godzilla -1.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah. Godzilla -1 on episode 485. That was the last new theatrical movie we reviewed on here. Do you have any, here's my other one, first and last old movie reviewed, as in a movie not brand new that we were looking back on together as the main topic of an episode?
First might be when we did the Terminator movies, because you got the Blu-ray set for that.
I believe that's the second one. The first one, do you want another guess?
I'm not going to be able to come up with that.
It was the Spider-Man trilogy. The first time we did an episode on the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. That was episode 3. Don't go back and listen to that. We later did much better episodes on all 3 Spider-Man movies you can listen to, but that was our first time looking back at an old movie. Technically, episodes 1 and 2 of the podcast were our top 10 favorite movies from back then, so you could argue for that one, but that wasn't a topic of one movie.
Hey, don't go listen to that podcast either, please.
No, please don't.
It's the different list. And then what's the most recent old movie we did? That's not a Japanimation Station episode where, because that would be the most recent one. Oh God. I don't know, like Kukuru's Doen's Island for Weekly Suit Gundam. Would that be it?
Well, that was a new movie when we talked about it.
Oh yes, that's a relatively new movie. It was.
No. I mean, like we're looking back on something. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of.
It was Halloween. It was Rob Zombie's Halloween 1 and 2 when we did that last Halloween. Yeah. That was a good one. All right, first and last video game reviewed.
I just want to say, I feel like my memory is way better for the old ones than the new.
I know, it's really weird.
I think it's partially because like what is a weekly stuff episode now just like has no meaning to me. so we do so many podcasts that aren't weekly stuff now that like it's hard to remember what's a what.
All right, first and last video game reviewed, again as in a full episode review by both of us together, not just I played this thing. The first one in a headline is actually, I'll give this one to you because it's funny, is you talking about Half-Life Black Mesa, is like episode 11.
Wow.
But no, what's the first one where we played a game together and reviewed it?
Halo 4?
That's correct! Yes. Yeah, episode 20, Halo 4. What's the most recent one?
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
That's correct. This one was easier. Between those two, what's better?
That. If we had done that like 6 months ago, I wouldn't have been able to remember.
I know. What's better, Halo 4 or FF7 Rebirth?
That's a harder question that should be.
It's Halo 4. That's not that hard. Halo 4 is okay.
Yeah. I mean, Halo 4 is okay, you know? If Halo 4 was 100 hours long, it would be worse.
That's true. I would agree with that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if you only play about 15 hours of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is better. If you finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and don't play too much Halo 4 multiplayer, then Halo 4 is better. It depends on how much time you put into those respective games. First
and last American TV show, not American, just any TV show reviewed that was not Doctor Who and not an anime.
I mean, we definitely, Twin Peaks: The Return. We did that together.
That's not the last one. That was somewhere in the middle.
Justified, City Primeval.
Oh, that one actually might be it. I have to check this. I was thinking it was the Last of Us one, but I need to check if, because I know we did the Last of Us. That's episode 461. Justified, no, you're correct. Justified was correct. 476, Justified, City Primeval. That's a good one to go out on. You know what? Because that was a great season of TV. Do you have a sense of what the first might be?
Oh my god, I mean, we don't do a lot of TV that's not anime or Doctor Who. If it's not Twin Peaks: The Return, I don't know. Or like Twin Peaks, did we do an episode on Twin Peaks before The Return? I don't know.
We did, but it wasn't the first. Okay, there are two potential answers to this. It depends on definition of TV show. The earliest one that is definitely a TV show that I could find was when we reviewed Sherlock Series 3 in episode 77.
Did I even... Oh, yeah, okay. I was going to say, did I even watch Sherlock Series 3? Right, no, series... I forgot they made a fourth series, and that's the one I didn't watch.
You watched the fourth series. You told me about it, because I skipped out.
I watched the first episode of the fourth series.
No, you watched the whole thing. I remember.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
No, I
think you did.
No, I did not.
There's a whole... Okay.
I mean, I know what the plot is. I know that they do the thing with his sister, but I didn't watch those episodes.
There's an episode. I should look for this. There's. I swear to God, there's an episode where you talk about this.
I mean, I talked about it because my parents watched it, but I didn't watch it. I only watched the first one.
I think you doth protest too much. The other possible answer...
I think you're fucking making up bullshit about a thing I haven't watched. You're fucking gaslighting me on our own goddamn podcast.
Well, if not now, when? This is the last one. And the first show we ever talked about, though, was Red vs. Blue when Season 10 premiered on episode 20. Not technically a TV show, but, everything airs on the internet now, so I don't know if that counts or not.
And Rooster Teeth doesn't even exist anymore, so that tells you how old our fucking podcast is.
We outlived Rooster Teeth, Sean. How about that?
Yeah, get fucked.
All right. You want to listen to some listener mail here, Sean?
Yeah, let's hear what the listeners have to say. We're done staring into our belly buttons. We're done staring into our own.
I asked some listeners to tell us their favorite moments from the life of the podcast or how they found the podcast, just anything they wanted to reflect on. A couple of quick ones here for favorite moments. M. Banks told us that his favorite moment was Sean surprising Jonathan that he started Persona 5 early, which is episode 161. And that is indeed, I remember, very funny, because you had kept that a secret from me. You were playing it in Japanese, and at the end of the episode, you rolled it out. And then when the recording stopped, what they didn't hear was I went over to your couch and sat down, and you turned it on and showed me the game in Japanese, and that was cool.
Yeah, that is probably one of my favorite. If I were to list my own favorite moments, that would be... It might be my favorite one, because I remember very specifically, I remember the moment when I was taking a walk back, living in Colorado in my old neighborhood, and being like, man, I really want to play Persona 5. Like, God, I just want to play that game so bad. And then having this moment of I know enough Japanese. I can fucking do it. Like, I had read a visual novel or two at that point. I was like, I can do it. I can totally do it. I started watching Game Center CX and got, I think, by that point to the episodes that were no longer in English. So I was just doing that in Japanese. And I had this moment of like, but Jonathan's not going to be able to play it. I said, oh, fuck him. I'm just going to play it in because that's even better. Like, that's even better. Just like, I'll just play it. I will not tell him. And then I'll bring it up on the podcast as a sort of cheeky reference to the first time Persona ever came up on the podcast, which I think would have been the 2012 top 10 games.
Yes.
Where it was my number 0 game of the year. Which I had not talked about playing that game, but I brought it up on the podcast as my secret best game because it's my 2008-2012 game of the year. And so in my mind, Persona is a thing that I just sort of spring out of nowhere on this podcast of like, here, motherfuckers, I played it.
Honestly, the defining moment of this entire podcast, I do think, is in episode 26, which is the top 10 games of 2012. You premiering your love of Persona 4 out of nowhere. And I feel like everything else this podcast is about sprang out of that in some way, shape, or form. I think you can trace Weekly Suit Gundam back to that. I think you can trace Japanimation Station. Other than like Doctor Who, which predates this incarnation of the podcast, everything kind of sprang from that moment.
Yeah, it was just like, just desperately trying to sort of explain what the fuck this game is when you don't have a frame of reference for it. Persona is such a weird game series. If your main frame of reference is like Halo and stuff like that, it's such a strange game. And I remember just sort of flop sweatily trying to explain, well, no, you have like friends and like social links, and it's like, but you also do turn-based combat, but it's like set in modern day Japan. It's like, it's fucking wild, man.
It's very wild. Okay, Silver said, the Gundam Seed Destiny and the Rise of Skywalker reviews made me laugh a lot. And Blast Drake said, your live reaction to the Rey Palpatine twist was my favorite. And I love all these answers. The Rey Palpatine thing, if you haven't heard that, I know in the Rise of Skywalker episode, I edited it back in so people could relive the moment because it's so good. So you can go listen to that and hit 2 birds with 1 stone. But it is where you had spoiled yourself, I hadn't, you tell me live on air, and I almost stormed off the podcast because it sounded so fucking stupid. And then Disney made that into a movie.
Yes, because I had found the leaks online because that production head was leaky as shit. And there's still stuff in those leaks that I'm convinced were an original early phase of the movie that just ended up getting cut.
We know they reshot a bunch of it, yeah.
Yeah, because there was like there is so much leaked, but the one that was the big one was the Palpatine is Rey's grandfather reveal. And yes. And I remember being like very cagey on the podcast, being like, should I even bring this up at all? And then I kind of vaguely brought it up. And then I was like, okay, I mean, Jonathan, if you want, like, we can have that conversation. Then
it was so
that
good.
was fun.
All right, Alex Moore says, off the top of my head, my first memory of the podcast is you, I think he means Jonathan, reacting to the fact that there was a Gundam named Unicorn and a villain named Full Frontal. This would have been before I watched any Gundam, but you had gotten into it. And indeed, now that sounds totally normal to me, but I can try to put myself back in the headspace of there being a Unicorn Gundam and a villain named Full Frontal. Gundam's a weird show. Yeah,
I definitely have a vague memory of mentioning offhand Unicorn Gundam. I think maybe talking about Gundam Breaker 3 or something like that, and then you just stopping me like, what do you mean a Unicorn Gundam? And me being, and I was just like, perplexed by like, what do you mean? Of course, it's just the Unicorn Gundam. And when you're into it, you don't realize how fucking weird that sounds to someone. It's like, what do you mean a giant robot that's a unicorn? It's like, it's just it's a Unicorn Gundam. And yeah, then it's the bad guy. He's a clone of the old bad guy, and his name is Full Frontal. But that makes sense because it used to be the guy that he's based on, that he's a clone of, was called Quattro Vagina. So it's just, you just kind of roll with it.
Connor on Twitter wrote in with 2 messages. First off, he shared his own top 10 anime endings, and I want to read a couple of these because he is definitely a listener of this podcast. Number 1, Lost in Paradise from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yep.
Number 2, Aura from Turn A Gundam. Great choice. Yep. Number 3, Comedy, the first ending to Spy Family.
Yes,
great
the
choice.
Again song. Yeah, that one's really good.
Number 4, Gino Senko from G-Reco, obviously. And 5, Red Birthmark from Witch from Mercury. So that is a list after our own hearts, definitely. Good stuff. And then he also wrote to us, also, congratulations on hitting episode 500. You're coming up on Simpsons levels of episode counts, but unlike The Simpsons, you two haven't lost relevance and consistently deliver on stellar episodes. You two should be proud of yourselves. Thank you very much, Connor. Yeah. I will defend The Simpsons a little bit. Their recent seasons have actually, and a lot of people are saying this, not just me, have been better. I watched a little bit of season 35 recently on Disney+, and it was surprisingly good. So be kind to The Simpsons. They are older than us. They are currently, I checked this, Sean, at 768 episodes. So we got a ways to go.
Yeah, but hopefully our next podcast iteration will reach 768 when we are 100 years old. We'll get there eventually.
I think this is the same Connor wrote, I came across you guys with one of your Gundam podcasts and have been hooked since. You two were one of my usual means of entertainment as I made the 40-plus minute commute to school and home. So for that, I thank you guys. Congratulations on 500 episodes. And thank you, Connor. That actually means a lot to me because all the podcasts that inspired us to start this podcast were like things like that I listened to in gym class or on commutes or in other dead times of the day. And that's what podcasts are for. Yes. Yeah. And yes, as now, he's a teacher, I'm a teacher. And yes, the commute to school podcast, it's a time-honored tradition. It's a necessary thing. You need that podcast for the commute. It's just, you need to clear your head. Podcasts are the best thing for that. So yes, I'm happy that we were able to provide that for somebody else as well. Elliot writes, I found the show back in 2018 when I used to ride the bus to work. There you go. I was running out of podcasts to listen to, so I searched for people talking about Lord of the Rings. I found the different Lord of the Rings episodes you guys had, and then saw you had Gundam discussions too, and I was hooked. Congrats. My favorite memory, if I recall correctly, is during the Gundam 00 review. You, Jonathan, were asking Sean why they didn't get a 0079 actor to voice a role, kind of like how Ikeda voices Durandal in Seed Destiny. And I was thinking, should we tell him about ribbons? Yeah, that's one of my favorite, not just a one memory thing, but just ongoing throughout the whole podcast. Since we have multiple podcasts that are themed around I've seen a thing that Jonathan hasn't seen yet, that yes. the little song and dance I've gotten, I feel very good at, let's talk about a thing, but not be able to do it. And yes, and I remember that one and being like, we'll come up later. That was fun. All right. Alias Wolfgang writes, I didn't get a chance to bring it up before you recorded your anime OP lists, but there is a song that could go on both the opening and ending lists. The first ending/second opening of Gatchaman. It was such a bombastic song, they thought, wait, why isn't this the opening? So then they changed it and made it the opening. It's a great one, too, ending on just such a pure hero shot of the main character standing in front of a globe with their cape flowing. I had not heard of that before, Sean, but that sounds awesome. Yes, I wonder is he talking about the original Gatchaman from the 70s or Gatchaman Crowds, the new one? Because I've not seen the original Gatchaman, but I watched Gatchaman Crowds, but I don't remember it too clearly. Well, we'll have to, we're never going to get that answered. This is the last episode of the podcast, so I'm sorry. It's true. Yeah, maybe, we're just waiting for our Japanimation Station Gatchaman season, and we'll do the whole thing. We'll get to it eventually. It might just be a little while. Wolfgang also writes, thank you so much for your podcasts on Final Fantasy XVI and Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. It felt like a great reassurance that someone out there understood the former and wasn't blindly worshipping the latter. Echo chambers are bad, but sometimes you just need some affirmation. I agree, because I think the world has been gaslighting everyone on those two games, so I'm glad that we could be part of the solution. Yes, the broader reception to Final Fantasy has been completely bewildering for me for several years at this point. So I'm happy that we're able to serve a market of people who've seen the light and understand which one of these games are good and which one of them is maybe less so. Indeed. Vino Burrito writes, thinking about his favorite podcast memories, it's a dumb one, but the first one to come to mind is from the Gundam Christmas fanfic episode. Your reactions to the one Gundam Wing fanfic that featured a liberal use of the term fucktard still makes me roll to this day. And I did actually write back to Vino Burrito on Twitter for that one to just say thank you, because those dumb Christmas episodes we did, they're my babies. I love them. They were my passion project. Hopefully we get to do more on whatever the next incarnation of this show is. And I'm so glad someone wrote in with that. It made my day. Yeah, I had kind of memory hold the Gundam Wing one because it's because I saw that comment on Twitter and immediately just had a flashback to it. It's like, oh my God, we did do that, and the whole thing just came back to my mind because the Gundam Wing fanfic shit was wild. All those Christmas ones are fun and very, very weird. That's the Jonathan has kind of lost his mind at the end of the year, and it's come up with some insane idea. What did that start with the Pokemon Christmas album? Yes. Was that the first one? Yeah. Yeah. All right. He also says, not a podcast episode, but this is from our Mario 64 Let's Play that was abandoned in progress back in some time in the past. He said, Sean calling Princess Peach's letter in Mario 64 intro the most sexually suggestive opening to a Nintendo game is up there too. I had no memory of this. I had to go find it, and it is indeed at the beginning you say that the whole bake a cake for you thing, you say that is the most sexually suggestive letter in the history of video games. And what is going on in your mind, Sean?
It's if they made that game today, if they did a full proper remake of Super Mario 64, instead that letter would say, "Hey Mario, you want to come to the castle and we can, put on some Netflix and chill." Like that's like, if you're not able to read between the lines, you're still a kid. If you don't understand what she means when he said, "Let's come on, I baked you a cake." If you don't understand what she's really asking, ask your parents.
It does make more sense. Mario spends a long time in that castle trying to save her. It makes more sense he's doing it for sex than just for a slice of cake.
Yes. It's, it's a slight, it's a whole thing. Again, just ask your parents. You don't have to get into it here, but, cake can mean many different things.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
That's it.
And then he finally says, my favorite podcast episodes, though, are the ones where you guys get into your careers. The teaching episode, that's a pretty recent one, and Jonathan's top 10 bizarre film school stories are the ones I revisit the most often. I will say, I've never said this on the podcast. I need to recant so much of that top 10 bizarre film school stories one. A lot of it is still funny. I have become everything I wasn't back then, because here's the thing, one of my top stories there was making fun of a film and a director who is now one of my favorite directors, Tsai Ming Liang. Taste does evolve. Sometimes you are not smarter than your teachers. I was a little shit back then, but I'm glad the episode is still funny for those who enjoy it.
I'm glad that you have that self-reflection, Jonathan. Yes, I'm
sure there's examples for you too back then.
Yeah,
but,
we just didn't do a Canterbury Tales podcast in 2012 or something. When I was in the midst of trying to figure out how the fuck do you read something in Middle English, which was wild. Yeah.
And the final one I want to read today, because this is from Jamie on Twitter, and he wrote a lot, and it was very touching. So, it really is incredible how long you and Sean have kept this thing running in one form or another.
It's in fact been right.
It's in fact been so long that I don't even remember how I found it in the first place. I'm racking my brain trying to recall what my first podcast episode was. The 3 earliest I remember were back when it was still the monthly 10. So Jamie is going way back from before weekly stuff. This is 2010, 2011. He then says, by the way, can you imagine if you kept that format and every episode of these 500 had to cram in a top 10 list of some kind? We did it for a lot of them. I'll say that.
We did, yes.
Yeah, but he says the 3 back then that he remembers. It was
a fun idea for a podcast that became very hard to do very quickly.
Yes. He says the 3 he remembers back then were the Series 6 Doctor Who episode. I remember that one too.
Yep.
The top 10 controllers and the worst 10 films. I don't remember what the final film was called on Sean's list. It was a film he watched in class, either an indie film or student film, and he recanted how his mind basically unraveled in real time. I just had to stick around for these 2 goofballs. Affectionately. Thank you, Jamie. I will say that movie was called After Last Season. I remember it well.
I was just looking it up again.
Yeah.
Yes, After Last Season.
That is an episode. We re-released that as an episode of the weekly stuff. I think it's episode 6 or 7. So people can go listen to that if you want. It's probably, I don't remember what I called my worst movies back then. I probably have new choices now. But I don't know if you would change yours, Sean, because that movie sounded wild.
Yeah, this is the thing that I personally kind of credit with, for me, breaking me out of the watching bad things because it's funny thing. It's it's this, and it's when the Nostalgia Critic did an episode on Conan the Barbarian where he made fun of that movie, and I was like, oh, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't cling on to that.
Conan's a masterpiece.
Yeah, Conan the Barbarian is an incredible movie, and it's that thing of when you make your job and your whole outlook is making fun of things you think are bad, all of a sudden, you've turned yourself into a hammer where every problem looks like a nail. Every movie looks like a bad movie. And After Last Season, that is a truly just sort of bonkers bad. It's just completely amateur. That's the kind of thing where it is, at the time I remember looking up, I have no idea if this is true or not, but it being suspected of being, money laundering scheme at some level because it's so low budget. I haven't thought about this movie or looked at it in a very long time, so I don't know. Maybe I would look at it and think it's a true masterpiece. I highly doubt it based on my vague memories, because it's truly that kind of, this is not film school weird. This is just oh, these people have no idea what they're doing. But yes,
Yeah.
but like watching that and being like, why am I putting myself through watching this true Drek? Like, this is not a Mystery Science Theater 3000 movie. This is a movie that the people that did Mystery Science Theater 3000 would look at and say, absolutely not. There's nothing even funny here. Like, there's no there with this film. And so I think that's the thing that for me personally, I look at as like, I'm thankful that movie broke me out of it's fun to watch bad movies because they're bad, ha 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 ha. It's like, no, it's the thing that's fun is to watch good movies. Sometimes you'll end up watching a movie you think is bad in your pursuit of watching good movies, but you're still trying to watch good movies.
Indeed. And actually, Jamie reflects on this with the final part of his response. He said, "It's been neat because I think we matured at a similar rate. When I was younger, I also liked to lean into my stronger negative reactions. I liked to think about how much I hated something or how bad something was, but as I got older, I preferred to instead focus on the things I loved, the things that spoke to me. And the podcast has done the same through the years. There's still the occasional rant, which I do enjoy, but the podcast became much more positive as it went along, I think." And I think that's correct, Jamie, and thank you for your kind letter, because that is the journey of the Weekly Stuff podcast that I also love, and I think part of the reason why it is being put to rest while we work harder on Japanimation Station and other projects.
Yeah, that's like, it's our very much our objective with the podcast at a certain point became celebrating things we really liked. And, you know, that will come with the territory of occasionally watching something we know is not good, like Batman Forever or Gundam. Well, Gundam Seed Destiny, I don't even want to like pigeonhole that way, because at least that show is fucking fascinating, even if it's not good. But a Gundam Build Divers or like Beyond the Boundary for the Q&A, right? Like sometimes you'll watch a thing you don't think is particularly good, but it's like, but that's part of a larger project aimed at understanding a thing we think is cool and interesting, like Batman in film, or like the you know, works of Kyoto Animation or whatever, rather than, you know, like the idea of doing a top 10 worst movies or top 10 worst games, like that's just like so unappealing to me. Like the notion that that's like what you go out of your way to make that, it's such a weird mindset. But of course, it's like what so much the internet was in the late 2000s and early 2010s, and still is in different corners today. But I'm glad that we changed our perspective, because I think the podcast is so much more fun to do than Weekly Street Gundam, and we did our Doctor Who podcast series, and now Japanimation Station. Like, that's so much more enriching as a person to pursue things from that perspective, rather than let's pick the worst Doctor Who episodes and go watch what's the worst Doctor Who for each era of the Doctor. Just be a fucking dreadful experience. Indeed.
So do you have any favorite memories, Sean, that you wanted to share as one of the two hosts of this show?
You know, one of my favorites that I think about every once in a while, you know, I know I just said everything about, like, and we celebrate the things we like, but sometimes the roast ones are the ones that stand out. And the Game of Thrones one is always in the back of my head. That was probably the most fun I had recording one, because it was like late at night. It was at the end of an already long recording session. I was like, we just got to fucking talk about Game of Thrones, because I'd spent a summer watching that show that I didn't even like that much when it was good. But man, the ending of that show is so fucking bad in a way that it was fun to talk about, particularly in like the very weird recording circumstances of it that typically we would not have recorded quite in that way. And that was really fun.
You and I are on the same page of this one, because I agree. I was actually re-listening to that one again this morning. It's probably the only podcast of ours I've re-listened to multiple times. It's episode 291, and you're right. And it's you and I have the same reason for loving it. We were both really punchy. I had finished the show weeks earlier, so I didn't have that like visceral anger anymore. You had this bewilderment. It was at the end of a long day, and it's the best negative review we've ever done, I think.
Yeah, because it's just, in some ways, like, outside of even what Game of Thrones is. It's just, like, the circumstances around it are very fun.
My favorite episode ever, bar none, is 310, A Weekly Stuff Christmas Carol, where I made you perform an evangelical Western Christmas play with me. It'll always be my favorite. It's my Mona Lisa. I'm never going to top it. It's the thing that defines me as a person.
Yeah, that one's very good. I like some of the more recent ones we've done. Of like, one of the listeners mentioned the teaching episode. That was fun to get to talk about some of like pedagogy and in the how you make a lesson and all that kind of stuff. That stuff was fun to do on the podcast. I liked The birthday episodes were incredibly fun on both
Yes.
sides. The fucking VTuber one. I loved that format of how we recorded that podcast, and we kind of ended up reusing that for the Endless 8 on Japanimation Station.
We did.
It was just like incredibly fun. It just getting to share ridiculous internet bullshit of that variety. It's just like, it's a different kind of topic, and that was fun. And then there was your whole insane Monopoly thing that I was like, what the fuck have you done, Jonathan? My God.
I've still been working on it. I've got a new version that I'm almost done writing. It's version 2.0 that fully adds classes and stats and attributes and all that stuff. It's great.
You know, maybe we'll end up doing a sequel to that podcast and whatever the next incarnation of what Weekly Stuff turns into. But yeah,
we
I
might have to.
Yes, because I do enjoy the, like, Jonathan has secretly been on some shit, and then, you know, because we both do this, right? I have mine of where
Yes.
I've been on some shit and just dump it on the podcast, like Gundam or Persona or Did You Want Story Cyber Sleuth. You have yours, which is like Monopoly, or the Christmas Carol ones were always those, or I feel like there are a couple of other examples of that. Oh, like, this is not Weekly Stuff, but the Lupin the Third one, where the last episode of that, where you just did a whole PowerPoint presentation of all the
music,
fucking
yeah.
albums, where it's like, sometimes you just get in a very weird, very specific hole, and I'm just there to bear witness to it. You know, I'm just here to see, it's like, here's the hole Jonathan's dug, and I'm here to admire the depth of it.
If that sounds like, and if you're a listener who's been listening to this for years and going, that Jonathan sure sounds like he has ADHD that no one has diagnosed yet, someone finally diagnosed it this year, and apparently I'm the only person in my life who didn't know. I told this, Sean, to my brother Thomas. I said, you know, my therapist, we talked about it, and it's pretty clear I have ADHD, and I always have. And he looked at me and said, didn't you find that out like 5 years ago? And I was the most savage.
I literally thought that you... Like, when were you diagnosed?
This year.
I literally thought you were diagnosed years ago. Did the doctor listen to that episode of Lupin the Third podcast and go like, oh shit, I need to alter my approach here.
I feel like I should bring this is the last episode. I feel like I need to bring it up. No, it's so funny because you're probably the person other than my brother who knows this best about me, because we were friends in high school, we lived together, and like all the stuff, like, why did Jonathan refuse to learn the Latin roots for Mr. Cousineau's quiz and always cheat off Sean? Why would Jonathan, like, never take out the trash? What are all these things? Like, I'm neurodivergent. You can't make fun of me.
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah. ADHD is a cool disorder because it's real and people need to respect it, but you also can make fun of us. It's okay.
Yes. Well, I can make fun of you. I can't just make fun of people with ADHD, but I can make fun of you for sure.
Yeah. But no, like, if you're wondering, the Chaos Monopoly thing or the Lupin Third pot, like, that's like, yeah, that's the kind of stuff I was talking to my therapist about. And she's like, why haven't you brought this up before? And I'm like, well, you know, it takes time.
Yeah. Actually, here's another thing. This is, you know, Weekly Stuff adjacent. This came up in one of the listener comments, was our very brief dalliance with recording Let's Plays, where we did the Halo one, which I really enjoyed doing. And then you had a complete meltdown trying to play Super Mario 64 on camera. And
I don't know if I had a complete meltdown, but I wasn't good at it.
Yeah, I just remember, like, the last time we recorded one of the episodes, I was like, yeah, I don't think Jonathan's going to do these anymore. I don't think it was like from my perspective, it was a little bit of a meltdown sitting on the couch and watching you play the game and try to talk at the same time. It was funny.
I couldn't. I mean, my brain doesn't multitask like that. I'm kind of all or nothing. So, like, Mario made me want to, you know, focus totally on Mario. And I just, you know, you're right. I couldn't do it. And I don't know if I had because that episode exists and it's out. And it's me being so bad at the game. I just, like, I know I probably did have a bad mood after that. It was, They are out there. I do think the Halo one we did is really good. And I wish more people had seen it, because it was a good format for something. We really couldn't do it now because we don't live near each other. But it was fun, and I do like that Halo one, it's out there, it's on our channel, it's in a playlist, you can find it, and it's good.
Yes, yeah, I liked doing the Let's Plays, but yes, it's not like a practical thing to do, but it was it was very fun to do, and it was very interesting. We flipped the roles, right? Because I played Halo, and then you were commentating, and then we're like, oh, and then we'll flip it and have you do Mario, and then I'll comment, and then seeing that and like, oh, wow, this is a different side.
That's okay. I did like we mentioned earlier, episode 400, where I had us do the kind of, I was inspired by a Colbert segment that does this, where we interviewed each other as the hosts of the show, and I thought that was fun. So we've had a lot of good episodes. We've had a lot of good memories. We're going to make more in the future. This is the end of the weekly stuff. We are, after this episode, taking it to the farm upstate, where it will run around with all the other podcasts that have been put to pasture, and it will definitely be alive and well. But we are going to move on. Again, we haven't nailed down the details of the next podcast, in part because we're not calling it the monthly stuff. We're just not. We're going to come up with a better name. And
there is no better name. There's it was the best name ever come up with for a podcast is the Weekly Stuff Podcast, because it could be whatever the fuck we want, even if it's not weekly.
Here's the problem, though, Sean. When you call it the monthly stuff, this is something I've learned brainstorming titles for the new show, Sean. If you use the word monthly in your title, it sounds like you're euphemistically talking about periods. The monthly stuff sounds like what a dad very awkward around his teenage daughter says about going to the store and buying like pads or something. Like, do you need anything for your monthly stuff? I'm sorry, it sounds really awkward.
But I thought that's what our podcast was going to be about. It was going to be about two cis dudes just talking about periods every month.
I don't think that's what it's going to be about. But
damn it, I've been doing all this research.
I mean, we could make that a topic. We are going to have topics. We're going to talk about games. It's going to be good. It'll survive in some form. What you should do is stay subscribed to the channel or to the podcast app, because obviously any updates will come through there. Follow me on Twitter, or actually don't follow me on Twitter, sucks. Go to jonathanlack.com, JONATHANLACK.com. You can sign up for what is now called the Weekly Stuff Wordcast. I'm going to have to rename that. And that is the free Substack newsletter where you get all my writing, and obviously any podcast updates will come over there. Also subscribe to Japanimation Station, where we are in the final stages of the season over there for our Kyoto vacation, but that show will continue. Look, doing the Weekly Stuff podcast, it was our entire 20s. It started when we were 19. It continued all the way now to we're both 31. It's a whole decade of our life and then some on two ends. And we could try to sum up what it was, but honestly, I think the most accurate summation of what the Weekly Stuff podcast was this 7-hour episode where we talked about Doctor Who, and we talked about anime, and we talked about Like a Dragon, and we answered some listener mail, and we got in a couple of weird fights, and Sean made fun of me for some stuff. Yep. And I think that's the show. That's the show that we made. I'm very proud of it. I'm very happy with it. Sean, I've always given you the final word on the Weekly Stuff podcast, so you get to decide what the last words of this show will be. If you want to get us canceled, now's the time, because we're stopping anyway. My friend, thank you for doing 500 episodes with me. Over to you.
Yeah, that's a lot of podcasts.
$1300時間55日